Here's the hard thing about Milwaukee and blowout run guys is they're going to run their guys out until the game is completely secured. Like, they have no choice. They're not going to give the Nets an inch to get back into this game if it's like a blowout going into the fourth quarter. If I like the blowout idea, I think one of the things that needs to happen is Chris Middleton needs to be hitting his shots.
If you play Middleton or Drew at captain with Giannis and KD, obviously on DK I'm talking now, you can get all four of the studs basically. You can put Giannis and KD and then two of Lopez, Middleton, Drew, and then just two punts with it, and two punts will play well in the blowout. So I think that might be the way to go over a Giannis or KD captain, because it just gets you in a different range where you can play all four of them. I think it's a different path, and I think it's going to win. I think we're going to win like all the money.
Good. I hope you're right.
Like I think it's going to be a massive night for whoever's watching this show.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the Run Pure Sports MLB Swing for the Fences show. I'm your host, Mangone. If you're not a premium member, you would have loved to hear the conversations we were having just behind the scenes here. That's worth hearing, that paid content. You got to listen to what we were talking about there. You get all that kind of conversation on the premium shows, BigT, Holden, JSU, and you typically get all the Showdown content, right? You get the MLB winners. You'll be getting that today from Draft Cheat, Steve Boynton, but you'll be getting that for free today over here on the YouTube channel. We got a long all-day event going on, and we're kicking off with us, me, Mangone, G Rising, and Hoop. G Rising, we got you here, and I love getting your FanDuel takes. I love getting your home run call of the day. I love getting it all from you, so hit me with it. Give me your thoughts on this slate. Give me your thoughts on this day, and anything else you want to talk about.
Man, it must be somebody's birthday today. Why are we giving everybody free stuff today? Free shows? I mean, geez, is it your birthday, Hoop? What's going on? But
a week ago today was my birthday, so it's,
yeah. Hoop's celebrating his birthday month, right?
It's his birthday week.
So, but yeah, I mean, we got a lot of good stuff. You know, it's always really nice to hear what BigT and JSU and all the boys have to say up to for the Showdown. We've been absolutely crushing it. Our baseball has been crushing it. I had a pretty good night last night, and excited to break down this slate we got tonight. A little bit of weather. We got 7 games. Looks like some fun. So I'm interested to see what you guys think.
Yeah, I'm excited. We got NBA Finals tonight. Hoop, we got so much to talk about. We got the US Open 50 code that we got going on. It's a brand new code here. Again, use that code US Open, or is it US Open 50 or it's Open 50?
Oh, just Open 50.
All right. Open 50. Use that code, brand new code. Sorry for the mistakes. So again, Open 50 gets you 50% off your first payment. And Hoop, what else does it get you? Because we got the Open coming around the corner, and we think we have some of the best content in the industry. I mean, I'll let you do that shtick because you love talking about that. But talk about that code that we got going on and some of the other things we're giving away with it.
Yeah, so obviously next week's going to be slow. There is, the MLB is going to be on All-Star break, so we're going to have a really, premier focus on the Open Championship, British Open, whatever the hell you want to call it. So we're going to, roll out this promo basically where if you sign up, you can use that code OPEN50 on a monthly package. You get 50% off your first payment over here at Run Pure Sports. And then if you stay on, you'll be locked into a solid rate. Once football rolls around, the rates could change a little bit, but if you stay on, you're locked into your rate, grandfathered in. So not only do you get the 50% off for the first month, your first month's payment, you're going to be eligible to win some Millie Maker tickets, and it's not going to be the little Millie Maker. It's going to be the $100 Millie Maker. We're going to give away some tickets based on how many people sign up using that open 50 code. So the more people that sign up, the more tickets we're going to give away. That'll either be on the Tuesday show with me and AP and Snyder, or it could be on the premium show with JSU, Big T, and Uncle T. It depends. It's going to be a little bit tough because that show I think we're actually going to do right up to lock, because I think it locks at 12 a.m. Eastern time, I want to say, here. So they're going to go right up to lock. So probably most likely be on the Tuesday show where we're giving those tickets away. But all you have to do is sign up, choose a monthly package, use that promo code OPEN50, gets you 50% off your first payment of a monthly package, and you're automatically enrolled to win some of those tickets that we'll be giving away next week.
Yep, and that'll be on the free live show that we have over here on Tuesday. So be sure to check that out. And we have a long day ahead of us, right? So we got the MLB premium show that's going to be coming up after us. I was given the green light, right? We can do this thing, up until that basically. So we're going to take our time. Anyone who wants the baseball takes, they'll be coming. Don't worry. So we'll have the baseball takes from 6 o'clock. They'll be leading you up to lock, Steve Boyton, Draft Cheat, and Holden. And then after that, 7:15, we're going to go right into that. And we'll have Big T. We'll have JSU. They'll be giving the Showdown NBA winners. And Hoop, I'm going to say this. We got to get those likes up today. We got a marathon kind of show going on. So this is the day I want to see major likes, right? I mean, we could have a big one here. So what are we thinking for this show? How many do we want to get to, Hoop? We're at 224. Maybe we wait for some people to file in before we pick that number?
The ratio has got to be close to record setting. The ratio between viewers and likes has to be, almost at a record setting pace today. I mean, we're doing all our stuff for free. The premium show, you get the MLB up to lock, and then you get the Showdown show with JSU and Big T for free. So 2 premium shows for free. I mean, essentially we're going to be going from 4:30 Eastern till, what time does NBA Finals start? 9 Eastern. So it's going to be essentially, 4.5 hours of content. It's going to take you all the way up to that NBA Finals game. We're going to try to make it seamless too. Back to back to back to back. So it's a good day just to hang out and listen. And we've got MLB, obviously. We've got the big NBA slate. We're going to have some fun as well along the way. And I got one question for G-Rising. I mean, you got the Modelo's flowing yet? I mean, I've heard some excuses the last couple times, surgery, hungover, all that shit. I mean, are we going yet or what?
Actually, I'm getting ready to go on a beer drinking weekend with the fellas up at a lake house, which I'll be doing the show on Sunday morning from the lake house, which it should be fun. Hopefully my hair isn't hurting too bad. But I haven't started boozing yet. I actually have a water. 2 of my friends are coming to get me when I'm off the show. We got to make a quick Costco run and fill up a couple carts full of beer and I got some coolers that are like 6 feet long, and we usually fill them up. And it's
is that just a long way of saying you're not boozing today?
Yeah, I guess if that's what you.
What odds would you lay that Mangone's boozing before G-Rising so far?
But
there's like literally no chance. No way. You're on a nooner? Oh my gosh. Wow.
Man.
There we go.
I gotta go. I might have to go get a beer, Hoop. I might have to go get a beer now, man.
Literally blown away. I mean, I would have lost so much money if you would have told me coming onto this show that Mangone would be drinking before G-Rising. Holy shit. I am literally in shock.
There we go. I figured it was, I had a little bit of an early dinner, and I said, let's have a drink with it, and let's kick it off right. It's a good day.
Those high noons are the nuts, though, man. Those things are great. I love those things. That's
absolute nuts. Those things. The Bud Light seltzers are good, and you know what I stumbled upon? These are delicious. I was getting some crap for it on the Sunday show, but they're truly popsicles. They're legit.
I've had those. Those are really good. Listen, I don't discriminate on many drinks. Like, I'll drink just about anything. So, I've had those, and they are tasty.
Yeah, so I figured mine has been blown. I didn't think I don't know what odds you would have said if it would have been like 10,000.
Big. I mean, big odds, like massive odds.
Yeah. I don't remember Mangone drinking too much when we were all hanging out. I know he pootered out after his basketball game.
He had a near-death experience.
It was rough. I was definitely struggling there. Near-death experience, but we survived. We made it, But we're back. We're talking some MLB. And G-Rising, you brought up something at the start of the show that I kind of want to ask you about. What are we doing with weather today? Now, of course, we don't know yet, right? We won't know till later on. That's going to be super important. But G-Rising, how are you handling weather today? Do you think the game's going to rain out? What's your overall analysis so far?
Well, from just kind of what I'm seeing, the Toronto-Baltimore game is obviously going to be pretty chalky with Toronto. So That's going to definitely have an effect on this whole slate. So we're going to have to keep our eyes peeled on that one. I think that one's the big news of the night, right? So if we get that before lock, we're good. If it's postponed, I think a lot of people delayed. We've seen a couple games recently here, with DeGrom the other night that got delayed. People risked it, end up getting PPD. But this one here, I'm just keeping my ear to the ground. I'm worried about the flood. It's just more in the rain, right? It's just the rest of that hurricane, that storm rolling through, and apparently it's going to affect the Mets and Pittsburgh game as well. Looks like we could have a couple in-game delays. So really, other than that, those are the two. But I kind of hope, like we were saying before the show started, I kind of hope maybe Toronto-Baltimore gets postponed at about 6:55, and we still have some people that aren't paying attention stuck on some of that game. But if not, I think if it does play, I still think you might get a little discount on a normal ownership, just because you are still going to have some people hesitant about playing a game like that. So it's going to be interesting. Well, that's what's good about Run Pure. You get up on that Discord. We got a lot of information usually going back and forth. The other night, I think we had a game that literally went into a delay at, was it about 6:58? And I think it was the Indians. And then they ended up postponing it. And it didn't even freaking rain one time. And, I remember Jose Ramirez is 20% owned, but if you were in the Discord, you were in there, you had a good 5 minutes to really make a decision. You wanted to roll it or pivot. So it's a big thing. It's really helpful here for all of us here at Run Pure. So I'll definitely be in Discord and watching what everybody's got to say.
All right.
Yeah, froze on us. All right. Yeah.
Froze up on us.
Yeah. Look at that. Look at that look on us.
Hoop, two things.
Oh, there you go. You back at it?
Am I good now?
Yeah, you're good. Yep.
It's the high noon. He put the wrong button.
I'm direct connect. This is not my fault right now. I don't know. I am in line with that storm, so that could be part of the issue. So hopefully nothing goes out. But I was going to ask you, G-Rosin used the word pootered out. So when's the last time you ever used that word, Hoop? And what are you doing with Toronto? Because you absolutely play the best plays, right? You're like me. We like to play the best plays. So how are you handling them with this weather?
Well, G-Rosin's like 50, so he uses words like that, pootered out, and I'm sure there's a bunch of other ones he has in his arsenal that he'll be firing off for us. So he gets the free pass on words like pootered out.
There's some good ones I can use. I get looks once in a while, like, what the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, it's a situation to monitor because everywhere you look, you see, any lineup page you go to, you see this big weather thing over this game. So people already have it in their head that, they might not be able to play here. Now, the way I was looking at it, looks like it's, cleared up a little bit from this morning. This morning, it looked like, 80% chance of rain basically all game long. Now it's looking a little bit better. So, for me personally, my hope is that people, get in their head to kind of avoid this or think they have to fade it. And then, it's able to play and we get these guys at a little lower ownership. Now, if, there's no weather and, everyone, weather wasn't even a thought in this game, Toronto would probably be like the highest stack of all time. It's just an amazing, amazing spot, way better off than basically anyone else on the slate. But the decision is tough because, we had that situation with DeGrom the other night. I played him. I had some good teams with him, and it got rained out. So, that's also lingering in people's head too. So if people got burned on DeGrom the other night, maybe they're not willing to risk this Toronto situation tonight. So we'll see. But, it's still 2 hours away from lock. We'll have more information. We'll be talking about it on the shows, Discord, Twitter, everywhere. So, we'll make sure you're all taken care of in terms of that. And, it's the first game on the slate. So we'll definitely have, more information.
Yep, we'll have more information on that. And we'll have more info on that Mets game as well. That matters, but not as much, right? Yes, Taijuan Walker is on the slate and someone to look at, but let's kick it off and start at the top. Let's talk about Max Scherzer and Yu Darvish, right? That's a bit of a later game, but hey, those two are the stars on this slate. And I think a lot of people are going to lean Darvish because I think they're going to see the Washington lineup. And even though Washington's been going off, they're just going to say it's a worse lineup. And they're going to be like, I don't want to target Fernando Tatis and Machado. And G. Risen, I want to get your thoughts on this because you're a FanDuel guy, right? And you typically only need to play one pitcher. Now on DK, you could play both if you want and then punt your batters, but you won't get probably as much Toronto in there. On FanDuel, it's kind of similar, right? If you do play Max and Darvish, good luck getting in those Toronto bats. Like, you're probably not getting a 4-man with Vlad Guerrero Jr. It's not going to be easy to do. So are you paying for those guys, or are you going to the alternatives? And if you did pay for one, G. Risen, who would it be?
Yeah, at this point, between Max and you, I think I favor Max at this point. He's just been pitching so well. I prefer Max and his K upside. But as you mentioned, I mean, if I do choose to go the Toronto bats, it's going to be pretty tough for me to jam in one of these higher priced pitchers. So I'm going to really, that Toronto weather is going to really decide what I'm going to do. There are a couple guys I do like a little bit down lower in the ring here, but I probably will have one lineup that I probably do jam in a higher price pitcher if Toronto was to play. I usually play 5 lineups. But I think Max is my preferred guy at this moment. I just, like I said, I really like his K upside, and being a Tiger fan, I guess I got a soft heart for Max. I just think, I just like rooting for him. So he would be a guy that I'd go first, but at this point, he's not my top guy at this point.
Yeah. I sort of feel that way too, where I don't think those guys are my top guys. I don't know which way people are going, Max or Darvish. Joey Work says I prefer Max over Mangone too, which, like, I would take Max Scherzer over me. Trust me, you don't want me on the mound there throwing those meatballs. Maybe I'd be a little better than Matt Harvey, but not much. But Hoop, I'll go over to you. Again, you love to spend on a pitcher. I think like me, it's just like, hey, like, let's take the best pitcher and move on. We'll find the bats. It's not too difficult. But on FanDuel, like, you can't just get Max and all the Toronto bats that you'd want. So are you spending up for your pitcher, or are you spending up for the bats? And how are you handling you versus Max? Because that is an interesting one. I'm curious to hear which way you'd be going there.
Yeah, I mean, FanDuel continues to do a much better job with pricing these pitchers. I mean, I've been talking about this all season long. Just really disappointed in the pricing for on DraftKings for the pitchers. Like, these guys, these high strikeout guys, just need to be much more expensive. Like, you shouldn't be able to play Max and another decent pitcher and get exposure to the Blue Jays. Like, you should have to make that decision. Like, you're either on Max or you're on the Premier Blue Jays. Like, you can still play Max and get the Premier Blue Jays, which takes a lot of fun out of it. Now, in terms of this slate, what you do at pitcher probably does have a lot to do with this Toronto game, because if this Toronto game's off the board, we don't have the high-end bats to pay up for, so the ownership on Max and you goes way up. Now, for me, between these two, I'm with G. Risen and, you as well. Like, I prefer Max. Like, I want Max Scherzer over you, Darvish. I think he's a better pitcher. I think better floor, all that stuff. So I'm going to take Max over you, Darvish, if I'm deciding between those two. And, as it stands now, it's very easy to, like I said, I prefer Max. Very easy to play Max tonight. So I'll most likely be doing that.
Yeah, I think everyone's doing that. I figured maybe there was a chance it'd be a little bit closer ownership-wise, but now that I'm looking at it, it's not. I think a lot of people are going to Max instead. Of course, salary can matter too, right? Sometimes that 500 goes a long way. We got some other people in the chat. We got Travis. He says, and it's not my account, he says, are we going to get a free winner show for the UFC this weekend? Joey Work is in the chat. You'll be getting that. Hoop is nodding his head. Yes, you'll be getting Titletown. You'll be getting Joey Work. You'll be getting Draft Cheat. They'll be bringing you those MMA winners. Hoop, I'm sure you've listened to the show a ton. Tell the people a little bit about it. I mean, they break down the entire card, and it's always for the main events, right?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's probably one of the best. I think it's the best MMA, podcast show there is out there. I mean, I've listened to some MMA stuff, got into it last year when COVID hit, and it was one of the first sports to come back. I've been following pretty closely, and I follow a lot of the stuff around the industry, and it's a lot of, we always talk about it. Like, the MMA tout people, they're always, oh, well, play a little of this guy, but play a little of this guy, play, some of him. Like, these guys get in there, break down every fight, and they take a stance on who they think is going to win. And it's a free show. And these guys, I mean, Joey Work, DC, Title, I mean, they know MMA, UFC, they know it inside and out, and they do a phenomenal job. I mean, honestly, one of my favorite shows that we roll out here at Run Pure Sports.
Yeah, so subscribe to the channel, right? So you get notified when we go live, and you'll be able to check that out. It'll be Saturday morning, 11 or 12, and don't worry, you don't want to miss it. It's going to be a great card, definitely worth listening to. G Ryzen, do you dabble in the MMA at all? I don't know if that's anything you get into. Maybe that's too, maybe you're too old for that. I'm not sure, but are you a big MMA guy?
I can't say I am. I generally don't watch, the boxing and MMA stuff. When I was little, younger, I'd watch, Sugar Ray, Tommy Hearn, shit like that. I just never really been a fan of it. And unless I really want to commit and dedicate myself to the sport, I generally won't play unless I know I got a few fellas like you guys in the corner that I, want to get some information from. And, if I'm there, a bunch of people, I might throw in a lineup, but as a rule of thumb, no, I don't. I generally don't get into it. But I would like to see Conor McGregor get his big mouth, get his ass kicked. So that'd be kind of cool. I wouldn't mind that at all. So I'm kind of rooting for Poirier to beat the shit out of him again. So
I think it's gonna happen. I don't know what's the spread on that one. Actually, I'm curious about that. That's
I would pull it up, but I know Zoom is not kind when I go on my site. So you pull it up.
Poirier's, slight favorite. He's minus 130, so he's favored there. I don't know. I think this could be the end of the road for Conor. The last one didn't look all that good, but I don't know obviously as much about MMA as our experts do.
Yeah, and our guys, they'll be giving you the best stuff. Definitely be sure to check that out. Again, it's going to be free here on the channel. And hey, if you want to get the playbook, right, the core plays, you want to get Joey Works Bets, you want to get in the Discord chat and sweat the fights, right, which is always a fun time. You also get Big T in there sweating out the fights, yelling like, beat that guy in the face. It's good times, right? He'll be like, beat up that midget. He's going at it in the chat. We're all having a good time. All you gotta do is use that code, right? It's open50 hoop. Open50 get you 50% off, and you get a shot at the the Open Championship or the British Open, whatever they call it. You get a chance at that Millie Maker ticket. Which, hey, $100, for some people they say, oh, well, what's $100? I'll take $100. Listen, I don't think I'll ever get too rich for $100. If you say that means you don't like lunch for free, right? And who doesn't like lunch for free?
Yeah, speaking of free lunch, this is a great segue into the fact that we have a common guy that owes us lunch, I believe, right?
Yes, yeah, Uncle T, he owes us lunch.
Oh boy, here we go.
And he just happens to be in the chat right now. I'm curious what the ETA is on that lunch payment, because an Uncle T funded lunch sounds super tasty.
Uncle T funded lunch does sound good.
Fellas. As a partner of his on the Wishbone Show, which we'll be picking up again on football, you boys just go out and you mail him the bill, and I'll make sure he takes care of it.
There we go. All right. G Ryzen is now Uncle T's backer. We'll send G Ryzen the bill. Me and Mangone will go to lunch somewhere and send G Ryzen the bill. He'll make sure it gets paid.
Yeah, I'll make sure to get, some wine, some dessert. I'll get it all,
Yeah, thank you, Holden. Get a hold of your boy, Uncle T. He said, pay your bets, Uncle T. This has been going for a while. This is a few months in. And
why don't you two have a picnic together? Get Rubio's basket, and you two can go have a picnic.
Oh, no picnics here.
And by the way, hey, here's a Modelo for you fools, too.
There we go.
Now
we got the winners.
I can't let man go and drink all by itself. So,
Yep, we got the Modelo's flowing. That means the winners will start flowing here. G Ryzen, I will go back to you. I want to get your thoughts on pitcher here. Now, we talked obviously about the two top guys. They're worth mentioning. We had to discuss them. We know which route you want to go if you decide to go up there, but there's a chance you don't, right? We got Tyler Mahle on the slate, who he can obviously strike out some, but he can also get hit kind of hard at times. We have Taijuan Walker, who's going to deal with some weather, but hey, the Pirates sounds like an intriguing matchup. Where are you going here, G Ryzen? Because there are some pitching options, and we got to get the takes from you.
Yeah, again, I do like Taijuan Walker. I'm gonna watch that New York game, obviously just as much as I'm gonna watch that Toronto game. But I do like Tyler Mahle a little bit. Milwaukee doesn't really scare me. They do K quite a bit against righties. There's been some talk about Tyler and his spin rate maybe dropping. I just kind of looking at his game logs. We're getting like mid-30s out of him. I don't mind him at all. And then a guy I'm really, really interested in is Tarek Skubal for the Tigers. He's been up in the 100 pitch range for the last few times. I like the matchup here against the Twins. So I do like Tarek Skubal. But the weather really for me is going to dictate how my whole slate here is gonna work out. So I don't really want to say I have a strong which way I'm going at this point, because that Toronto game gets ditched, just like Hoop said. That ownership on you and Max are gonna probably almost double. To be different, we might have to pay down to a guy like Miley or Scooble, if that's what you want to choose to do. Obviously, we would lose Manoa too in that Toronto game, but yeah, I think for me, I'm going to be looking at Scooble and Tyler Molly, and we'll see what happens with the Walker and the Toronto weather too.
Yeah, guys, get those likes, get those subscribes. Again, we're giving away all the free content today. So be sure to get the likes in. We want to get a nice record number today. That'd be nice. Hoop, I'll go over to you. I do have a question for you, though. I think lineups are going to help dictate a lot of what I do here with these starting pitchers, right? And like Chicago Cubs lineup came out. I thought Zach Eflin was in a good spot. I thought this was a good pitching environment. He's been a lot better this year. If you are a spin rate guy, I happen to see the spin rate today. I saw his spin rate hasn't changed. So if for some reason that is something that gives me a boost to play him, I mean, I don't have to worry about any sticky stuff with him, it seems. And then I just saw the lineup, like Jock Peterson, Patrick Wisdom, Anthony Rizzo, Jason Hayward in the 4-hole, Robinson Chirinos in the 5, Ortega, Nico Horner, Sergio Alcantara. Like that lineup sucks, Hoop. Like I think Zach Eflin is moving up the ladders for me as one of my top pitchers on this slate. Hope you're muted.
And yeah, all right, got the mute. Yeah, you look at this lineup and it's definitely a boost, and you got the wind blowing in a little bit too. Good price tag on him, 7.5K. He's definitely, he was on my radar a little bit, but with that lineup, he's climbed the ladder a little bit. I like Molly at 8.7. K prop is sitting at like 7.5. The juice is on the under, but it's a big boy strikeout prop, 7.5. I like the matchup here with Milwaukee. Taijuan Walker, that game I think is definitely more worrisome than the Baltimore game. I mean, Baltimore we still need to watch, but that Mets Pirates game looks like it's almost certainly going to either have a delay or potentially a postponement. So I'm really not going to count on playing him. If you want to punt at pitcher, I like the Tigers bats, and I think I'd be fine maybe playing JSURab. I don't love him today, but he's 5'7". So this would be a situation if we do get the Toronto bats, we can play the Toronto guys, pay up at pitcher, and then maybe pair Max with like a JSURab. It's risky. I mean, he hasn't been good. You're just kind of hoping he survives and doesn't get blown up. And, that might be enough at SP2 today, because there's not a ton that stands out to me. But I do agree with you. Eflin gets a big boost with this Cubs lineup that was released. I mean, that's really bad the more you look at it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in that. I think that's my guy right now. At least that's where I'm at. I think both sites, FanDuel and DraftKings. That's who I like. G Ryzen, I'll go back to you. I want to ask you about Eflin here, and then I want to ask you one more question. You are the Tigers homer, right? You're the guy. You said Max Scherzer has a soft place in your heart. I heard Hoop mention JSURab, and I've seen JSURab pop a little bit today. So I'm curious if you, for some reason, would be interested in JSURab, or if you think those Tiger bats are just too good.
On a side note, before G Ryzen goes, has there ever been a show that he's been on where he does not mention that he's a Tigers fan? Because I have yet to hear it. He already threw it in there. Being a Tigers fan, Max Scherzer,
He is loud and proud a Tigers fan
too. He should be a fan too, but he don't mention anything over there.
Yeah, because I'm a realist. They did me wrong years ago. Now I'm not. I can't support them.
Hey, it is what it is, man. Being a Tigers fan, we know they suck. It's like being a Lions fan.
There it is. Being a Tigers fan.
There it is. That's why I drink so much, man. Damn.
Yeah, it's true.
So, but man, going to answer your question, I don't like JSURab. Actually, I think the Tigers are kind of a pesky, sneaky offense tonight to look at stacking potentially in a tournament. The Tigers are going to be able to roll out pretty much an all righty lineup. I'm not interested in Hap. He just gives up. He's too much of a fly ball pitcher. And, I could see a guy like Eric Haas, Shoop, Goodrum, and even McMiggy's been hitting. So I'd lay caution to that. I'd stay away from Hap. I actually think the Tigers today. I actually like that bet today. I think the Tigers are gonna to beat the Twins. Yeah, no thanks on J.A. Happ for me. And to answer your question about Eflin, I wasn't really looking at him too much, but you're right. Now that Cubs lineup posted and missing Baez and a few other guys here, I do like that. I'm going to look a little bit more at Eflin, but like I said, I mean, for me is we just got to keep our eyes on this weather here. It's going to really dictate, if I'm going to use a high price pitcher or low price pitcher today on a majority of my teams. But yeah, I don't mind the Eflin call at all. But like Hoop said, it's kind of hard to ignore a guy with a K prop a little bit above 7. I mean, some of even the best pitchers don't. They're only around 6 sometimes. So Vegas knows something. I like Molly today. I think he's going to be probably one of my top guys. And like I said, a little bit of Scooble at this point. If that Toronto game goes.
Yeah, the lineup is out. Have you guys seen the Brewers lineup at least? That's worth looking at always, because sometimes they have a more watered down lineup. It is stronger, but I think you guys still probably are fine with it. Urias, Yelich, Adames, Narvaez, Garcia, Peterson, Herrera, and then Jackie Bradley Jr. Hoop, does that change anything for you seeing that Brewers lineup? Because sometimes it's really bad, sometimes it's really good. It's definitely probably better this time around.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of like their pretty standard lineup. So yeah, it doesn't change too much for me. And still like the spot here for Molly.
All right, G Rising, give us your final thoughts on pitchers here, and then we'll move on to the hitters.
Yeah, just like we were saying, if we're going to pick out a guy in the high end, it'd definitely be Max over you for me. And then I do like Molly. I might take a little bit deeper look at Eflin here, but Scooble is intriguing to me as a low owned guy that I think potentially has some upside tonight.
All right, Hoop, final thoughts at pitchers here. I do want to mention one last thing to the G Rising said that I thought was good earlier. If we lose that Toronto game, there will be a lot more ownership right at the top for some of these starting pitchers. So do you see yourself moving up to them if we lose that Toronto game?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, what you do at pitcher probably depends on what happens with Toronto. If we lose Toronto, it's going to be very easy to go. I mean, you could probably even go Max and Yu Darvish if you wanted to. Max, Molly would be super easy. It would take the cheap guys out of play for sure for me. So it really depends what happens in Toronto. But with that being said, I still think you can play a Max Scherzer and get Toronto as well, the way the pricing's set up. So as it stands, like that'll kind of be something that I'm looking to do. SP2 probably is a little bit dependent more so on the Toronto situation.
All right. Before we dive in and talk about the catchers, I want to talk about how, again, we got this show going on throughout the all the way up until almost NBA, right? We got to have the premium show after us. That'll be going at 6:00. That'll be free. And then we also got the NBA Showdown winners. Don't miss out on that at 7:15 with JSU and Big T. They'll be giving you guys all that. They've been absolutely on fire picking all those guys. And then Hoop, we also have that code OPEN50. And when you mention this code here, talk about like all the content we have, right? Some of these sites, they give you the NASCAR package for $1,000, right? They give you the baseball package for $600, all these different prices. We got everything under one price. You get the soccer showdown stuff, right? We'll have some soccer showdown tomorrow. You get UFC, you get NASCAR, you get every single sport for one price, and it's $80 a month. And that's even before the discount.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of obviously, I think the best deal there is out there. I mean, it's every single sport. We have people covering every sport that is offered on DraftKings. Every fantasy sport we have someone covering it and not just covering it one-dimensionally. We got, projections for almost everything. We have, the playbook, core plays, Discord, absolutely everything for every sport. The other sites, they're going to, football starting. I keep seeing these tweets, 60 some days. You know what that means for the competitors? More money in their pocket. They're going to start charging you an extra $300. If you want their football content, you're going to pay $300, $350. Not here at Run Pure Sports. New sport starts, more work for us, same price for you. That's the way we structured it from the beginning, and that's what we're going to continue to do moving forward. We're not doing this crap where, NASCAR is going to be $500 extra. I mean, I know a lot of sites do it too for like the college football. Their college football package is going to be $250 or $300. I mean, screw that. One price, everything, very simple. best deal in the industry.
Yeah, G-Rise, I know you like to stay in your lane, right? But, you said you'll play an MMA here and there if you're with your buddies. Have you dabbled in some of the other sports? And I'm sure, again, you probably use the content a bunch.
Oh, absolutely. Golf, our golf content is absolutely amazing. Schneider has just been on fire with the tournament winner calls. If you would have won a ton of money if you would have thrown $20 on almost every one of his guys, throughout this golf season. It's just been amazing. I do like, a lot of the Showdown content. I would play the Showdowns, but I not one to know it all. I've been playing DFS over 10 years, been successful at it, but every sport is different. So it is kind of nice to be able to sit in and talk to Rubio or see how Rubio's building some teams or how his teams were constructed. And, even in, golf or anything else, so it's definitely helpful. And, you guys mentioned too, you guys here, we're giving away these $100 tickets here for the Millie. Essentially, think about it. We're literally giving back the money that we're collecting off our 50%. We're already giving you half off, and then we're going to give you the tickets back. So the reason why we're doing that, because we know you're going to stay on an extra month. You're going to enjoy our product. You're going to just keep on, with your subscription. So, it's worth it for us to at least expose you everything. That's why we're doing these shows tonight. But, I always try to watch a lot of the free shows. I know a lot of times you guys see me in the chat giving you guys shit. And I just like to learn just like everybody else. But you can't go wrong. That's for sure.
Yep. So be sure to check out all that. And we got people in the chat that are asking about ownership protections. Yep. Well, we got all that. We have everything over here at Run Pure Sports. And just wanted to mention that for you guys. So, we're not going to charge you for all these different things. You get everything. And we love helping you out. And be sure to get in that Discord chat. Again, use that code OPEN50. But let's go on. Let's talk about the catchers. Hoop, I'll go over to you. I see if we get that game, right? Pedro Severino, he is a nice little 2.1K, right? And I love the punt catcher. I want to get in some other bats, so I don't mind maybe going to him or trying to find some other punt option. So, Hoop, how are you handling the catcher position?
Yeah, I'd be fine, saving some money here. Severino at 2.1K. Yeah, sure, I'd do that. We just talked about Zach Eflin and liking him, and I still do, but Robinson Chirinos is 2.1K and he's batting fifth. He has power. He can hit bombs. So I don't mind, punting catcher with him at a flat 2.1K. Another guy I have some interest in is the Tigers. I like the Tigers bats. I do have a moderate interest in Hap. I don't love Hap. I lean probably the Tigers side. Hap would only be in play for me if I'm trying to full stack Toronto. But Eric Haas, 4.3K batting third tonight. I think he's a phenomenal play if you have the money at the position. But, the way it's shaping up for me, most likely I'll be saving money, fine with Severino, fine with Chirinos. If I do have the money, like I said, Eric Haas at 4.3K, I think is a phenomenal option.
Well, I'll ask you one last guy. I'm surprised you didn't mention him. JT Realmuto is 3.5K. I know, yeah. Of course, it's not the best game to target, but 3.5K for JT Realmuto, that just seems absolutely nuts. I feel like he's supposed to be 4.8 in this spot.
Yep, I love him too. Batting fourth, 3.5K. You're not breaking the bank to play him. Definitely have interest in him at 3.5K. Just too cheap for a guy that has his sort of pop.
All right, G Risen, Hoop stole your thunder and he mentioned your Tigers bat, Eric Haas, right? So he's out here repping the Tigers now. Are you going to be playing him in the 3-hole here against J.A. Happ? We know we can give up home runs.
Yeah, being a Tigers fan, that was for you, Hoop.
We're gonna have to get a tally marks going every time G Risen opens up a sentence by saying being a Tigers fan.
No, but I really do like Haas today. I think he's one of the better catchers on the slate.
No way.
He's one of it's pretty small slate, so it's not like we're really going out of line here. But
there's another Tigers catcher. Is he your number 2? Jake Rogers, aka Uncle T. Will you be rostering him as your number 2 catcher today?
No, I don't think Uncle T is going to get a roster today, but I do got an Uncle T rookie card that I got in a box or a little bag or little envelope that I'm going to be sending his way. So I'm going to get him. He deserves his rookie card. It's autographed too, so I'll send it to him. But another guy too, I don't mind is Tucker Barnhart. I mean, I like lefties against Hauser. Hauser generally has kind of more of a righty ground ball lean against righties, but so I like some lefties against Hauser here. So I like Tucker Barnhart as well. And then if Toronto does go, I'm never opposed to throwing in, McGuire or Jansen or whoever else at the bottom half of a stack to save a little bit of salary and differentiate yourself. Those guys generally low owned. And then if you do like some Minnesota bats against Skubal, Ryan Jeffers should probably be in maybe batting 5th or 6th. He's got some home run pop. I don't mind that, but catcher really isn't too strong. I think, for me, it probably will land in whatever kind of stack I decide to go. Yeah, like Hoop said, Haas for me is the top option.
All right, Haas is the top option. Let's move on over. Let's go and talk about the first baseman. I'll go over to you, Hoop. Is Vlad Guerrero Jr. just a must roster if he's in the lineup? Because, hey, I know he hits righties well, and it looks like he's going to be getting a righty there, and he can obviously hit one out. So how are you handling Vlad Guerrero against this terrible Baltimore team?
Yeah, I mean, all these Toronto guys are going to be, the highest projected guys at the respective positions, and Vlad Guerrero is no different. I mean, first base eligible on DK, first and third base eligible on FanDuel. I mean, probably the highest projected scoring hitter on this slate by probably a pretty wide margin. I mean, he's phenomenal season, phenomenal matchup, phenomenal ballpark. The one question mark, like we've talked about a ton so far today, is that weather situation. And the way it stands right now, I think it might be improving a little bit. We're going to keep monitoring it. I think we're probably going to have a chance to play these bats. We'll see. It could change, but he's clearly the top option at the first base position. Some other guys to take a look at. Oh my gosh, Jonathan Scope is 5.4K on DK. Oh my, that's a big boy price tag. I can't imagine playing Scope over Vlad Guerrero here for 600 less. Ryan O'Hearn, I'm going to continue to kind of play him. He's cheap, 2.9K. Miggy, 3K. Sano, I like on the other side, 3.6K on DK. A lot of options here. I don't hate Trey Mancini on the other side if this game does go. Carlos Santana's 4K. A lot of guys with good price tags here. So obviously, if you have the money, Vlad Guerrero, just the top option. Super safe, very high floor. If you don't, you can take a look at, Miggy, O'Hearn, Mancini, a lot of different ways to go at this position.
Yeah, don't ignore Jonathan Scope's price tag on FanDuel, though, right? I mean, he's 3K over there, where like the gap between him and Vlad Guerrero, it's 1,700, but on DK, it's a lot different. So let's go over to you, G-Rise. You can play Scope at first or second. So are you maybe playing him at first base? Is he someone you consider, or are you just jamming in Vlad Guerrero? Maybe you're putting him at third. What are you doing with the first base position?
Yeah, definitely Vlad Guerrero is by far and above everybody else at first. And if that game does play, I like Ryan Mountcastle and Mancini. I mean, Baltimore has been, pretty pesky at home. They do score some runs. I like both of those guys. Again, I mentioned that I do like lefties against Hauser. So I'd be looking at Joey Votto too. He's 3.7 on FanDuel. They kind of bumped up his price a little bit. He was, a little bit around 3K. So they got him priced up a little bit, but I still like that. And then as Hoop mentioned, I don't mind Miggy either. But yeah, Vlad Guerrero is by far the best play at first. So we're gonna have to see what's going on with this Toronto weather, but I don't mind if that Kansas City Cleveland game goes. I mean, we could mention Bobby Bradley too. Against Duffy. Duffy's, more of a fly ball pitcher. Bradley projecting pretty high. So I don't mind Bradley either in some of them Cleveland bats, but again, we're going to have to watch that weather in that game too. It does look a little better than the other two, but like we said, Vladdy for sure.
All right, Vladdy for sure, definitely going to be a guy that we go to. I'm going to go to. I think everyone is going to be looking to play, and that weather is going to be important. Let's go on over to second base. G-Raz, I'll go back to you. We'll go back to another Tiger, right? I know Goodrum is like 2.4K, so it's a good price tag on him over on FanDuel. But of course, in Toronto, right? I mean, you can't ignore Marcus Semien. He's definitely going to be a really great option. Also, wouldn't ignore even a Whit Merrifield, right? So are you spending up or are you spending down at your second base position?
Goodrum is definitely interesting at 2.4. Especially if I need a little bit of salary relief. But then you mentioned Scope. I mean, he's only 3K on FanDuel, second base. I really like him. He'd probably be, next to below Semi, and he'd probably be one of my top second basemen today. It's that, Semi is 4.2 on FanDuel. You got Guerrero was 4.6. Obviously, if you decide to go that route, you're it's pretty price to pay for those guys. So I can't see myself loading up on all these Toronto bats unless I'm really willing to pay down extremely at pitcher. We talked about some of the Twins bats against Skubal. I mean, I like Polanco a little bit too against lefties, so I don't mind that. But yeah, Goodrum's definitely a great salary saver here. Biggio is only 2.7 in that Toronto lineup. I know yesterday, I think he started off the game with a double and something else. Biggio is a guy that a lot of times he'll project high because he's in the Toronto stacks. He's a guy I probably played the least of Toronto. I think I even play some of the catchers more in Biggio. I probably won't play Biggio if I have Toronto stack, but I could see myself if I think I'm going to have a Detroit stack today, and I can see myself with a Scope and a Haas and maybe even a Goodrum in that stack, potentially to get up to a high price pitcher.
All right, Hoop, I'll go over to you. How are you handling the second base position? It sounds like we already have G Rising on at least a mini Tiger stack. By the end of the show, we might get him on a full-on stack, but what are you doing at second base?
G Rising's going to go to put his lineup in today on FanDuel, and he's going to get that big red error message. Too many players from one team. But yeah, they are very nice plays on FanDuel. I do agree with that. So on FanDuel, I'm going to definitely be looking at the Tigers at second base. On DK, a little bit different. I mean, we have Semien at the top, 5.5. But the Tigers those guys are priced up a little bit more on DK. Jorge Polanco, I do like. I believe he's leading off 4.3K. Definitely have some interest in him. Brad Miller's another guy. He's second base eligible on DK at 3.2K, batting second. But he's first base eligible on FanDuel at the stone minimum, 2K. So he's a guy that can help get some Toronto bats into your lineup tonight with a little bit of hitting upside. Cesar Hernandez, 3.9K. Don't hate that. Gene Segura on DK, 3.4K. We have some options. I mean, if you can't get Semien all the way up, which it might be tough to do that, we have some cheaper options. I mean, Jorge Polanco, like I said, at 4.3, and then a plethora of guys that are in the mid threes and below. So we have a lot of options on DK at second base. On FanDuel, I definitely like those Tiger guys.
Well, let me ask you one more question at second before we move on. 2.0K, right? Domingo Labia, I think his name. He's not great, right? But if he helps get everything for your lineup, like, is second base weak enough where you can just punt it off today?
Certainly. Yeah, certainly. I mean, if you're not getting Semien, there's a big drop after that, like big drop, especially on DK. I mean, it's a big drop after that. So punting to get, an extra Toronto bat, I think makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, I definitely don't think it's a bad idea. Definitely think if you're building out your lineups and it helps get you there, it's perfectly fine. I don't mind punting a position so you can get in more of the bats, especially if you want those Toronto ones. But let's move on. Let's go on and talk about the third base position. And I'm sure there's tons of options that we can go over to here. I see Luis Arias is getting some love there. I don't really want to go to him too much. G Rising, in the 5-hole, you got another Tiger, Candelario. Are you going to him? Or are you spending up for like a Jose Ramirez at 5.2K?
Yeah, if that Cleveland game goes, Jose Ramirez would be the top third baseman for me today. Third base today is actually a little bit weak. I think about Eugenio a little bit against Hauser, but I do prefer lefties. I mean, maybe I could include him in a stack. I'm not.
I hate that bullpen, G Rising, right? Like if you get like the good Milwaukee bullpen, of course we want to like feel like we can predict what's always going to happen. But if those good bullpen arms go out there from Milwaukee, like you could be in trouble.
Yeah, but generally the back part of Milwaukee's bullpen is way better than the middle part, so if we get Hauser out of there and he only gets through 4, we can get 3-4 innings of that early part of that bullpen, which I consider to be fairly weak. You're right. You don't want to get in the tail end of that bullpen. But you know what? If Hauser only gets through that lineup once and maybe gets only halfway, 1.5 times through the lineup, maybe even twice, he gets lucky. we get them out 4 or 5. I think that there's a chance there that, Cincinnati could put up some runs. But another guy I'll mention if the game does go, Brian Hayes has been somebody I've been keeping my eye on, just a young kid, hits the ball really hard. I do like him, but for me today, all of third base really is pretty suspect to me. I'm not interested. Normally I would like Donaldson against, I don't even know if he's going to be in there today. Normally I would look at him against a guy
He's in.
He did make the lineup. I know he's been.
Yeah, Araz is not in the lineup tonight.
Yeah, I just noticed that he's not in there, so that takes him off too as well.
Jeffers batting 5th, and he's only 2.1K on FanDuel. Great play over there.
Yeah, that lineup did come out. Yeah, like we mentioned earlier with the catchers, Jeffers, he's on pretty much min price. It's kind of he definitely has some pop, but just looking at that lineup there, they got Larnach hitting 4-hole, Kepler, Snow. I don't like the bottom part of that lineup really. So, like I said, I have a little interest in Skubal. I think he'll be a low-owned pivot off a few of the other guys tonight as a tournament play. Yeah, I think that should be an interesting thing we're gonna see tonight.
Yeah, third base kind of sucks tonight, Hoop. Like Calvin Biggio's there, so would you be wasting your spot on him? I know he played well yesterday, but I always feel like I'm wasting a spot when I play him. And if third base is really bad, it even feels like second could be better than it. Like I mentioned Domingo Labia again, he is 2K, right? That could be the spot maybe to punt with him because he's multi-eligible.
Yeah, I'd be fine going with a guy like Biggio. Probably a little better play on FanDuel because he's kind of cheaper over there, 2.7. Is he third base eligible? Does he still have second and third base eligibility on FanDuel?
He should be, right? Horizon, he normally is.
Biggio, he's second and third base eligible there?
Yeah, I believe so.
You can also put Vlad at third on FanDuel too, right? I feel like people forget to do that. So you can always put him there too. If third base is that bad today on FanDuel and there's not enough flexibility, throw in Vlad at third and then get a catcher first base guy that you can go.
Second and third base eligible, yes, on FanDuel.
Yeah. Donaldson's in there, 3.3 on FanDuel. I think he's a fine play on FanDuel. Candelario, I don't hate it, 2.8. Jose Ramirez, 4.3. I think third base is easier on FanDuel than it is on DK. We talked about you can play Vlad Guerrero there as well. And I agree with you, man. A lot of people forget to do that. First base is typically more loaded than third base, but a lot of times you'll see lineups and people have Vlad at first instead of third. On DK, it's a little bit more tough for me. Donaldson's all the way up to 5.4. Jose Ramirez is up to 5.2. So you're getting in that range where you're probably sacrificing a Toronto bat to play those guys. I definitely prefer Jose Ramirez over Donaldson. Candelario at 3.4. I do like him. That's a good price tag, 3.4. Has some upside. Your boy Leba is also third base eligible. So you got a full punt there at 2K. I think he's in the conversation as well. And then the last guy would be Jonathan VR, 3.6K leading off. But that game, like I said, pretty risky.
Yep. And Derek's in the chat. I'm playing all Labia and Seaman. That's what I'm playing today. So.
Labia and Seaman. What a great combination.
Hey, talk about correlation right there. So
that'd kind of be like a the little natural double play. Those guys, second base, third base. It's perfect combo.
Yeah, it's a nice little combo. So that's where we'll be at. But listen, third base, it's kind of gross today. And like I said, I think the reason I do the Vladimir Guerrero thing at third a lot is I kind of like catcher and first, finding a unique catcher sometimes that's super cheap on FanDuel if I can. And yesterday, Big T had Jacob Stallings in his core, right? You can find power catchers at times in some pretty good spots, and he hit a home run, and then the Discord chat's going nuts. Definitely good stuff to do there. But let's move on over and talk about the shortstop position. And Bo Bichette's going to get some ownership. Certainly going to be owned a ton. And the reason why is he had a great game yesterday and another amazing spot. Ryzen, if you're playing Toronto, are you putting Bo Bichette there, or are you playing some Seaman maybe? Because he can slide on over to the shortstop position as well.
Yeah, I'm going to be a little, I'd probably play Bo Bichette with Toronto. He'd probably be one of my guys that'd be in the core for me. The kid can hit. I do like him. Tatis Jr. is a guy. I'm not willing. I think you'll get him really low owned today. He's 4,500 on FanDuel. I don't mind that at all. I don't think he's going to garner much ownership at all. So that might be a guy as you could pivot to. It'd be a nice one-off. And then two, if, like you mentioned, Labia, you can play him at short as well. But generally, I like to pay up at shortstop. I mean, obviously, Bo Bichette is the top guy. I can't even at this point. I don't really like the Washington bats, but Trey Turner's the guy I always consider and think about. But Bo Bichette for me on top. Like I said, but Tatis would be a pretty good one-off, but at that price, I don't think he's going to be more than 10% today.
All right, Hoop, before I go over for the shortstop position, I think we got 437 watching. Let me give it a quick refresh just to make sure. I know YouTube can sometimes make some mistakes. So we got 437 watching. We got 205 likes. And again, we're going for a while, Hoop, right? We got us up until about 6 o'clock or like maybe 5:50 or so, whenever the producer kicks us out. The other guys will come on in. And we want you to hit that like on the video. That way we can get the most likes that we can.
Just got don't mean to cut you off, but we just got the big news.
Oh, wow.
Toronto,
Postponed?
Baltimore, postponed.
Wow.
Nice.
The slate has changed. That's massive news here. We'll discuss all that. But before we discuss it, Hoop, let's give some
Sorry,
time.
I didn't mean to cut you off, but I just wanted we want to be the first ones to break the news,
You're right, Hoop. You always got to be the first in the industry. So we're the first. That means we're the best. And that means you should give us the like, right? We notified you right when it happened. Hoop, I want to get your thoughts on, we got the MLB Up to Lock show where they can give you this news, right? The second it happens. And then the Showdown winners, right? At 7:15. You got to tune in for those because, again, Big T and JSU, they've been on it. You know your NBA. I know my NBA. We're all in the Discord chat helping out. And I feel like we have one of the best NBA teams, and we got to help these people win the money. So talk a little bit about all the stuff we got going on today.
Yeah, doing a marathon. Essentially, we started going here at 4:30 p.m. Eastern. We're going to go all the way up till that NBA Finals game right after us. We have Steve Boynton, DC, and Holden. They'll be kind of doing the up to lock for MLB. And then you get JSU and Big T talking the NBA Showdown slate all the way up to that, 9 p.m. Eastern when that game tips off. So, it is both those shows, the MLB Up to Lock, the Showdown show, that's part of our premium content. We're doing it for free today in unison with this new promo, Open 25. It's Open 50, Open 50. It gets you 50% off your first payment on a monthly package. And it makes you eligible for the Millie Maker ticket giveaway that we'll be doing next week during the PGA show on Tuesday night. So you get 50% off for a month of a monthly package, and you have a chance to win a ticket to the $100 DraftKings Millie Maker. And how many of those tickets we give away depends on how many people sign up, and also what sort of mood we're in next week, which is typically a good one. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yep, drinks will be flowing right up until lock 2. Who knows? Big T might give away a ticket if you get them liquored up enough, right?
Yeah.
So
get Big T on that second bottle of wine, and anything is possible.
Yeah, no doubt. So be sure to check that out. Let's get those likes out though, because again, we want to have like a nice little number today. G Rising though, I'm gonna go to you as Steve Boynton in our chat says the Blue Jays game just got banged, right? It's out of here. What do we do with the slate now? I guess give me your thought process now that this is gone.
Well, I know we just ended up there on shortstop, and then we got that news, and I'm sitting there thinking, well, there goes you, Darvish, and Max's ownership is gonna probably, I'm gonna guess between the two of them, especially on FanDuel, I think the two combined are gonna be over 70, maybe 80% owned. I'm gonna guess. So they're obviously gonna garner a lot of that ownership. So I'm not a fan. I mean, I'm a fan of a guy like a Tatis now, because what a leverage play that is, or any of these. I mean, those are two good offenses against two pitchers that are going to just dominate this slate. There's a lot of home runs on both sides of that game, and both pitchers are prone to give up homers. So I think it's a good opportunity if you do decide to fade one of those guys or both. That I wouldn't mind a one-off from here. This game here, maybe you pick that home run. And that is a great lever spot for today. I was just kind of looking at some BVP numbers, just kind of curious, and I don't really see anybody that stands out. Will Myers has got 2 homers off Scherzer in 19 at-bats. But other than that, I was just trying to see if anybody had any kind of history here that might lead me to a guy. But now seeing that what it is, if you do want to stay with a guy like Molly, I would really, I think I might play a guy, from this game as a one-off just to try to get some huge leverage here.
Yeah, well, the more I look at this slate, now we got money to go and spend on Jose Ramirez, right? You got money to spend on a Fernando Tatis. And Hoop, I'm curious to hear what you have to say. Is the chalk now the Twins, right? That's my initial lean is I think the chalk offense is the Twins. Is that correct here, Hoop?
Yeah, I think I'm with you. I mean, it's probably going to end up being the Twins. It's going to be some combination of the Twins, the Indians, maybe, and probably the Tigers. I mean, there's just we only have a few games. I mean, the more we talk about this and the more we look at it, I might like the Tigers to back. I'm kind of liking the Tigers tonight. I never liked the Tigers, so I think the Tigers are in a good spot here against Hap. Hap was going to be a little bit owned. He's popping on some of these projection sites, but now the fact that we lost Toronto, his ownership's going to go all the way down. No one's obviously going to play him. There's just no need to go there. But the bat, Jose Ramirez is going to be very, very popular because the position sucks and everyone's going to have all the money in the world to play him. The Tiger bats on DK are super, super cheap, but you don't really need the savings. So maybe they get overlooked there because people are going to have money just to spend up. Kind of turning into a slate for me where I think I want to try to leave a little bit of salary on the table because you just don't need to spend it all. So some thoughts that are kind of going through my head as we talk about it here.
Yeah, and I lost my Eflin idea. I mean, maybe on DK it makes some more sense, but FanDuel it's a little plumber for me.
Still go there.
I could. I definitely could. I want to look and see. I haven't messed around with it enough, but I still think he's in play more. But I wanted to jam in those Blue Jays, right? That's kind of why I wanted to do it as well. It would have worked out, but hey, we lost that game, and now we have to adjust on the fly. Hoop, we got to get your shortstop. Obviously, now we know G. Risen talked about the going to maybe a Tatis now. But I do want to find out. We can obviously withhold the plays if we want. Just put them in the Discord chat. But what do we want to do with the number? At least for when we get off the air, which will be probably around when the producer gets rid of us in maybe 20 minutes or so. How many likes do we need to give the plays out?
I was going to say, I'm thoroughly impressed, actually. I mean, we're at about 440, 230 likes. I mean, we're over that 50% ratio. So, I mean, I'm pretty happy where we're at, but I think we can do better. The thing that I want to do with these likes is you look and we have some sort of, I don't know if I'm sure you've noticed, we have some sort of coordinated effort against us where we get on every day. There's 8 to 10 dislikes before the show even starts. So there's some haters out there that are wasting their time finding our videos and hitting the dislike button. I like just piling up these likes to just totally X those out. So, do it. We're at a good number. Like I said, I'm thrilled with where we're at. But, we can do better. So maybe, pound it just to own the dislikes.
Yep. And one more thing I'll say about the likes, right? We have the guys that they say, I want to withhold them so they don't get the plays. But listen, you're going to get most of the stuff for free today anyways, right? So we'll say no number right now. We like where we're at. We won't do it to you. So if you're one of those guys that likes to kind of keep the like to yourself because you want to keep it for the premium, it's all free today. So just throw that in there for us. Helps us out a ton. But give me your shortstops.
There's a guy in the chat. He must be new to the show. 6 Aiken G NYC. Definitely new to the show because he has a question. He goes, "Aren't the Tigers G. Risen's favorite team?" Must be a first-time listener. Has to be a first-time listener to ask that question. The answer is yes. Shortstop, before it was Bo Bichette or bust, but now we don't have Bichette. So on DK, you're probably saving some money. Nico Goodrum is 2.9K. Even this Zach Short guy is 2.3K. You can go Ahmed. Oh, man, he's expensive. Rosario is 4.5K on DK. You're probably just saving money here.
Salary doesn't matter as much today, Hoop, right? I guess now, right? I don't know. We don't have a lot of bats to spend on, so I don't mind if someone's overpriced, I guess.
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, I guess Rosario if you're on the Indians, but those Tigers guys offer good value. And then, Tatis as a leverage play, no one's going to play him because the matchup with Max Scherzer, we're going to have all the money in the world to spend up on a bat like him. I don't hate that call from G. Risen.
All right, let's move on over to the outfield. G Rising, I'll go over to you. Outfield is a spot where, hey, we got 3 different spots you can go to. There's a lot of ways you can get different. G Rising, hit me with the outfielders that you're on for this slate.
Yeah, my favorite outfielder at this point, I like Franmil Reyes and I like Jesse Winker. Franmil he just smashes lefties, and Duffy, obviously soft tossing lefty that gives up a lot of fly balls. I think Franmil is in line here for a homer. Jesse Winker to me is another guy that I'd probably be willing to pay up for. I like him against Hauser. I think he's got a chance to potentially hit a double dong. We obviously know he's got the power to do so. I'm not a fan of Bryce Harper. I don't really like him. I probably won't roster him, but he could be in play today. And then you got Harold Ramirez in Cleveland. I don't mind that as well. He's a cheap guy. He's only 2.5 on FanDuel. I like him too. And then, like I said, I like the lefties and Tyler Naquin against Hauser. I'd be looking there. But yeah, for me at the top, it would be Winker and Reyes.
All right, Winker and Reyes at the top for G Rising. Hoop, how about you? What are you doing here in the outfield?
Yeah, I mean, all the top plays were kind of from that Toronto-Baltimore game, because even the Baltimore outfielders I thought were in a pretty good spot. So you kind of wipe all those guys out. I think you can look to the Twins, Nelson Cruz, Larnock's really cheap on DK. I know it's lefty, but he's only 2.6K. Agree with the Indians guys. I definitely like the Indians guys. On DK, you can play Ryan O'Hearn in the outfield. He's 2.9K. Brad Miller is 3.2K. On DK, you can also play Eric Haas. If you don't want to play him at catcher, you can play him in the outfield. I'd be fine doing that. Winker, clearly in the conversation. Bryce Harper. Yeah, I mean, it's tough because all the top outfield plays were kind of from that game that got whacked out. So need to reevaluate a little bit. But, Nelson Cruz, I think now is probably the top option in the outfield.
All right, I do want to mention we got best ball content over here at Run Pure Sports, so check it all out on our YouTube channel. Be sure to check out all the stuff we got. We got Simon putting some stuff out. We got Bobby Gomes. We got everything you need over here. So subscribe to our YouTube channel. Check out the best ball content we have. We also have a free podcast with our boy Draft Cheat. G Rison's on it. Steve Boyton, who you'll see on the premium show coming up next for free. You'll see both those guys giving you the winners today. So yeah, be sure to check out all the content that we have. Over to you. Do you have any NBA Showdown stuff for us today? Before we kind of dive in, we know Big T is going to give the Showdown winners, but before we kind of talk about our favorite stacks and more outfielders, what about the NBA? Who do you think is going to win tonight? Will it be the Bucks or will it be the Suns? And what are you doing in some Showdowns?
I mean, in terms of the game, the title's Bucks. I mean, they have to make some adjustments, and we talked about it on the show yesterday. The Suns are in the driver's seat. They can play their game and go out and win. The Bucks are the team that need to come out and make some adjustments tonight. Can they make those adjustments? I don't think Coach Bud's smart enough. I think he's kind of a moron, to be honest with you. So I don't think he's going to make the right adjustments to win this game. I mean, the right adjustment is to put Brook Lopez on the bench and just not play him, and he's just not willing to do that. So I think the Suns take care of business tonight. I think they win the series in 4 or 5 games. In terms of the Showdown stuff, I mean, I'm going to be diving in a little bit more after this show, but a guy like Ayton, I really like tonight. I think he can have a big game. Chris Paul, obviously, I think is going to continue to have a big series. Giannis as well, in terms of like some of the cheaper guys. Still got to do some digging, but that's why the BigT, JSURab on that Up to Lock show. I mean, they're going to have it all covered, and they're going to go ahead and do it for free, like we said. So make sure you definitely tune in to those guys breaking it down tonight.
Yep. And we got in the chat 6A King NYC. Coach Bud doesn't have the balls to bench Brook Lopez. Do you think he has the balls, Hoop? Will he make the adjustment, or are you going to see more Brook Lopez?
No, he won't. He won't. And that's going to end up being their downfall, because they're just clearly so much better of a team and much more alive to win in the series. If Brook Lopez's ass is on the bench, he won't do it. I mean, he'll still play him. I think the floor for minutes for Brook Lopez is like 17 minutes. The floor should really be 0. I mean, he should not be playing him, or, in very limited couple of minutes here and there. He's just not needed on the court. His style of play is done in the NBA, And the matchup with the Suns is just brutal. Now, the people on the opposite side, well, Ayton will dominate. Ayton dominated last game with Brook Lopez out there. Ayton's going to get his. He's playing phenomenally well in the playoffs. So you just bite the bullet, let Ayton get his, but you're going to be much better off on the other end with Brook Lopez on the bench. I don't think Bud has the balls to do it.
All right, G-Rise, you're not as much of an NBA guy, but who do you think wins? You got the Bucks, you got the Suns. Obviously, you're going to tune in to get some Big T winners, but who do you got winning the finals right now, G-Rise?
Well, I already placed the bet on the Suns today. They'll be on I got 3 big old TVs in my basement side by side. So I'll have the one on the game. I'll have one on the 5 all the games on baseball, and the center one will be on whoever my guys are that are up to bat that I generally like to watch. So I'll keep my eye on that basketball game. Just to kind of pay attention to my bet, I guess. But yeah, I have the Suns today. I just think with Giannis being hurt, you guys mentioned Lopez has been playing like shit. I just and 2, we all got that buddy who thinks he knows, gambling, and he just always is losing. And my buddy called me today and told me the Bucks were going to smash, and I went online and bet on the Suns.
Listen, you got to have that buddy around, right? He's going to keep us around to let us eat a little bit. So
yeah, I was like, thanks for the winner, buddy. I went right on and bet it. So, but yeah, looking forward to tonight. It's been hot here in Michigan, been raining a lot. So it's really cool in my basement, and this is where I like to sit. The fridge is close, got a cooler full of beer, but like I said, I got to run out later, but we're still going to watch some baseball. Good times.
Well, I'll be watching some baseball. I'll be watching some basketball. I'll be playing some Chris Paul and the captain and rooting on the Suns. And I already started drinking G-Rise, and so I got a nice night into as well, as you can tell. So excited for that. I'm getting some golfing tomorrow, getting a little 9 holes in the morning. So should be a good. Yeah, it should be a good couple days here.
Can't wait. The morning. What's the morning to you? Are we talking 7, 8, 10?
Oh, it's gonna be early, G-Rise. Oh, it's a
morning round for Mangone's got to be like 1 p.m. Eastern.
No, we're doing an 8, 10, just 9.
Oh,
it's gonna be very early for your boy.
It's early tonight. You're not gonna be able to watch that finals game.
No, we'll power through it. But yeah, that is early for me, the 8-10. People are probably laughing about that. That is early, but it's my buddy's birthday tomorrow. So he wanted to get 9 holes in before his meeting he has. So we're going to, he's sneaking out. We're going to get some 9 holes in. Should be a good time. And yeah, watching the finals tonight. So go Suns. I hope titles Bucks lose again. But we talked about outfielders. Let's talk about some more here, right? G-Rising, do we have any cheap ones? Like, we have any Big T platoon plays for the people? I haven't heard your home run call, which we could save, but do we have any sneaky outfielders here for cheap or maybe in the mid-tier that no one's on?
Like I said, I like Tyler Naquin. I mean, he's 2.9. I think, he's a guy that I'm going to look at playing. As far as, just kind of looking through the lineups here that maybe nobody. Harold Ramirez is a guy I don't mind in the the Cleveland game, I'm sorry. And I do like Franmil, like I said. Just kind of shifting through some of these lineups here. It's not like we got a guy that, is low price and got bumped up to the 2-hole or 3-hole. We only got 7 games today. It's not like there's too many sneaky guys here. I'd say a guy like Harold Ramirez would probably be one of the cheaper guys I go to at 2.5. I think I like that.
Yeah, I like that call. I also like Franmil Reyes, right? He's someone that against Duffy can definitely get a hold of a lefty. He's probably in that lefty masher club of Big T's. Who can you confirm? Is Franmil Reyes, is he one of Big T's lefty mashers?
Has to be. I mean, he has to be one of his guys. I mean, there's no way he's not. And Harold Ramirez too. It has to be Big T guys. I mean, just we know Big T. There's no way that those guys are not like his favorites.
Yeah, I could see that too. So definitely think I like those guys there. Hoop, any other outfielders right off the board, guys? It's tough though. It's a shorter slate now, and people keep saying in chat the Mets game is postponed. Now, I'm sure it's probably gone, but it's not official yet, guys. So let's wait. We'll obviously update in the Discord chat. But Hoop, any other outfielders for us here?
It's not officially off the board yet. I know a lot of people keep posting that, but not official yet. I don't know, like Juan Soto in tournaments. I mean, Title was on him yesterday in that matchup with Paddock. He picked him, and it's the SO play of the day. He hit a bomb. I think he's going to be lower owned. I mean, a guy like Bryce Harper you can go to. There's a ton of cheap options. I mean, we were kind of joking about Jason Hayward, but he's only 2.5K. I don't love him, but if you want to save some money, a lot of different ways to go. I mean, now you have the option at pitcher to go double barrel spend. I mean, you could potentially go Max and you if you like both those guys. And you can, play some of these cheaper outfielders or cheaper guys at other positions. That combination is more in play on DraftKings now.
Oh yeah, that's definitely in play. The double barrel spend up is in play, and the big platoon guys will probably be entering the lineups, right? The 2.2K guy that you'll find. Definitely think that's a route that you might be seeing. He's not on the premium MLB show, right? But you'll still be getting his core plays if you subscribe now. Use that code OPEN50 to get 50% off and a chance to win a DK $100 Millie Maker ticket. So be sure to do that, and you can get Big T's core plays. But for free, you'll be able to get the Showdown stuff today. Let's move on over to stacks, right? G Ryzen, hit me with your stacks. Again, it's a small slate now, but no Toronto. Who are some of the stacks you're looking at now?
Well, at this point, I think my favorite stack is probably going to be Cleveland. They're coming in number one for me now that Toronto's gone. I do like Cleveland. I like all the power righties against soft tossing fly ball lefty and Duffy. Like we mentioned, I like Jose Ramirez, Franmil Reyes. I like the middle part of that lineup for the Indians. And then also I like the lefties on Cincinnati against Hauser, throwing Winker, Votto, Naquin, and then maybe even a Tucker Barnhart. So that would be my two favorite stacks. And then my low owned stack, I do like the Tigers. I think with that 4.5 run total, I mean, you look at it, you thought the Twins might now become the chalk at a 4.8 total. I mean, they're only, what we're talking about 0.3 of a run. I mean, they're right there. So I don't know how, if I can get the Tigers at probably 20% of the ownership, some of these Twins are going to be, I think the Tigers are definitely a great stack tonight as a pivot.
Yep. G Ryzen on them Tigers, like the Indians call. We'll go over to you, Hoop. Give me your stacks.
Yeah, kind of on the same. I really just don't have many options in terms of teams to stack up tonight. Definitely on the Tigers. I kind of as we've gone through everything, I like them a little bit more. I like their lineup. Indians, I do have some interest in. And then one that I don't think a lot of people will be on, the Phillies. They've just been, I know they had the win stuff and they had a big advantage those couple games, but they're kind of hot right now. So, sign me up for the Phillies as kind of a, low owned type stack tonight.
All right. We got comment where says the Weather Channel announced the Mets game. Here's the thing, guys. We had a PPD the other day, right? Or a game got postponed when the owner said, oh, they're going to play. The Mets are going to play. Wait for it to be officially called. That's how it works. We all are on alert. We'll get it in the Discord chat. I kind of like this Indians and Royals game a little bit. Like maybe like the game stack. I don't hate doing that on this slate. So something I'm considering. Again, we got to pivot and not be playing Blue Jays. So got to get a little creative, and we'll definitely be updating the cash chart. We'll be updating the playbook. We'll be updating the core plays, everything for you guys over here at Run Pure Sports. Again, use that code OPEN50. We're going to give our plays of the day, and then we're going to get out of here. But do not leave, right? Hit that like button. Don't forget to do that. Subscribe. And also, stay here because we got the premium show coming up next. We got Steve Boyden, we got Draft Cheat, we got Holden. They're waiting for you guys. So we're going to give our plays. We're going to tell Simon to get us out of here, and then they're going to switch right over to them. So be sure to check that out. Let's go with the plays of the day. Hoop, we'll go over to you first. Give me the Forex play of the day.
I'm going to the Indians, and it's a guy that G Ryzen just talked about quite a bit. Harold Ramirez. He's 2.5K. On FanDuel, I like him on DK as well. I like the Indians tonight. I think they hit a couple bombs. Harold Ramirez is going to be the official Forex play of the day.
Hey, well, I had two in mind, and that was one of them, Hoop, but I'm going to say mine so G Ryzen doesn't take it. I'm going with Franmil Reyes. G Ryzen's smiling, so I don't know if that was his. Hopefully not, but Franmil Reyes is my guy now. Again, we're doing this on the fly because we lost that Toronto game. I'm sure we were all taking Toronto guys, but Franmil Reyes is going to be my guy here. G Ryzen, did I steal your play of the day?
You both stole two of my favorite plays, but actually – I do like both those plays a lot, and they definitely could be. But really, my play of the day today is going to be Jesse Winker against Hauser. I think Winker definitely has potential to hit two dongs for us today. I like all the lefties for Cincinnati against Milwaukee, like I mentioned. So yeah, I'm going Jesse Winker is the play of the day for me.
Well, I'm going to say this because when Hoop and I are on the same plays, and then G Risen's also liking it, like Indians could become the chalk. So take some notes on that. I'll also give you this. Salvador Perez is another one I really like, especially on FanDuel. Again, people don't like playing those catcher first basemen. We just lost our awesome catcher first baseman in Vlad Guerrero. So I'll give you Salvador Perez as well. But that's going to wrap it up for us, guys. Do not miss out on the show coming up next, premium show. Then we got for free after that, we got the Showdown show at 7:15 with JSU and Big T. So stay around, or if you got to go have some dinner, leave for dinner, come right back. We are here. So check that all out, but we are going to head on out of here. For me, Mango and Hoop, and G Risen. See you guys later.
Are you stuck in the DFS cash bubble? Can't quite figure out how to take that leap toward profitable results? Most of us don't have the time needed to keep up on all the news and stats necessary to be a successful player at daily fantasy sports, or the patience to read complicated spreadsheets and charts needed to make informed decisions. That's why at Run Pure Sports, we've simplified the lineup building process to help you create competitive teams. Our content team consists of some of the biggest names in the DFS industry, including Big T, Hoop 2410, JSURab, AP, Draft Cheat, Mangone, and much more. Our contributors dominate the leaderboards in both tournament and cash game formats. These players provide you their top plays on a given slate in an easy-to-use format. In our core plays tool, our experts provide you with the players they'll be targeting the most on a given slate. These core plays give you the foundation you need to create competitive lineups. Our playbook is an easy-to-read guide to each slate, which will also help you make informed decisions. Our new cash game chart features the top plays on a given slate provided by our cash game pros Hoop 2410 and Mangone. We've got a page dedicated exclusively to DFS single game content. It's headed up by Big T, one of the top Showdown and MVP players in the world. Ask our experts and fellow premium members directly for lineup advice in our Discord channel, where our members have benefited by winning some of the biggest cash prizes across the DFS landscape. In our premium videos and articles, our experts lay out their favorite plays and strategies for a given slate designed to guide you towards profitability.
Sell me on Aaron Rodgers. You don't need to sell me on Aaron Rodgers because I trust your opinion, but come on, sell me.
So I think this year he's going to come in. He's going to selfishly try and throw as many touchdowns as possible. I think he's going to be a guy who, at the end of the year, we're talking about as an MVP candidate.
Plus, check out our tiers, stack charts, slate plan, projections, and much more to help you make your lineup building decisions. So what are you waiting for? Sign up today at runpuresports.com to gain access at an affordable price. And for just a small added fee, you can also subscribe to our sports betting content on our bet site. Thanks for watching, and keep running pure. What's up? We're live. Hello, everybody. How are you? I hope you had a great time hanging out with Mangone and Hoop and G Rise. You got a special appearance from G Rise, and he's kind of like a jackalope. You don't even know if it's real, and then you see one, and you're like, oh my God, it is real. It is a jackalope. We got a monster. We got some baseball today. We've got the Up to Lock show with JSU and Big T. I don't even know if I'm going to be on that show or not. Don't know if I was invited. I don't know anything. Maybe Stevie's going. Maybe DC is going. Who the hell knows? All I know is we got Big T and JSU, and they've been crushing it. And my bankroll, probably mildly irresponsible, the amount of bankroll I've put on this. But let's face it, guys. Stevie, come on. How do you not invest in this Showdown slate after the baseball? It's just too good.
Yeah, I've hopped on recently, actually going to dinner after this. Going to have to sneak a bathroom break, to set the lineup here since it's 8 o'clock Central. So, I will definitely be playing. It's hard not to with how great the content has been for it, and should be a good game too.
Yeah, I mean, if they sucked, we wouldn't even be doing this. We'd all be in trouble, but they're the best in the business. We got great baseball team, great golf team. We got open 50% off your first payment. They're giving out tickets. I got so many things to tell you about this as we roll through this show. And then JSU and Big T are going to pop in, excuse me, just a little bit later on. If you didn't hear, Toronto and Baltimore PPD, There's flooding in New York. Mets players have not even been able to get to the ballpark. Good luck getting that in. DC, without further ado, how are you, my man? What's going on today? We got a 6-game slate, which I think we should probably prepare for a 5-gamer. Agree or disagree?
Yeah, certainly looks like that. And I had to wait 3 whole minutes to get an introduction from you, Holden. I think that's a record for you. You like to, go off on little tangents, but this is a special one today for the free Up to Lock show. So I do appreciate that. And I also have to second Stevie's bathroom lineup making comment, because I have been there many, many times. The number one place that I have, spent way too long in the bathroom making lineups is at weddings, right? Like, you're at a bar, you need to change your lineup, you need to make a lineup, edit it, whatever. That's okay. At a wedding, you can't really just do it like during the wedding. You got to get to the bathroom in a stall, edit your lineups. Maybe you make 3 or 5 lineups. That's the number one place for me where I've been doing the DFS. When maybe you shouldn't be. So I totally get where he's coming from with that, and excited for the slate. I have to admit I am less excited than I was, because I was very, very excited for the Blue Jays, both their bats and especially their pitcher Alek Manoah, who I think was going to have a monster game. I was all in on Logan Gilbert against the Yankees. He's shutting them down through, I think, 6 or 7 innings so far. I think Manoah is going to do the same thing. So listen, if he's pitching tomorrow, you're watching this, get the free show, get in on some Manoah, because I think he's going to crush going forward. It looks like he's figured it out, but we got to deal with what we got. So Blue Jays off the slate. I think, like you mentioned, Holden, the Mets and Pittsburgh will be soon joining them, I think, which will take
likely.
Yeah, it seems like it, which will take, I think, who is maybe going to be the most popular pitcher on the slate, perhaps Taijuan Walker, out of play. So adjusting on the fly as we go. I've got to, update the playbook over at runpuresports.com for the premium members. You can get that. And we'll get ready over this next hour for, what'll still be a fun 5-game slate.
Someday you will be a father, or maybe you won't. But if you are, just know that you better have more than one bathroom in the house, because they'll find you the first time around. They'll find the bathroom you're in. If you can find the other bathroom and hide in a closet in there, and then you could get your work done. You guys are so lucky without kids. You could just go in the bathroom and do nothing.
Listen, I'll be a father. I'll be a father if something goes wrong. This is going to have to be something that goes very wrong for that to happen for me. But
okay, we'll see. Something very wrong. Very good. So you don't have to worry about that, Stevie. You go on picnics. I know it could happen to you sooner than later. I'm sure, very fertile family going on there. So like I said, move out of the apartment when you have the kids, get a place with at least 2.5 baths, buy yourself as much time to do your research as possible. And I do applaud you for already using the tactics necessary to get the work done. But is it going to be a public restroom?
Yeah, we're going to be at this new Mexican joint that just opened up like a block away.
A Mexican joint from public.
Stevie. This is going to be dire straits tonight. Hopefully, I get enough information before we head there. But yeah, so the margaritas will be flowing. The tacos will be on their way. So it's going to be a hairy lineup lock for me, for sure.
Question for the chat, guys. Good or bad idea for Stevie using the public restroom at a Mexican restaurant to set his lineups? There's got to be.
You got to do what you got to do.
I don't have any other choice, Holden. It's that or don't play the winners.
Is there like a coffee shop next door? Any chance of a coffee shop?
I can't leave my date with my fiance to go to a coffee shop when I don't even drink coffee. Okay. What's she gonna? The Wi-Fi is better over there.
All right.
I don't have a great excuse.
All right. Make sure you tweet out a picture of you in the hopper at a Mexican restaurant.
In the stall. Yeah.
Doing your lineup. We're looking forward to that. Again, still waiting on news. We're going to do the baseball stuff here in just a second. Still waiting on news on the Mets and the Pirates. Not looking good. Toronto, Baltimore already PPD. The note here, and I just read what's on the list. Push the shit out of premium. Okay. Let me push the shit out of premium. Open 50. That's the promo code. Get you 50% off your first payment on monthly subscriptions. 50% off your first payment. And I can't tell you how many people come in here and they're just like, oh my God, I can't believe I didn't join you sooner. It's amazing. It's just terrific. Second of all, if you like that, we're giving you like 5 hours of free programming, including the best Showdown player in the world. And I don't say that lightly. I'm serious. Big T is the best Showdown player in the world. You're getting free info from him today. I mean, are you kidding me? It's too much. Just get in there right now. Open50 is the promo code. They boosted it up 50% off your first payment for monthly subs. They're giving away tickets on the golf show. It's just going bananas, man. It's absolutely going bananas. We'll get into the slate in a minute. We do have, we literally have over an hour to get to a 5-game slate, DC. So let me bring something up that you and I have discussed a little bit, and that would be the home run derby here in Denver. Imagine somebody telling you that you shouldn't take your 6-year-old because it's too late and it's just unfair. Imagine that happening. You know what? You still take them. You take them to the game. You take pictures and remind them when they're older. You got a chance to see Shohei Ohtani do it.
I am the best dad. Yeah. I am the best dad in the world. As you show them the pictures later, that's what you're saying.
Yeah, that's what you do. It's a humble brag. Absolutely. Yeah. So we got Shohei out here. I know Stevie's 6 to noon or midnight or wherever the hell you are on Matty Olson. We got the odds out there for that. And again, guys, we're going to get to the baseball. We'll get to the NBA. We got a little bit of time to talk now. Home run derby, DC. What are you looking at here, pal?
So I've actually bet the home run derby for a number of years in a row now at this point, and I've learned some things. The number one thing I have learned, and I bet on 1 year Freddie Freeman. I think it was 2 years ago, maybe 2 or 3 years ago. He was long odds, and I thought, man, this guy, I love playing him in DFS. He's a good hitter. And I'll take these long odds on him. And then I watched him hit in the derby. And the problem with Freddie Freeman, if you look like at his batted ball profile, most of his home runs go to dead center field or left center field. And I think my theory is that in the home run derby, you want the pull power, right? That's where you get into that groove where you're just like pulling them out to right center or to left center, just the same swing again and again. Whereas like Freddie Freeman doesn't have like a beautiful left-handed swing, right? So Shohei Ohtani is the favorite in this one, and it's hard to argue against it, honestly. So I have no problem if you want to go that way. But my bet is Joey Gallo here. I think he is plus 450 on DraftKings. He has as much raw power as Ohtani does. Joey Gallo's problem, right, is that he strikes out too much. But man, what a stud he is when he makes contact. He's obviously not going to swing and miss during batting practice, right, at the home run derby. So
yeah,
that's my guy, Joey Gallo.
Joey Gallo is your guy.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a bad choice. All these guys, though, it seems like
for sure. Where are you sitting, by the way, for the home run derby, Holden?
What's that?
Where are your seats?
They are in the outfield down the right field line, hoping to get, if Gallo pulls it enough, it's down there.
You get some balls up there. I think left field bleachers is where you want to be, but that's not a bad spot to be either.
So Ohtani's the favorite plus 400. Then it's Gallo at 450. Pete Alonso, who's won. Stevie's boy, Matt Olson. Salvi Perez. Juan friggin' Soto. Trevor Story, the hometown dude. And my man, Trey Mancini, who just amazing story here. Beating cancer, out there doing this now. Stevie, what do you love about Matty Olson? Are you just trying to be different?
Yeah, and so we also got the bracket came out today. So I think that's important too, just like the way that they set it up. Yeah. So like Soto's odds are probably lower because he's against Ohtani in the first round. Olson
and because Soto, I mean,
yeah. But that doesn't help.
Don't bet on Soto. Don't be enticed by that plus 1,000. He's not winning this thing.
I'm not betting on Soto. I already bet on.
I'm saying to the people.
I already bet on Olson. Olson gets Mancini in round one. I mean, he's got just as much raw power as anyone in the league. When I bet the Derby, I like the guys with like the easy power, not the max effort swings.
Yes.
Going back to when like Josh Hamilton won in New York, just like easy power. Olson's kind of got that same type of.
He didn't win. You know that, right?
Yeah, but he hit what
28
in one
in a
round.
row. I'll never forget that.
Yeah, that
man.
was awesome.
The best.
That's similar to the point I'm making, right? Where you
Yeah.
don't want the guys like hitting like opposite field home runs all the
Yeah.
time. Like, nah.
But Shohei can basically hit it to
But
any field.
Shohei is an exception to the rule, I think.
Okay.
I do think.
Yes.
Yep.
But to further your point on going, yeah, I mean, if you have a chance, you should definitely go. I went when I lived in DC a couple years ago, did the Futures game on Sunday, which is also awesome. And then the Home Run Derby on Monday. That was the one where Harper beat Schwarber, I think. So awesome time. I'm pretty jealous that you're going. It's a great field this year too. So should be awesome.
I mean, I wouldn't have gone if I didn't have kids. It's too good, man. It's too good for them. They're gonna enjoy it so much.
Oh yeah.
Been to plenty of these. I mean, I'm so old. You weren't even born when McGuire was hitting it out like over the Sitco sign in 1999. So there you go, Stevie. I mean, you got more gray hair than me, but that doesn't mean a thing. Anybody else? Like Trey Mancini's got no shot. We're going to agree to that. Story's at home. He'll be the hometown favorite. Anybody else you see as a dark horse there, DC?
Yeah, I think Story's worth a shot just because he's the one that's used to hitting at Coors Field, right? He kind of knows what it takes to hit a home run in batting practice. He's been doing it for 6 years. So I don't mind him as the kind of the long shot guy, but I'm looking at the three favorites. Ohtani, my favorite is Gallo. My second favorite is
Mets game postponed, by the way. Sorry about that. That was the breaking news. Mets game postponed, no Mets and Pirates. So who is it again, DC?
Yeah, I'm glad they to use Steve's word, I'm glad they banged that game early. So that
banged it early. There we go.
Yeah, so we can figure out the rest of the slate. But yeah, I have it Gallo, Olsen, Ohtani when you incorporate the odds. So those are my three guys, and then Story would be the long shot pick. And hey, listen, if you're betting this, make sure you're odd shopping a little bit because there are some very differing numbers out there. I'll say that much.
No doubt about it. Who's your top three in the dark horse, Stevie?
My top two, I think, would be Olsen for sure, and then Ohtani, like everyone's picking. I think what's interesting is that other first round matchup that we haven't talked about at all, Salvi against Pete Alonso. I mean, no one's talking about Alonso just because everyone's picking Ohtani. So I'm not sure if he's a dark horse, being the guy who I think won it last time they did the Home Run Derby, but I'll go with Alonso as my quote unquote dark horse.
Okay, guys, we're going to get into the DFS side now. We'll probably have some time on the back end too. Mets game postponed. No Mets game. No Orioles Blue Jays game. So we went from a nice size 7-game slate to a 5-game slate. We got to discuss how we're going to get a little bit different. Before we do that, we're putting on a free show for you too. So hit the like button. Come on. We got to get 300 likes at a minimum, guys. I know you're hanging out there in the chat. Come on. 300 likes. We're at 432 watching right now. Pick it up. BigT and JSU are giving you free winners later on. So you get a chance. Do that promo code if you've not signed up. I mean, you're missing Stevie's article today. You're missing DC's cores. Like, you'll hear him talk about the players, but you're not going to get the core on this show today. So much baseball content still, and we'll have it all the way through football season. It doesn't stop. So the promo code again, open 50. If you want to join right now, open 50% off your first month's payment. Okay, DC. How many pitchers we got? We got 10 pitchers to choose from now.
Yeah.
So before we get into the actual pitchers, what is the strategy? What's the strategy if you're playing single entry? What if you're throwing in 150? What are the various strategies we do with pitching now since it's so top heavy with Scherzer and Darvish?
Yeah, it's tough. My favorite pitcher on the entire slate by a large margin, Alek Manoah, no longer in play for the Blue Jays. So I've got to adjust my lineups for sure. I do think you'll see a ton of people go to Scherzer and Darvish. Even the combination of the two, I think, is going to be pretty popular. We lost Taijuan Walker, who is going to be perhaps the most popular pitcher on the slate. And then, on a small slate like this, right? Like you mentioned, we got 10 pitchers to pick from. One thing I start doing is just crossing off guys that I'm not going to play. Zach Plesac making his return from injury. I think he broke his hand. What was it? Aggressively opening his shirt. I think he probably slammed his hand into a locker is probably what happened. But anyway, 60 pitches for him, they're saying. So I can't do that at, what is he, 9K on DraftKings? He's just not in play for me. So
yeah, he's not in play.
Yeah, so he's out. I think, to me, J-Hap. I'm never going to play J-Hap. I like the Tigers lineup. So that's not an option for me. So you can kind of wipe out those two guys. Obviously Brubaker and Walker off the slate. I'm not going to play Adrian Hauser against the Cincinnati Reds. I like the Red stack quite a bit here. So he's out, right? And so you kind of eliminate these guys. Danny Duffy, we're not going to throw enough pitches and hasn't been effective since returning from injury. So you start to knock out these guys one by one, and you're left with a pool of, 4 or 5 guys that you can actually consider. And then it's just kind of, splicing it down, breaking it down from there. So I think that's the way to do these smaller slates, is figure out who you can play, right? Who do you have any reasonable amount of confidence in? Certainly Darvish and Scherzer lead the way. I think, for me, Tyler Mahle, I'm not the biggest fan in the world of Tyler Mahle, but on this slate, you have to consider him at 8,700. We just don't have many reasonable options. So those are the top 3 guys for me. Tarek Skubal, we can talk about. I think he's interesting here as an upside play. A little bit worried about the foreign substance crackdown for him. His spin rates are down, especially on his fastball, which is his primary pitch. So I am worried about that, but at 7,200 against the Twins team that is rolling out a few lefties here, I think he's in play as well. So to me, it's kind of figuring out who you can't play and then going from there.
Just got a question in the premium chat. And that's the other thing, guys. On our Up to Lock shows, our premium shows, there's Discord. I don't know if you know what Discord is, but basically you can ask any coordinator any question at almost any time. A lot of guys sleep. But like right now, they're saying, hey, Holden, this is the premium chat. Hey, Holden, we get to MLB. What are your thoughts on the Cleveland weather? Like, we haven't even talked about the Cleveland weather yet. The Cleveland weather is not great either. Okay. So there's a lot of moving parts tonight. I'm looking here. What do we got? 50. It's only like 35% chance of precip, but that's from 8 to 11 p.m. So again, who knows? That could cost you a pitcher. But DC just went through his whole thing here. We're not going to worry about the pitcher from that game anyway. So, so many different things. Stevie, you're in the Discord all day, man. I was in the baseball Discord today, just dropping some weather stuff and having some, come on, man. You're in there all day, guys, just answering questions. People are going, DC, come on, answer my question. Just about all day, they're in there answering your questions. And you know what, subscribers, you know this. You can throw that in the chat and back it up. That's what happens. You get so much access to our insiders. That's another reason why we got so much. So open 50% off first payment. Steve, thanks for being in the Discord all day too, man.
Yeah, it's great to mix it up with the subs and, the other coordinators. There's just a lot of good information being put out there all day, just as you start to consider who you're going to attack and, kind of develop your mindset during the day as to what you're going to do at night. It's an awesome resource. It helps me. I'm sure it helps everyone be a better player.
Yeah. And like the dudes literally all day, they're like, draft sheet, come on, man. Poor guy's working, and he's still answering your questions. So, DC.
I thought you were about to throw me under the bus for not being in the Discord enough. But
I feel like you're in the Discord. So you're in the Discord more than I am. I'm on the bet side a lot.
That's definitely true. Yeah.
Yeah. The bet side is where I'm at. I want to say there's slightly less tilting on the bet side. I can't always say that, but slightly less.
Really? That's surprising.
What do you don't think there's more tilting on the DFS side?
No, I'm just not in the bets Discord as often. I just thought, when you take like
guys on the DFS, we got all our guys on that side. You got to give the bet side some love sometimes.
Yeah.
And I mean, if you're signing up, just take the $100, get the 50% off your first payment for the month, and add the bet side. I mean, you get the whole thing for $100, plus you get 50% off the first payment. That's $50. I mean, what a team. Joey Work, JJ. Oh, one more thing I want to say. If you are a UFC fan, our UFC team is ridiculous right there. DC, one of our big UFC guys. Saturday, we've got free show. Is your show free or not? Is it a subscriber show, DC?
Yeah, free.
Yours is free. So we're doing double duty this weekend.
I believe
Thank you for pushing your show back.
Yeah, I think it's at 9 Eastern time, although it might have changed to 10 Eastern time this week. I'm not sure, but big card for UFC coming up, of course. I think 264, the trilogy for McGregor and Dustin Poirier, which should be a fantastic fight. I think the line on that fight is like dead even, right? Which is pretty fun for a main event.
You don't see that too often.
Yeah, two strikers going at it. I've got a lean there, but we'll save that for the show. And I do think we're going to have perhaps a very, very special guest. I'm hoping for that.
You're going to be done by the time we have Lisa Ann on. Do you know how uncomfortable it would be just to have three guys sitting there not saying anything with the world's most famous porn star?
Why wouldn't I say anything?
Actually knows her
I would
shit.
just be like shell shocked and too an odd to speak. Is that
DC would mix it up. Yeah, what are you talking about?
Oh, it'd definitely be.
She follows me on Twitter, by the way. That was the greatest day of my life. That happened about a year ago. She followed me on Twitter. Couldn't believe it.
You screenshot it?
Of course.
Save it in the files.
No, I had to screenshot it because what if she unfollowed me later? It happens a lot.
Yeah, I know. You have to prove it happened.
In all honesty, like she's really good at UFC stuff. So she knows her shit. She knows that. She knows NBA. Wait,
did you tell me though I'm not going to be on the show when she's on there?
Huh?
I think you just ruined DC's day.
Yeah. I thought you mentioned that I will be off the show by the time she comes on.
Well, I hope so. I mean,
I hope not.
Hold on a second. Let's have this conversation then. How many guys are going to look at Steve just turning red? How many guys that aren't going to be talking do we want sitting in a room with Lisa Ann? Like, do you understand how awkward that is? It's going to be awkward having Joey work in there.
Yeah, he's weird. Joey work and Title are way more awkward.
Come on the show. You come on the show. Well, you're on the show. Come on, DC. You shame me into doing it. That's fine. Hey, chat. Should we let DC on the show? It's 11 o'clock Eastern, so
I'm already on the show.
I thought he was already on the show. You just promoted the show with DC on it as an expert.
I'm very confused over here.
You have the DFS UFC show. We got the Bets UFC show.
Oh no,
we're not doing a DFS show.
I didn't know we had two different UFC shows. I thought
we're doing a Bets show combined with a baseball betting show, and every Sunday at noon we give you a free baseball betting show with Joey Work and JJ and me. So that's good.
I was led astray by Joey Work. He slid in the DMs with me and Title, and he said Lisa Ann was coming on the show. I was all excited.
Yeah.
And now I have, along with the Blue Jays getting scratched, no more reason to live whatsoever. So I just unplug my internet and just sign off. I don't know.
It's been a rough half hour for DC here.
Yeah, this is the other thing you get with Run Pure Sports. You get the backdoor conversation. We're not afraid to bring what happens behind the scenes out front. DC, you know what? You're invited. Come on the show. Try to not make it weird.
All right, things are looking up again.
He's not going to the home run derby. You know, he's gloated about going to the home run derby. He's kicking you off the show.
Yeah. I wasn't kicking him off the show. I was under the impression we had two different shows. But you know what, DC, you're more than welcome. Pitching, Stevie, you just heard like 10 minutes ago, DC break down the pitching, how you just have to cross everybody out. You weren't going to throw pitchers from Toronto, Baltimore. Maybe you were going to do something from the Mets and Pirates. Both games postponed. So what are you doing, man?
Yeah, so I've got 5 pitchers in my core in 3 separate tiers, I think, pretty clearly. I have Max over you in that top tier. I'm going to have a lot more Max than Darvish. When I was looking at the slate, I couldn't believe Max didn't make the All-Star team. That's incredible. He hasn't allowed more than 1 earned run since May. Highest K percentage of his career, I think. He's just been awesome. Cool thing about this game, it's a great pitcher's duel, but both offenses have been red hot in the split against righties. Padres second best, Nats third best. A lot of that, obviously, with Schwarber in there. So not, like a slam dunk matchup for either guy, but clearly, like the highest K upside there. I'm going to lean Max. I just trust him more in these big spots. I think he'll get up for this start. And then in that second tier, Tyler Mahle, I've played him a ton this year. Price has come down a bit. I think he had crept up in the 9Ks for a while. He's got the best expected ERA on the slate behind that Max Darvish duo at 3.34. So, he's just in that tier below the aces of the league. The Brewers have been hitting well, but I just trust, the big time K upside with Mahle. His K per 9's over 11 on the season. His K prop is, I think, at like 7.5 with juice on the over. So definite interest in him. And he's also been really good on the road. His ERA is over 6 at home this year, 2.01 on the road. So, that's a good nugget. And then in the bottom tier, I guess you could call it, lots of interest in Zach Eflin. Not a guy that I usually target. This is a smaller slate, kind of a context of the slate play. He's going up against a Cubs lineup that just lost Baez and Bryant last night. If you look at that lineup, they got Hayward hitting cleanup, just a really, watered down Cubs team who is also striking out a ton. So I think Eflin really got a big bump with that shitty lineup coming out for the Cubs. And I would have him a little bit over Skubal, who I think, so I play 20 lineups. I think I'm going to have some Skubal and some Twins, because I think, he's a boomer bust, could strike out 8 to 10 guys, but
agree 100% on Skubal. Yep.
Yeah. But could also get bombed here. So I think if you're playing multiple teams, I think, it's good to play some with Skubal and some with Twins bats. So those are my 5 guys. It's more starters than I would like, but like I said, I play 20 lineups. I'll have a ton of Max, a ton of Mahle, and then sprinkling in Darvish, Eflin, and Skubal.
Boy, I see G Risen's core right now on because he only plays FanDuel. Not bad. I like the path. We can't read it out. It's only for subscribers, but it'll be up on the site here in just a minute, guys. I can read it out. Great. Let's do it. You guys want a FanDuel core? How about this? Let's give away pick a number, DC. How many likes to give away G Risen's FanDuel core? We're at 305 right now.
305 likes. All right. We got to get to.
It's up on the screen.
Okay. In that case, we need 305 likes to give it away.
Yeah. So we got to 306.
Congrats,
so
we hit it.
Thanks, Simon. Yeah. Appreciate that. That's it. We'll move along. Just give a like for G Risen. How about that? That'll make him feel really good about himself. Okay. We're done with pitching. And you already gave yours, DC. If anybody's tuning in right now, what's the pool?
Yeah, I think if you can get up to Darvish and Scherzer, I really like both guys. I think that's kind of the premium pairing. I'm not one that goes with the top 2 price pitchers all that often, but I think on this slate, it's doable. I like Tyler Mahle for the Reds a little bit. And then I do agree with Steve's analysis on Zach Eflin. Again, not a pitcher that I play very often, but this Cubs lineup is just absolutely brutal and good pitching weather in Chicago. So pretty much, I think those 4 guys for me. I'll throw in Skubal in the mix too, actually, as an upside play. A lot of risk, but yeah. So for me, Darvish, Scherzer, Mahle, Eflin, and Skubal, the 5 guys I'm looking at.
All right. You got 5 on a 5-game slate. That's impressive. Stevie?
But by the way, Holden, I was impressed by your restraint, letting Steve talk about actual baseball for like 3 to 4 minutes in a row there. Usually you cut me off after, I get like 90 seconds and you're like,
no, you get 3 to 4 minutes.
I think he was laughing
like
at the Lisa Ann jokes in the chat. He was distracted.
Yeah. That's always good. Yeah.
I mean, listen, Stevie, you know what? We're all good here. We're having fun. I'm biting my tongue. I'm having a great day, and I love you all. Stevie, real quick, the pool.
Yeah, so I think we have the same 5. It's Max and Mahle as the top 2 for me, and then I'm going to be sprinkling in Darvish, Skubal, and Eflin. Eflin over Skubal for me just because of the awful Cubs lineup. It's chilly here. It's in like the low 60s. It's like I don't know. Not great hitting weather.
Steve, would you agree Eflin's safer, Skubal more upside?
Yeah, definitely.
Yep.
I like
that. Yeah. So 5 pitchers, probably more than I would like for a 5-game slate, playing 20 lineups, but going to be so heavy on Max that I think it'll be fine.
Yeah, I can't see the screen, guys. That's why I didn't see G Rising. Let's talk about G Rising's core real quick, since it's up there on the screen. I suppose it's FanDuel. So Scherzer, no question about that. But what do you think of this little Cleveland with a Winker? Well, Winker's your boy, DC. You love the Winker.
Yeah.
Where's Cleveland on your FanDuel stacks tonight?
Yeah, I don't mind it at all. Duffy, he's kind of an interesting case because I think most people came into the year looking to stack against Danny Duffy, and that didn't work out early on. He pitched really, really well. Then he went on the IL with forearm tightness and has not really been very good since returning. And I think you see that reflected in the total here, approaching 5 for the Cleveland Indians against Danny Duffy. Hopefully this weather holds. I think it will. I just looked it up on the radar.
They just started a delay.
Okay.
Royals, at least the Royals game, Royals and Indians.
Yeah. I still think this game will play. We'll see.
Me too.
Yeah. Assuming it's good to go. Yeah. I think the Indians make a lot of sense. I wasn't as high on them coming into the slate because of the couple of the other games that I really liked, but yeah, I have no problem with the Indians, and I don't know. We just don't know what to expect from Danny Duffy, and frankly, both pitchers in this game. You know, Danny Duffy hasn't pitched much since returning from injury, hasn't pitched many innings, and then Zach Plesac returning from a broken hand. He's only ramped up to be able to throw 60 pitches in this game, and you wonder with Cleveland, right? So Plesac makes his return today. He is the only member of their starting rotation, their opening day starting rotation, back in now. They have lost all 5 guys. And one thing I'm wondering is, are they rushing Plesac back here, right? Because they just need someone to pitch because they're straight up out of pitchers. It seems like a normal situation, a team would kind of ramp up their starter to 80 or 90 pitches before they made their debut. So I'm kind of wondering if the Royals could be sneaky, right? Because Plesac is not that great anyway. And if he's a diminished version of himself here, I don't know if he is or not. It's just really hard to know. But I think the Royals could be an interesting way to go here too.
Unfortunately, I have no leverage to have you guys hit the like button anymore since the cores are up there. So just do it out of Steve. Do it out of the kindness of your heart. How about that?
We had to come up with something else.
Yeah, let's. Mangones. You know who the most cutthroat guy is? Hoop will just like, we're not doing this if you don't get to this, and then he really he doesn't do it. He's
like, see you tomorrow.
Silently the babyface assassin of RPS. We got 501 watching right now. Let's try and get to 350 by the time Big T and JSU stop by. I can't say that they won't stop by before baseball locks. Can't say that they are, but they're definitely doing up to lock for the Showdown slate, and nobody has been better at giving advice for these games, these NBA Showdown games, than one Big T. I'll continue pushing the shit out of premium as well. Open 50 promo code gets you 50% off your first payment for monthly subs. What do I say at this point? We got the UFC, we got the golf show. They're giving away free, like $100 tickets. Steve, did you see this? They're giving away $100 tickets on the golf show. You see this, DC?
Yeah, the $100 Millie. That's awesome.
Oh, for the Millie Maker? Mm-hmm. I mean, this is just remarkable stuff. And why do we do it? We do it because we like the good mojo. You know, a lot of you come in here and you're trying to have a good time. You're trying to learn about DFS. You're trying to win. Lots of you are subscribers. Maybe you say you don't have enough money. I say it's worth the price for 1 month. See what you can do. But again, Mastermind, you're not a boy, you're a man. Okay, excuse me. All our boys and girls and the one-man mastermind, Biggs, who is out there as well. So way to go. Offense. Well, let's talk about this PPD for a second. It's a delay. It's not postponed. Royals, Indians. So you look at the weather, doesn't look too daunting there, but boy, with only 5 games, I wonder if we can actually get leverage by playing the Indians tonight, or do you think that everybody will still be on them because they're not worried about the weather, Steve?
I hope not. I do like the Indians tonight. I think they're my second or third favorite team here. Duffy hasn't really been he hasn't thrown over 70 since his return from injury. And he hasn't really been great. He's still pretty much death on lefties, xFIP under 3 against lefties. But against righties, he's attackable. And this Cleveland lineup just got their best right-handed hitter back. Franmil Reyes, still cheap, hitting bombs. Plus the pen behind Duffy. Kansas City's basically got 2 good arms in their pen, and everyone else is just awful. So, if Cleveland grabs a lead here, they get into the shitty part of the Kansas City pen. And yeah, I mean, on a normal slate, probably not that interested in Cleveland, but we lost 2 spots. This could be the best park for bats on the entire slate now that Cam Yard's game's banged. But yeah, I'm usually not a guy who plays Cleveland, but the return of Franmil just really improves their outlook against lefties, I think. And I'm definitely playing some Cleveland tonight. More interest in the Cleveland side than the Kansas City side. I haven't gotten attacking Plesac right all season, as DC and I have talked about on a couple podcasts.
Yep, no doubt about it. Let's do it. DC. You already talked about Cleveland. Doesn't seem like you're off. Let's talk about stacks, and then we'll get to the one-offs. I mean, is Cleveland going to be the stack? Is Detroit going to be the stack? We only got 10 teams. We're crossing off quite a few of them. Who's left to stack, DC?
Yeah, I don't think there are honestly that fantastic of options. I do think you'll see a lot of people go to the Twins here. They do have the highest total on the slate, just over 5 runs expected. I don't think any other team is okay. Yeah. The Indians are up near 5.2, 4.7 looks like. But yeah, I think the Twins will be popular. I do prefer, I think, the Indians to them. Frankly, that Indians Royals game, especially if it starts in delay, like I'm really not worried about the weather in this game. I do think they're going to play this game almost certainly. So we could perhaps get a little bit lower ownership on the Cleveland and Royals game, which would be nice. So I do kind of like perhaps a game stack with the Indians and Royals. Although I will say, I'll take that back. I think you should stack one side or the other, because if you get a game stack, you get a close game, and these teams both do have pretty elite back end bullpens. So in those situations, I like to just go one side of it to try to get into, you hope the Royals are winning 6-0 or the Indians are winning 5-1, and then you get the bad relievers out of the bullpen. So that would be the way I would approach that one. I think both stacks certainly in play. And then, but my favorite stack here is the Tigers. Perhaps no surprise.
Oh yeah, me too.
Yeah, anyone that's watched, these shows or read my content or listened to the podcast, I'm taking right-handed power against JSURab every single slate until he is no longer in the league, which I think could happen. We saw Matt Shoemaker, right? The Twins DFA'd him a week or so ago. I think that could happen to JSURab at any point, right? The next time he gets bombed, like he just has no business starting in the big leagues. So yeah, give me some Tigers. Goodrum, Jonathan Scope, Eric Haas, by far the best catcher on the slate at 4.3K. But yeah, you can go on down the list. I think they're starting 8 hitters who are either right-handed or switch hitters, which is perfect against JSURab. So yeah, I do have the Tigers as number 1 at this point.
Okay. The weather is nice in the Twin Cities. Okay.
Looks
Thank
good to
you
go.
very
Yep.
much. We got Detroit, Minnesota. Actually, that's important because it's not nice. It's some other places. Again, if you're just joining us. Now the Royals and the Indians will start delayed tonight. Steve, stacks. I mean, you're drooling all over the Tigers since like 8 a.m. in the Discord today, and no reason to think you pivoted.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I get excited when we can play different teams. Just as a baseball fan in general, it's fun to play teams that aren't the Yankees and the Red Sox. And I think it's fun when, I think that a team like the Tigers is the best play on the board. Like DC was saying, Hap's been awful. We've been attacking him for 2 months now. He's got the worst expected ERA in the slate, almost 5.5. Detroit, if you check out other stuff in the industry, everyone likes to attack Detroit because everyone knows that they strike out a lot. But Detroit is 6th in weighted runs created plus and 4th in ISO against lefties since 6-1. So they're hitting for a ton of power in the split. They're scoring a lot. So, they are a boom bust team, they are the Tigers, but I think this just sets up as a perfect spot. Hap gets destroyed by righties, 5.5, JSURab, but isn't good against lefties either. I think the only guy in this lineup I would avoid is Mazzara. I just X him out.
You don't want the revenge game?
No. So Scope probably overpriced, but we don't really need a ton of state. If you're stacking up the Tigers, they're also cheap. Definitely get Scope, Haas. Zach Short has been really good in his small sample against lefties. So I love this team. I wish that, so my second favorite is, so we talked about Cleveland. So Detroit number 1, and then Cleveland and the Twins we talked about. A sneakier one that I think I'm going to play some of is the Phillies. Not the best park, but I think that they'll come in pretty low owned here, and they're still pretty cheap. And the lineup that they put out really left-handed. Alzolay's a good young pitcher, but he's struggled with lefties. And, Brad Miller's hitting second, Bryce, Didi, Odubel's in there. So, he has to face a bunch of lefties, and Harper's the only guy in the lineup over 4K. So I think it's a team that isn't going to get a ton of ownership just because it's a quote unquote win game in Wrigley. But I think, we've already seen Philly destroy this bullpen twice this week. And then after a dud last night, I think I have some interest in Philly bats tonight.
We got a couple premium subscribers asking questions there. The kid, guys, to get different, would you include Tatis as a one-off with Max with your starting pitchers? And personally, I think it's a small enough slate to do that. DC, are you okay with that? Is that something you're just fundamentally against on all slates?
I wouldn't do it here. Max Scherzer, I know his numbers differ a little bit this year, but he's like historically great against right-handed hitters in general. I think he can handle Tatis, frankly. You also can't really run on Max Scherzer, so that takes away the speed element a little bit. And listen, it's Fernando Tatis, right? If you got the money and you want to play him at low ownership, like I can't, you can't come out too strong against Fernando Tatis because could hit 3 home runs and that's it. But I wouldn't do it. I won't have any Fernando Tatis. I'll say that.
Okay. Very good. You guys get some more questions in the premium chat. We'll absolutely answer those questions. For those of you that are not subscribers, I will remind you again. All right. Open 50, OPEN 50 for the British Open. Get you 50% off your first payment on monthly subscriptions. 50% off your first payment on monthly subscriptions. So you say, why do I have to sign up? I'm getting the free shows. We give you great information on the free shows. There is no doubt about it. You're going to hear some ridiculous strategery and information lineup building with Big T and JSU on the Up to Lock show for the NBA Finals Showdown tonight. But the stuff you get in premium is just something else. Uncle T just posted his core. You're getting 8 cores a night. And this is not, let's just throw a couple guys in there and we like them. This is the main lineup these guys are using. Their main lineup, they give you 4 to 6 plays. Actually, no less than 5 plays, 5 or 6 plays. So they're giving you the best plays that they got. And it's not just baseball. NFL's coming up. We're a month away from the preseason. We got golf right now. Very, very profitable in what Big T likes to call golf, right? Big T, golf. We've got the baseball here. We've got the UFC, tennis, soccer. I mean, all the Kate Falik just shipped with a whole bunch of other members in soccer. They don't know shit about soccer. Well, Kate Falik does. They end up cashing there. It's just too much. Open 50 promo code. Get you 50% off your first payment on monthly subs. Hit the like button while you're at it. It would be nice to have like 375 by the time Big T and JSU hop in here to start talking some big time showdown strategy. That will be great. Okay. Nico Goodrum. We got something. Nico Goodrum, the revenge narrative when he goes to Minnesota. Either one of you guys, I think both you guys like Nico Goodrum, but I feel like he's going to be popular. What do you think?
Certainly should be. 2,900 leading off against JSURab, returning from a thumb injury. Did he play yet? I think this might be his first game back, or if not, maybe he's played one time. But yeah, he's got a little bit of pop from the right side. He's got speed, 12 steals already on the year in a shortened season for Nico Goodrum. And yeah, I mean, again, JSURab is just someone that I think you want to target all the time. So yeah, I'm certainly in on Nico Goodrum here. You know, I don't think if he wasn't healthy, if the Tigers didn't think he was healthy, he wouldn't be hitting leadoff, right? So I think you can kind of safely roll him out there.
Is JSU's core on the screen? Can somebody let me know if JSU's core is on the screen? Because let's just go through it right now. Again, here's another guy. He's hit for six figures so many times. And then you hear, well, if I had the bankroll that JSU had, I would hit for six figures all the time. You don't need to have that bankroll, guys. You don't need to have that bankroll to be successful. You're learning at RPS. I know you may think you know everything about DFS. You probably don't. And these guys are teaching you. I'm going to go through JSU's DK core. I'm probably going to use it tonight, as a matter of fact. He's got Scherzer and Darvish up top. He's got three Tigers. He's got Short, Haas, and Rogers. He's got Miguel Sano and Trevor Larnach. I mean, DC, I don't see your core up yet, but if JSU has Trevor Larnach, how is he not going to be in your FanDuel core?
Yeah, I'm in on Trevor Larnach for sure. My DK core is half up. It's in the playbook for premium members only. I do need to get Alek Manoah out of there. But yeah, I'm a big Trevor Larnach guy. I think people know that at this point. And yeah, love him once again tonight. Oh, well, a little bit less. I don't love him quite as much against lefties. And Turk Skubal, I think, could beat him with fastballs perhaps. But yeah, I have no problem with it. He's certainly cheap.
Yeah. Okay. Very good. We got Gary throwing up his core. We got everybody throwing up their cores right now. So very, very good. 2 games postponed tonight. Mets game postponed. You've got the Orioles Blue Jays postponed, Mets Pirates, and then it's just a delay with Kansas City and Cleveland, just a delay. So not looking at a postponement there as of right now. So don't freak out about that yet whatsoever. Okay. Can we do some one-offs here? Try and get a deep dive into some of these lineups and get an edge there. DC, let's let you wrap up the core over there. I'll start with Stevie. Okay. So at catcher, we see Rogers is the guy for JSU. Now, I don't think this is a one-off. This is absolutely somebody you play in a stack. Who's the one-off here? Haas is going to be highly owned. Rogers just in a stack. Is there a one-off at catcher, Stevie?
Yeah. So I mentioned Philly earlier. JT Realmuto, definitely maybe the most talented catcher on the slate. He's at 3.5K, so you're getting him at a discount from where you usually see his price. Even if you're not in on a Philly stack, I think that's a way to get different, is playing Real Muto there for pretty cheap. I think that you can even use him in, Scherzer, Darvish teams just because he's under 4K. Haas is my favorite. Haas, Rogers, Barnhart are my 3 favorites. But I'll have some JT Realmuto as well.
You'll have a little bit of Realmuto. Okay, what do you got there, DC, at catcher? Who are you going to have tonight? Jake Rogers, Haas, are they in the mix?
Yeah, both guys. I mean, I think Haas is the top catcher on the slate by a decent margin. I do think ownership will reflect that, but it's just one of those situations where it's like, man, I think he's going to take JSURab deep, the first chance he gets in that first inning. So I'll be riding the Eric Haas train. I think if you want to pivot to the other Detroit catcher, I think that's actually a pretty decent way to go in Jake Rogers. Yeah, I have no problem with Omar Narvaez, I think is a strong play. Same with Salvador Perez. So pretty good position here. I'll even throw Ryan Jeffers in the mix for Minnesota, who does have good power against lefties. And Skubal, I know Skubal's been good recently, but I do have some concerns over him going forward. And Jeffers has shown Skubal, I mean, he still has just a massive home run rate given up to right-handed power hitters, or right-handed hitters in general, rather. So yeah, Jeffers, I think, in the mix. Actually, a pretty good position for a 5-game slate, I would say.
Hey, while you're at it, why don't you just move on to first base then? Just to throw out a couple of names. We don't need to run down the whole thing. We already heard your stacks. But it just seems like Scope's going to be such a popular option there. Where's the pivot?
Yeah, Scope's going to be popular. I think he should be, especially on FanDuel, where he is. I think he's, what is he? 3K.
He's 3K on FanDuel. Yeah.
I mean,
one of the best plays on the slate there for sure.
For sure. Ridiculous price point there. If you want to get away from him, I do like Joey Votto against Adrian Hauser for Milwaukee, and then Anthony Rizzo against Zach Eflin. I wish the hitting weather was better in Chicago, but I do like targeting lefties in general against Eflin. So yeah, Rizzo, I think you got to consider him.
Okay. Stevie, first base.
Yeah, first base for me, going to have a ton of scope. Don't love Cabrera, but I'll play him in some Tigers stacks that don't have scope. Votto at 4.5K, hitting cleanup tonight. I do like the Reds. So I think that those are my top three. If I'm playing Cleveland, I don't mind. DC, do you know how well Bradley has been hitting lefties? I don't, but I think that if they get Duffy out of that game early, I think Bradley is a guy who could feast against the bullpen.
I mean, he kills lefties on the pack. He had a 330 ISO this year.
Yeah. So, and I don't think that he'll be very highly owned just because of the other options there, and scope probably being the highest owned. So yeah, most interest in those 4 first basemen today.
I'll get Lisa on the show without. No, you won't, Joey Work. Joey, once she sees you stand up, she sees you're 5'4" and you got back hair that's coming out your ears. I mean, get out of here, Joey Work. You're Dunsky. Come on, Joey Work. Suck it up, buddy. God, I love Joey Work, though. So much fun talking with Joey Work, just talking shit with Joey Work. I hate you, Joey. So second base is next. I kind of need a little late help at second base, Steve. Little late help here at second base, pal.
I think second base is the strongest position on the slate. You got so Brad Miller, 3-2 hitting second against Al Zaleh, who is much worse against lefties like we talked about. And then you've got 4 guys leading off. Cesar Hernandez, you got Jorge Polanco, Jonathan India, whose price has come down a bit after, his price got inflated for a while. He's back down to 4K. And then Gene Segura is at 3-4. So I think you've got 5 really good options at second base. I'll probably just be using whoever is in my stack. Those are the 4 or 5 teams I'm looking at anyways. So I think all of my 20 lineups will have someone from that pool in there.
DC, I heard him. Give me a little second base help here. All right. Not afraid to ask.
I agree with Steve. Very, very strong position tonight. I think, if you're stacking, which I think is probably the proper strategy, frankly, on DraftKings tonight, get the guy here in your stack. I think one mistake maybe that people make in general is when they see a loaded position, like loaded, I think is relative to this slate, right? But one of the most loaded positions on this particular slate is that they pick their top guy and they kind of lock in there. And I think when you see a loaded position, that's when you leave that position last, right? In your lineup. Maybe it's the last guy you put in there to fit your stack or get the highest upside one-off or get a leverage play against a pitcher you're not using, something like that. So second base would be the position I would do that. I would wait to fill this position out in your lineup, see who fits, see who you can get the most correlation with, who you think has the most upside or leverage or whatever it may be. But yeah, I think there are a number of ways you can go here. I mean, Steve mentioned 4 or 5 guys. I don't know if he mentioned Willie Castro.
Really?
I mean, he's hitting 7th for the Tigers against JSURab. He's a switch hitter.
I have some Willie Castro.
Oh, God.
Okay, yeah, 2,400.
That's uncomfortable.
In my Tigers stacks only, though. I just checked.
Fair enough.
That's really an uncomfortable roster there. Okay, guys, where are we? 337. Let's try and get the next 13 before JSU and Big T come along, taking you up to lock for Showdown NBA Finals. Oh yeah. In the J, you're right. The guys that aren't, or in the women too, that are not subscribers, do not get to experience the magic on these up to lock shows. We have to clean our language up just a little bit, to be perfectly honest with you. That has to happen. But not only is it great information, it's kind of entertaining too. Must say that. So get the likes up. That's good. People are saying they like Stevie Boynton. That's good too. We always appreciate it when people are nice to our feeblest analysts. So, continue to be nice to Stevie Boynton. Did I say that out loud, Steve? I'm so sorry. Actually, in all honesty, I got a lot of respect for Steve once we did college basketball and the betting, and the guy knows his baseball too.
Well, here's what's happening is the people are watching the show and they're like, hey, this Steve guy, he's talking about baseball during this baseball show that I was tuning into. So they love it. So
just the constant digs about entertainment as opposed to information. Yeah. Very hurtful, DC, but that's fine. I've learned.
You just called me feeble.
Yeah,
so,
you called him feeble. I didn't go.
No, that didn't happen. I didn't call you feeble.
I might be feeble after the Mexican restaurant tonight, but I'm fine now.
Horrible idea of all the type of restaurants to go.
Don't drop your phone in the toilet.
Yeah. Don't drop your phone in the toilet. Mexican and Indian restaurant, and that's where you're going to go, to a Mexican restaurant bathroom to do whatever the hell you're doing for Showdown. Okay, 50% off your first month payment. I'll say this again: open 50% off. And if you're a member, and I think those of you that are signing up right now today, you will have an opportunity to win one of those $100 tickets. Is that correct, Stevie Boynton and Mr. Draft Cheat? Yes, it's got to be.
It sounds right. It sounds right to me. Let's go ahead and put it out there
for the good mojo, for nothing else but the good mojo.
We were researching. Steve and I were researching baseball. This is your round with the woods. Holden, you got to know the promo
DC,
code.
very hot. Are you?
I only have notes on the games and the plays. I don't have notes on the promos.
I invited you. It's not my fault. Joey Work was premature in telling you to come on the show. Okay. So, that's fine. We got the cores updated. We're going to get to that in just a second. Give me 2 third basemen, Steve. 2 third basemen, DC. Steve.
The 2 spends on the slate, I think, I think Jose Ramirez, one of the best spends on the slate. Josh Donaldson back from injury. Those would be my 2 top guys at third.
Okay. 2 top guys at third there. DC?
Yeah, I agree with Jose Ramirez being the top dog. Donaldson, a good matchup for him, but man, this guy leaves like
it's scary to roster him, isn't it?
a third of his games early. Like if he barrels one up, you got to hope it goes over the fence, because if it's a double, he's going to pull up lame running into second base and be removed in the first inning. So,
he's out there with duct tape and like screws and stuff.
Seriously, he's had like 5 different hamstring or calf strains this year. Like, it's not going to stop with him. So maybe he'll make it through, maybe he won't. But it's weird to cite injury risk for a hitter,
third baseman.
Yeah, but it's true. It just is true. And then I'll throw in a Heimer Candelario hitting.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
That's another uncomfortable one. But
who do you want to play then, Hold?
Is he only in the stack?
Yeah, let's get Holden's picks.
Yeah. No,
that's why I'm asking you guys. You're supposed to be the experts.
Candelario's hitting fifth.
I'll go find the sign up code for the website. You give us your third baseman.
It's open 50. You don't even have to find it.
I have my teams done. I have 4 third basemen. It's those 3 plus I have some Eugenio Suarez. Yeah. So those are my 4 guys today.
Okay. All right, let's go through the cores. All the cores are up, guys and ladies, as you can see in the background. DC's FanDuel core is up. DC, tell us about your core. Give us a couple reasons for the plays. Love the Naquin play.
Yeah, we have looks like a unanimous Max Scherzer in the cores. We're allowed to give the cores? I think I'll just give my own core.
Yeah, it's up there. We can give the cores. Simon said we're giving them out today.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so Max Scherzer across the board. That's G Ryzen, Big T, JSU, and myself all going with Max Scherzer in the FanDuel core. I'm going with the Tigers stack. So my top 3 guys there: Jonathan Scope, Eric Haas, Nico Goodrum. But you could also throw in other Tigers, Heimer Candelario we talked about, and then a couple one-offs. Tyler Naquin is very cheap enough, 2,900. I do like that lefty power against Hauser. I like Naquin and Winker, but Naquin much cheaper if you're paying up for pitcher at Scherzer like we are. And then Jose Ramirez, I think clearly the top third baseman on the slate. So feel pretty good about that FanDuel core. Again, Scherzer, Scope, Haas, Goodrum, Naquin, Jose Ramirez.
Stevie, why don't you talk a little bit about Big T's core here on DraftKings? We got Scherzer and Eflin. He's throwing Zach Eflin out there tonight. He always loves honesty, so please be honest with your with your breakdown. Little Nelson Cruz though too, little twin stack here. Nelly Cruz, Trevor Larnach, Josh Donaldson. Thoughts on that, Stevie?
Yeah, I think Eflin, like we said, came more into play with that Cubs lineup. It's decent pitching weather here. I think if you want to play a Cruz and a Donaldson, you're not going to be able to play both Max and you. I love it. He's on Detroit and the Twins, just like we talked about. Those are my top 2. I think that game could really go nuts here on a small slate. Sometimes targeting both sides in one game. If there's only one game on the slate that goes off, and Big T's pretty good at nailing those games when they do. So I'm glad to see that he's on what we were talking up in this show.
The Eflin one is interesting, though. I mean, I can't imagine too many people are going to be on Eflin.
He'll have some ownership, I think.
I've got 35% Eflin in my 20 lineup.
I bet it'll be about 35% owned would be my guess.
Yeah.
You have that much Eflin.
Yeah.
I
have everything done. So if anyone wants to know who I'm playing, I'm not sure why they would want to know, but if they want to know, I'll tell them.
Give us your core.
Can you upload the CSV file into the YouTube chat?
just straight into the check.
Yeah.
Is that on the screen too?
Oh, talk to me here, Stevie.
I think we might be banned for that one. So don't
give us your core.
Yeah. So I do play 20 lineups, so I don't have, like an exact core, but if I did, it would be Max and you, full Tigers stack, full 5. I would want to play Haas for sure. Rogers. Give me some Zach Short at shortstop. He's cheap.
So you'd fade Goodrum?
I'm not sure if we got to Short, but no, I mean, I like both. I've got a ton of both of those guys at short. Goodrum, Short, DDE, Gregorius are my 3 favorite shortstops. And then I'll be rotating the other teams that we talked about as secondary stacks behind the Tigers.
I mean, if it comes down to Scope and Haas, and see, now the salary's not even a worry if you throw Eflin in there. If it comes down to Scope, Haas, and I guess Scope and Haas, would you choose one over the other? Or do you have to have them both in your Tiger stack?
I would try to get both in there, especially if you're playing Eflin. You should have the money to play both of those guys.
If you're playing Eflin, you should have the money. Yeah, and then it's a pay up spot. At second base, which again is a little bit frustrating right now for me. Second base, trying to get that done. Big T, his core on FanDuel, Scherzer, Jake Rogers, Willie Castro, Nelly Cruz, Donaldson, and Ryan Jeffers. I like that. JSU, his core on FanDuel, he's going Scherzer, Zach Short, Jonathan Scope, Cruz, Haas, and Jeffers.
He's got that Detroit, Minnesota game stack going on there.
Yeah.
Kind of like that. Yeah.
Yeah. It might be a case to where as much as I want to play Jake Rogers, it just might not fall. It might not fall for me. I might have 2 Nationals tonight. You guys are going to call me nuts, but that team's hit. Soto's back.
0
dude.
Nationals and 20 lineups, I think.
Huh?
I'm just going all in on the 4 or 5 teams that I really like, and they all kind of fit together. So
that's important.
Yeah,
that's important. Let's see here. What do we got? About 8 minutes to lock. We got a few more minutes. So all the cores are up, guys. Uncle T's talking trash in the chat. Very, very disappointing, Uncle T. See if you ever get invited again to a show and then tell me you're too busy when you're really not. There's no doubt about that. So 50% off your first monthly payment. Open 50. You're getting all our premium content. This is great stuff, and it's only the free stuff. You get these cores every day. And then after you see the cores in our Up to Lock show, our premium show, then you get to talk to these guys about their cores. You just got 8 of the best cores in the world tonight for free. Want to sign up? Got a great promo. Open 50% off your first payment. Do we have a mom's basement play of the day today, DC? Or are we lucky enough to have that coming to us?
Ooh, yeah. I think we are lucky enough to get
the let's hear it.
Play of the day. I'm going with Tyler Naquin for the Reds against Hauser. I think you'll get him relatively low owned. He's relatively cheap. And I think he's going deep against Hauser or a member of that Brewers pen.
Okay. What do you think there, Stevie? What is your play of the day? Do we even have a play of the day for you?
The one time I was on, I had the clothes rack in the back. Do you remember that?
I do. Today's more of like you're stuck in a Mexican restaurant bathroom day.
Well, I'm in the same room. I just moved the angle so you can see the rack. But we can go with the shirt rack play of the day.
Okay. What's the shirt rack play of the day?
Mine's going to be Franmil Reyes. He has come off the IL red hot, hit a couple bombs already. I think this is a guy, DC and I were talking about the other day. I don't think that we're going to be able to play him long for under 4K. He's already up to 4K. This is a guy who's going to be almost 5K soon. Gets the nice matchup with Duffy. And then hopefully if the Indians pour on some early runs, the bad bullpen pieces behind him. So give me Franmil as the shirt rack play of the day.
I mean, they call mine the edibles play of the day. I prefer the boats and hose play of the day. I'm going back to a guy that I loved yesterday, Juan Soto. Juan Soto has finally got his mojo back, man. You're starting to see this the last few games. The on-base percentage is coming back. He's now healthy enough to where he's hitting for power. I'm a big Juan Soto backer tonight, and I'm going right back. I just don't think anybody – I don't want to say anybody, but I just don't think people are thinking about him. I think they look at Scherzer and they look at Darvish, and they're like, forget it. We'll just play the pitchers from this game.
It'll be very low. Yep.
Yeah, right? I mean, on one side, Scherzer gives up home runs. So – if you could pick that guy on the Padres, and I don't think Darvish is as susceptible. I could be wrong, DC, you know better. I don't think he's as susceptible, but Soto is matchup proof. He can, when he's going well.
And it's also, what we talked about at the start of the show. These are the 2 hottest offenses on the slate. They just run into the 2 best pitchers on the slate. So it's, it's going to be a fun game to watch. I think the pitchers will win out, but ultimately sometimes the talent of the bats comes through, so we'll see.
Sean V is telling me not to go back to Soto. LOL, as a matter of fact, is what he threw at me. Barrick, this is our premium chat. He's got Franmil in 3 of his 3 lineups. I think that's going to be the fade that kills me tonight. I don't feel great. You better relax, bro. As a question on DK, 3v3 Eflin, Ramirez, and Goodrum, or Darvish, Jamer, and Short. What do you think about that, DC? Eflin, Ramirez, Goodrum, or Darvish, Candelario, Short?
I'll lean the Darvish side just because I'm usually going to pick the pitcher that I'm on here. But I think both threesomes, if you will, look pretty good to me.
Can you ask Drew A? Can you ask Stevie if Travis Jankowski is in play with a Philly stack?
I would only play him with like a 5-man. I just checked for him. I have 1 out of 20 lineups with Travis Jankowski, who before I went to the game last night, did not know that he was back in the league. He was a Padres guy back in the day.
He's been pretty good this year, I will say that.
Yeah, with the long hair. Yeah.
Yep. Steve
good defensively.
I bring him up every show.
He looks like you guys watch Game of Thrones? Steve, that doesn't seem like a show you would watch.
I've never seen Game of Thrones.
Oh, how can you not? What a great show.
But
I don't know. I'm not a Magic and Dragons guy.
Yeah,
what was Daenerys's brother's name? I think he died of like a gold.
Yeah, he turned into gold. And then
he looks exactly like Travis Jankowski. Exactly. Seriously.
And his name is the same as the greatest character in the history of television, Stevie Janowski, who is Kenny Powers' sidekick. Totally underrated. I get into this with Tony all the time. I think he's the best. He's the best on the show. He was the best.
I disagree with you. I actually think listen, Eastbound and Down, one of the greatest shows of all time. I do agree with you on that part.
Yeah, the first season of that.
Yes. But I think I think Kenny Powers' sidekick, what's his name? Jankowski?
Stevie Janowski.
I think he actually lowered the.
You didn't like Stevie Janowski.
I didn't really. Listen,
God, that's
no.
I mean, we're learning a lot of things today on this show.
Clearly, the second best character in that show is Clegg. All right, you know, the guy he parties with.
Oh my God,
Clegg is the man.
Okay. Of course. So here we go. Here's the last thing we'll tell you. We do have the NBA Showdown Up to Lock show coming. Big T, JSU, right when we get off. Open 50. Open 50 is the promo code. It gets you 50% off your first payment on monthly subscriptions. Got to be a monthly subscription. Once you do that, I know the guys on the golf show are going to be giving away tickets. $100 tickets to the what is it, a Millie Maker, right? It's a Millie Maker on the PGA side, on the golf side. Think about that. Not just one ticket. Like, we get enough signups today. There's going to be more than that. And subscribers too. You guys are already entered. Don't worry about it. So new subscribers definitely going to be entered. Make sure you do that. That's huge. Like our videos, subscribe to the Run Pure Sports channel here. I'm extraordinarily excited about tonight's game, by the way, this finals game. I got to go put a couple of bets in. I'm wondering if Giannis is something. Oh, Rusty, when is Lisa? So here's the deal. DC, the DFS UFC show.
Was DFS and betting.
We're going to hash through this again.
Work on there.
Let me explain this to you again. There's a DFS show. Then there's a betting show. Now, you have somehow gotten your way onto the betting show, even though it's going to make it more awkward. So what time is the DFS show?
I believe at noon Eastern. I think it's moved up an hour.
I think you got moved back because we're at 11 o'clock. If you're into DFS, UFC, so that's at noon. If you're into betting UFC or betting baseball, 11 o'clock on Saturday, 11 Eastern, Lisa Ann, going to stop by. If you don't know her, look her up. Make sure you're not at work when you do it.
I'm coming on the show. You can't stop me.
I already invited you.
I think she's on Google. You can find her.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, don't do it at work, though. That's fine. And then 11 o'clock Eastern, bet show, UFC, bets from Joey, I guess DC now, and Lisa Ann. And then we'll talk some baseball betting. DC, you're definitely included on that one. I mean, come on. And then we've got the UFC DFS with Joey, DC, and Title. Boy, I got all that out. I'm so proud of myself. Great to see you, buddy. Yeah, 2 UFC shows, the boys. Yeah, we're giving that to you. All right, we're giving that. Our show is combined. You know, Joey, get it together, buddy. Get it to work. All of a sudden, now it's combined. He doesn't know what's going on. I'll just let you know. Tune in at 11, UFC, Lisa Ann. Tune in at 12, UFC, DFS. Open 50 is the promo code. Get you 50% off your first payment on monthly subscriptions. We're locked and loaded on the baseball side. We're done with that. I see one. Tony Big T Niehaus is just about ready to hop in. This should be fun. Simon, you want me to go to break and we'll wait for Big T and JSU to hop on, or you just want me to keep talking right now? It's up to you. Beautiful. Let's keep going because we got some time. I love that. Unfortunately, Draft Cheat, we're not going to be able to talk baseball. Can you handle it?
Yeah, absolutely. That wasn't the answer you were looking for there, was it? You were hoping to get the sign off from Simon.
No, because apparently we need a whole bunch of minutes. As Simon's saying, but
imagine Holden trying to get off early. I mean,
I think he's pretty good at that.
I'm butt hurt that I'm not part of the NBA show.
I wasn't going to say it.
Yeah. DC. Another shot from DC. This is enough already. I'm going to HR. I'm going to our HR department to complain. The HR guy will be on in like 5 minutes.
You can go email BigT, our HR department. I think emails will go the same place that my request for RPS gear go, which I just
the bottomless pit. Yeah.
I was gonna hop on, Tony, but I'm feeling bad mojo now. Don't stay for the NBA show. I got Draft Cheat inviting himself to shows.
What
maybe you
happens
should
when
have
you
him
invite
on.
ladies to the shows? I mean, of course he's gonna go. What do you think's gonna happen?
I know. I don't blame
Listen,
him.
the only lady I see is my mom upstairs. I got a chance to get on a show with Lisa Ann. Damn right, I'm not missing out on this.
Who's the winners tonight? I need the winners before they get off.
The baseball winners?
Yeah. Are you guys on Minnesota and Detroit with me?
Detroit was
we're
number
on the
one.
Tigers for sure.
Yeah. Tigers.
Not Minnesota, though. You guys are scared of Scooball.
No.
DC's never not been on Minnesota. You're going to worry me if you're not on them.
I'm playing
that means
Tigers.
They're going to smash. So they're
Tigers, Twins, Indians mostly, and then some Phillies just because they're cheap.
I mean, the Phillies have been hitting the ball, so.
Yeah, not last night. The one game of the series I go to, it's been like 15-10 and like 12-3, and I go to the game where the Phils can't score.
Nobody runs worse than Stevie Boynton. Can't even get a high-scoring game when he goes to the ball.
Did Holden
right?
talk about Stevie Jankowski from Eastbound and Down?
I did.
Yes.
I did.
Of course, I do.
Yeah,
you didn't know that I actually did?
You always do when Jankowski comes up.
Travis Stevie Jankowski, dude. That's one of the boys.
Did he tell you guys how much he loves him?
Yeah, well, I was saying, listen, one of my
hates them.
I was saying that Clegg is the second best character on that show.
Who?
Clegg, the guy he does all the blow with in the first season.
Baseball player?
No. He's like at the bar with them.
He's just like a random. He's like a townie, right? He's just in the town.
You're talking like season one, like early.
Yeah, the best season. Come on.
Yeah. Season one is like the only true season of Eastbound and Down. I'll stick by that.
The other ones are still funny though.
They are still funny, but season one of Eastbound and Down is like the best 6 episodes of television ever.
Yeah. The intro to the first episode is just incredible.
The first episode might be the best one.
I know.
I'm with the boys. Season 1 is the best.
What's up, man?
JSU?
Season 1 is definitely the best for me, anyways. Eastbound and Down.
Yeah.
I agree.
My favorite line in the entire show. It's a little obscure. Kenny Powers is, I think it's episode maybe 2 or 3. He's on tilt. He's outside his brother-in-law's house. I think brother-in-law's house, and he's throwing a baseball against the side of his house. And his brother-in-law comes out. He's like, "Kenny, what are you doing? You're messing up my siding." And Kenny responds,
"Fuck your siding,
man. Fuck your siding." That's my favorite line in the whole show.
Yeah,
it's so good.
Yeah, I didn't get the haircut memo. JSU, Big T.
Yeah,
man.
I mean, so what happened is I got one, and then Big T had to one up me by getting one.
I had to have one day fresher than you before.
Yeah, right.
Comment Wars. I was just listening to that.
You turn that buzzer down one more notch. He's got you beat.
Yeah.
I mean, whew. I should have just got the full one on top.
Correct.
Well, Holden was saying that he's never seen me without a hat. He didn't even know I had gray hair.
I didn't know you had gray hair. I just had 5 inches cut off my hair, by the way. Not even kidding. Nobody could tell though. I just got it done. It's too hot in the summertime. It's absolutely ridiculous. Yeah. Simon wants me to stick around, but you know what? JSU, Big T, you want to send me home? I'm fine with that. I'd like to do NBA.
I mean, you're used to going home early. He's used to going home early, right?
You guys always
He's just
bust my
walking into
balls
these.
for this.
He's walking right in them.
Can I stick around? I want to show down nuts. Can I just
sit
here?
Simon, is it time to get out of here yet?
Yeah.
I never say that.
Yeah. I actually have to head, but I will be listening. Heading to that Mexican restaurant. I'm gonna.
Did you hear about this, Tony?
I did not, but I like Mexican restaurants.
Well, he's going into the bathroom stall at a Mexican restaurant to set his showdown lineup after he listens.
I mean, listen, if that's what he's got to do to get the winners, I mean,
no,
not to go to the bathroom. Who are you hiding it from?
Well, you know,
you know who he's hiding it from, Tony.
Yeah, you know exactly.
I mean, you need to get to the point in the relationship where the laptop comes right up top porch.
when you're out at a restaurant for date night.
Yeah.
Date night.
Steve, I'm with you. I'm still in your spot. If I want to do something
guys
on my
seriously
phone,
hide in the bathroom and make lineups from the toilet?
Okay, because here's the thing.
Look at Holden's face.
I'm on my computer so much that when we go out like once a week,
so you hide in the bathroom to put your team in?
It's like no phones, none of this.
Listen.
I couldn't even imagine pulling out a laptop.
That wouldn't go over well.
JSU and Steve, listen, do a little more work on the bench.
You
can bring your laptop to the Mexican restaurant, right? Your wife's not saying anything. If you're doing good work on the bench, you're good to go. You can do as you please. Big T now.
You'll plop that laptop right out after you take care of it.
You'll have to meet my girlfriend.
Got the fajitas and the laptop there.
I'm going to send you guys a picture next time. I'll have the kids, the wife, and all.
No. Big T will do that. No,
because I already do it. I've always done it.
Yeah. Well, you've been married for how long?
No, I did it before that. You got to let them know the conditions. You got to let it build up a little bit.
Yeah. When she complains, Big T just throws his wallet on the table and he buys the Mexican restaurant outright. He's like, I'll do what I want.
This is our second home now.
That's it. I had to bribe her with Billy Joel tickets a couple days ago. So my two brothers.
Wife 50 years old.
Hold on.
Is this the 2022 tour?
It's happening right now. Where am I?
This is serious. My two brothers, all right, they bought tickets for themselves and two of their friends. They knew I want no part of going to see Billy Joel. No way do I want to go to a freaking Billy Joel concert.
Too macho.
But what they did was, my girlfriend and their two girlfriends, one fiance, obviously my brother, who's getting married in like 2 months. Those three girls, they didn't buy tickets for any of them. And they're all Billy Joel fans. So I friggin' had to stack up and buy tickets for all three of the girls. And it's my birthday the next day. So they're going into Boston, staying overnight on JSU's dime for all three of the girlfriends. And guess what? I'm going to have the best friggin' birthday ever. It's going to be the best friggin' birthday ever.
That's what it costs to ship them out, for the night.
I mean, so I shipped them out, but I got a whole 24 hours to myself. I don't even know what I'm going to do.
Imagine watching Billy Joel when there's a Diamondbacks Tigers game.
Who is Billy Joel is the topic right now in the live show chat.
Great.
Honestly, I had to look
Joel?
him up.
Yeah.
Honestly, I had to look him up. I had no idea. I had no idea what he's like, what songs he's saying. No,
you've heard a bunch of his stuff,
Stevie.
No,
I got to run though.
All right, real serious question before you go. Do you sit on the toilet pants down? Or how do you do this thing in the bathroom to get ready for the slate? Like, what's the protocol here?
No, you don't even go to the bath. You don't have to use the bathroom. It's just a different room to get it done real quick.
Okay. I prefer to kill two birds with one stone.
You guys take your shirt off when you go to the bathroom?
With that, I'm out. I'll see you guys later.
Bye, Steve. Take care, buddy.
Later.
Someone was laughing at me the other day when I said I always take my shirt off. I'm like, of course I take my shirt off.
Who was laughing at you?
Who lost respect for my Billy Joel takes? I literally have the worst food takes.
No one cares about your Billy Joel takes. We're talking about taking our shirt off while we're taking dump.
Yeah, I don't understand that.
Because you don't have to hold it up. You got to hold your phone.
But if you're bent over just a little bit, and you put your shirt right there, unless you wear really baggy clothes, there shouldn't be an issue of going full nude. Like you need a full nudity
It just
to poop.
feels good. It just feels good
Okay.
to sprawl out. You got no shirt. I mean, that's how it's
JSU,
done.
what do you think about that? Poop protocol.
I have no idea why you guys are talking about taking your shirt off while you take a dump.
I don't do that.
Is that
I
a
was
real
wondering
thing?
why you were talking about Billy Joel, so we're even.
Great point, Tony.
It's not like I like Billy Joel. I barely knew who he
Bought
was.
3 tickets to Billy Joel.
I've
Yes,
never heard anybody
for the
talk
3
about.
girls.
I've never
On
heard
my
about
dime.
anyone.
Wait a second, Tony. You've
talk about
never
Billy
bought
Joel as
your
much as you.
wife and your kids something for them to do by themselves while you don't go? That's a lie, and I know it because
They're
it's literally
somewhere tonight while I'm here, so.
exactly. I don't even want to hear it right now. I'm sure they go on Big T's dime multiple times.
Chat, you guys need to help me out here. First of all, how big a fan is JSU of Billy Joel? I've never heard anybody say Billy Joel more in a 3-minute span than JSU. Second of all, seriously, pooping with the shirt off. I'm not going to call you weird. I don't understand it. DC,
Feels
shirt,
good. What do you mean? Like
shirt on or off?
No, DC, it's weird.
Yeah. My shirt is on when I'm
He
when
said
I'm doing
my
my business.
shirt is
The lone exception is prior to a shower. At that point, I'm completely buck naked and getting out of the
Oh, no, that's.
Yeah, that's different. Because
But in a public restroom, no, I'm not taking my shirt off. That's just ridiculous.
Hold on, you do that in a public restroom? You take your
Say
shirt
that
off?
part of the story. No,
Okay,
I'm
only
in
at
my
home.
bathroom.
Tony definitely goes into public restrooms with the shirt.
I put it
taking his shirt off.
Over the door. I just hang it over the door
Yes.
and flop down.
He strips down, leaves his socks on.
Yeah. You get naked. Big T, you get naked before you get in the like you just strip naked in the like the the public area before you get in. There's not a lot of room to change in the next to the toilet.
Oh, you
It
guys,
must feel good or something.
you
Listen,
guys
I'm
are-
gonna try it next time I'm in a
If you do it once, you won't go back. I promise. You're like, this is
That's
pretty
it.
nice.
Next time I take a dump, I'm taking my shirt off.
Yeah,
That's
You don't
it.
even take it off at home? Like when you go in your home shitter, you don't take it
I
off?
don't know. Like, so it's a rule. You like have to take your shirt
Oh,
off.
I haven't shit at home with a shirt on in my life.
I mean, like it's happened before, but it's not like a rule of mine.
That's
Like,
the first thing I do before I even go in. My shirt comes off
You know,
Why?
yeah.
because I like it.
All right, well,
Okay, you like it.
Yeah,
You and I,
Life's about the luxuries.
Tony, you and I had a conversation about going in the locker room, how the old men always are just, they don't care. They'll just walk around butt naked, showing you
Yeah,
everything.
like
they
looking
can.
at it in the mirror.
Well, yeah, exactly. And then we got the guy in chat now. He's like, it's almost as bad as the guys just dropping trowel at the urinal because they're sitting there with their jeans around their ankles. There's no reason for that whatsoever. It's abhorrent. Why do I have to look at that when I'm trying to go to the bathroom? So just bathroom etiquette, it seems like in this day and age is not good.
Everybody's with Big T. Look at all these guys in the chat.
What are they saying?
Dude, Hunt says, I'm taking a dump right now with no shirt.
Oh, come on, Hunt. That's disgusting.
Drew A says he's with me.
I mean, Big T wins Millie Maker. Like
they're just trying to get that
shit.
$100 ticket. Is what they're trying to do. Trying to kiss ass.
Everybody goes one in the
Trying to kiss
shower.
Big
Come
T's
on.
naked ass.
Everyone goes one in the shower. It happens.
I gotta go. Uncle T, not Big T, but Uncle T is pestering me on the Discord. He wants to record the podcast, the MLB podcast for tomorrow morning, because he's going to Big T's tonight to watch the Bucks and Suns play. So I got to jump out
Get
here
on
and
that.
do work.
Pick some winners.
Yeah.
You and Uncle T don't cut it under an hour. You're gonna have to speed it up tonight.
Yeah, those are the long podcasts normally.
Well, that's why I'm trying to delay it as long as possible to give Uncle T as little time to speak as possible. Because if I let him,
I should talk
the
about
podcast will be 2 hours long. I'm telling you.
should talk about some of the CPC days with them with the
There we
poker
go.
battles.
Hold on.
Give me the one sentence synopsis on this game tonight, though, because I can't listen to the rest of this.
Now Mangone is just in the chat now. You've never tried it, Holden. Don't knock it till you try it. Everybody's
How
taking
is
a dump without their shirt.
Mangone on the same link with everything Big T
Because
does.
he likes comfort. He likes
I'm convinced
luxury.
Mangone's a follower. I'm convinced.
Oh, no
Mangone's a
doubt.
follower.
No doubt.
Yeah. Tony, you take your shirt off. Oh, well, before you go, take a dump. Oh, I'm with you, man.
I'm with you.
Oh, Tony,
Yeah.
you drop your trousers before you go into a public bathroom. I'm with you, man. I'll do it all.
You guys got me drinking too early today.
Are
I
you
didn't
drinking?
say public place first, but now it makes it funny.
I got to make a run to the store here because normally when I say I have a show with Holden, I got to start like 2 hours before.
That's why I started 2 hours ago.
Now I'm out.
Simon, get DC out of here.
Not a good
Get him out of here.
I'm out of here, guys. Good luck
See you,
tonight.
DC.
Later.
See you Saturday as you try and crash our conversation with Lisa Ann at 11 a.m. talking UFC and baseball betting. So uncomfortable. And there's no doubt, JSU, you're 100% correct. Basically, anything Travis can do to please Big T, he is his pleaser. He's like the two girls in Coming to America that are washing the royal package underneath. He'll wash him. He'd love to bathe him. And, Big T, for all Big T, at least, he doesn't take it all from him. He tries to set the line, draw the line. Do you guys want to talk about how awesome the product is? We are, and I've said this a million times, you are in the presence as two of the best DFS players in the world and probably the best Showdown player in the world. Let's face it, Big T. They're going to give you their course tonight. They're going to give you strategery. They're going to help you build your lineups. And subscribers know how awesome it is. But Big T,
no,
man.
Hold on. I got this here. I got this because this is a really easy synopsis of. Listen, I don't think me or Big T or Holden should have to sell the track record. If you want the track record, you can go on Twitter. We post them every night. There's winners every single night we play. RPS is shipping baseball, MMA, friggin' Big T's in soccer and tennis, shipping soccer, K-Phallic ships soccer. Members are shipping all these different sports. Tony, do we have to go any more than that? Like, I don't know what else we need to say.
Hard sell.
I mean, it's easy to be a part of it when you can just listen to JSU's winners. There's my man Gone.
Oh, no.
Oh,
There he is.
no. Now this
Mr.
show just got
himself.
This show just got off the rails. This
Oh,
show's
how did you
going
let
way
him
off
in,
the rails
Simon?
now. I mean,
No, he did a show.
So let me explain. So this is the thing that you guys don't understand. Me and Big T, I wear baggier clothes. Like I'll get a large. I don't need a large, but I like a more baggier shirt. And Big T wears some baggier shirts. We don't wear schmediums like you clowns. And when you got a baggier shirt on, it's nice to sometimes take it off. Now I'm not going to do it every time I go to the bathroom, Holden. But if I'm wearing this,
boobs,
right?
Mangone.
What?
You have boobs.
Mangone, I look good in schmediums.
Yeah,
don't get me
I
wrong.
look
That's
good in schmediums.
That's fine, but the baggy
telling you
clothes,
right
if you got a baggier shirt on, right? You want to take that off when you take it down.
Boobs.
Do you have breasts? Mangone, this is not a funny question. This is a serious question.
What?
Do you
I
have
got
boobs?
boobs for the record.
Do I have moobs?
You do
Yeah.
have boobs, Big T?
I have a little bit of moob.
You got you got some boobs?
I'm fat.
We're just
What do you
learning so
mean?
much today. I'm glad there's a free show. Oh my God. So yeah, do you have boobs, Travis?
No, I don't have
Not
boobs.
boobs.
No, I mean, yeah, I don't
Boobs?
have,
Like they
Moobs.
just stick. Okay. All right.
no. I mean, I'm
All right.
good. I mean, it depends. If I gain a little bit of weight, yeah, I can get a little shake on it. But I'm not. I'm lower right now. I'm at like 160. I'm at 162 right now. I'm fine.
How tall are you? 5'5", 5'6"?
I'm 5'8", and I'm like 162 right now.
Bullshit.
I
I was
am.
with you in Nashville.
He's taller than me.
Yeah.
So he's
All right, so
definitely,
5'5" or above.
No, fuck you, Holden. He's not 5'5", all right? Like, he's taller than me. I'm telling you right now. I know for a fact he's taller than me. I literally stood next to Mangone. He is not 5'5".
All right. Well, I didn't say it was. I said he's at least 5'5" because he's taller than you.
Screw off, Holden.
All right. Again, another person not being very nice, but that's fine. I'm Teflon Don over here. Travis, anything you wanted to add here?
I mean, I mean, if you want me to hang out, I can hang out and listen.
Sure.
I can leave.
I'd
I
like
can
to talk with you.
Whatever Big T says, I can just pile on and say it's a great play. I mean, I can do whatever you like, Holden.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously. I want Big T can talk, and then Mangone can just regurgitate what Big T said. real quick, just so I can be proven right about Mangone. That's all I want. All right.
Yeah, and just for like the people in the chat, you guys, they're talking about my side. How is Mangone 5'8"? To be exact, I'm literally 5'7" 3/4, but I just rounded up. I mean, just
Mangone,
so there's
right.
so we're not, we have the projection correct. It's where we rounded to 5'8", but it's exactly 5'7" 3/4.
I'm 5'5" and 3/4 as well. So that's how I do it too. I round it on up. 5'6" is what I go with.
JSU, go look at the premium chat. What VIP just put up there with his
VIP kills me. He
gets too good. It was too good. Me in the middle and two little kids.
No, where's VIP? Because VIP owes me some Bryson dollars.
Does
where's
he?
VIP?
No, VIP.
Woo! He's on my list.
Mangone, did you get in on that?
He would have had Bryson's side if he was on it. I mean,
if I would have been asked, I probably would have been on the Bryson side for sure. I'm always on the Bryson.
This is what you miss if you're not a premium subscriber. All these GIFs or GIFs, whatever you call them, that these guys are making. It's just ridiculous.
That's the selling point. Not the fact that we all learned
so
Big T takes his shirt off when he takes a dump. Not the fact that Travis does the same thing.
I don't do it every time. For what it's worth, I don't do it every time. But if like hold it, I'm wearing this. Like I'm gonna take this off. Like it's kind of annoying. Like
you don't need to take it off. It's not even a shirt. It's like it's a wife, whatever the hell they call it.
Yeah, but it's a little longer. If the shirt's longer at the bottom, it's worth it. I think.
Do you work out? Are you like go into the gym and work out?
I've been working out more lately. I've been.
Steve Anthony, they don't make telephone books anymore, man. So I couldn't even sit on one if I wanted to. They don't make them anymore. I remember when I first started my gym, there was a freaking telephone book.
I got a cupcake party box in a NFL draft thing, and if we put these together, now let me go get another book.
How many books do you think I have at my house, Holden?
How do you read? Seriously, who reads books anymore? Like big books? No one. Well, a lot of people do.
Actually, my mother does. I'll take that back. My mother will go to like CVS, and she'll those like thick like books at CVS. Yeah, she'll go and she used to buy like 5 of them, and she would just read them all like every night. She'd be reading one. Wow. Yeah, I don't know where she gave that one to because none of my brothers like to read like that.
Oh, Steve Anthony thinks you're the best in the world, JSU. So that's good.
Oh, thank you, Steve.
Yeah. Philly Faithful agreed in full with the Naked Deuce. Again, don't get it. Don't know how we got on this, but that's the case. That's just where we are. The premium chat is fire. You are correct. JSU's Tinder height is 5'8". He never did get on Tinder.
Never.
He never got on. He never had to. He never had to get on it, which, I'm impressed. I mean, that's good. You nailed it down before you had that. So I'd like to get to 400 likes by the end of the hour. What do you think about that? Travis, you're the likes guy. Can you make an argument here? We almost got 600 watching.
Are we not at 372 right now?
We're at 372.
Oh, how is 400 your only goal?
You gotta
we have high standards.
Holden shoots real low, Tony.
I mean, we only need 28 damn likes, and we haven't even started talking NBA yet.
If you're going to shoot for 400, that's like trying to roster PJ Tucker tonight. Do better. Come on.
I mean,
Big T, your thoughts on PJ Tucker?
I'm still rattled from you saying 400 when we're at like 380. We haven't even started the show yet.
I'd like, you set the first bar, you hit the next bar.
That's like telling the lady at the bar you're only going to give her a minute, even though you're only going to give her a minute.
Right. Oh, so you don't tell her that? That's
you can't tell her ahead of time. You just apologize after.
Disappoint her.
we're about to get over 400 like as we're speaking right now.
Good,
Holden's like, yeah, let's get to 400.
Let's get to 400, and then we'll start.
No,
baby
Spencer
steps.
S. No, I'm not drunk. There was no drinking that went on today. JSU's household. All right, no drinking. I don't know though. I pulled out a beer last time and we picked some winners, so I don't know. I might have to pull out a beer. We'll see.
Oof. I'm just wondering, should I think I got to stay sober. There's just too much going on right now. There's too much going on. I got to stay focused. Let's do it. Let's go for that.
Imagine staying focused. It just helps you get dialed in, Holden.
Yeah. Oh, wait, what do you
get dialed
hold
in?
on, Tony? What are you drinking right now?
Just finished the bottle of the Fit Vine.
Oh, okay. So what's that water that you were just sipping on?
Oh, what are you talking about? Fit wine or whatever I said.
Oh, it's in there. Normally you have like a glass, I thought.
Yeah.
You know what the
Okay.
funny thing's going to be? Like when it's 8:45 and I have to go. That's going to be the best time. You will not believe the amount of ripping these sons of bitches are going to give me. So
yeah, you got to go now.
He always leaves before the show ends. It's just Holden.
Get out of here, Holden. We got Mangone anyways. He's a real
Oh, now that hurts. Do not say that. That hurts. Big T. That hurts.
See, I told you I didn't start it.
Take it back.
No, don't take it back.
Take it back.
You're leaving before we're giving winners. Get out of here.
No, you already gave all the winners.
No, I haven't even, did I talk about basketball?
No,
Yeah,
by
we
that
talked about the
time you
game.
have given all of the winners out. All of them. Are we ready to start basketball or is it too
Oh,
soon?
you're staying? You are staying?
I want to stay.
I thought you said you were leaving or something.
That's an
What are
hour
you
and
talking
15
about?
minutes from now. It's plenty of time. Not leaving right now. Especially not after what you said. So hurtful. Second time this week almost made me cry. So Mangone was saying he loves PJ Tucker tonight. Your thoughts?
I did not say that. PJ
Mangone
Tucker
is
sucks.
a very sharp man, so I don't think he said that.
Mangone is a very smart man, and you agree with him. I can't imagine you agree with him. That's not right. So let me start with this. What did you expect to see out of Giannis in game one, Tony? And what did you end up seeing out of game one from Giannis? And how do we apply that to game two?
How come you're changing the format of the show? You got to go to JSU, let him talk for 45 minutes about everything he saw.
So difficult.
And then I'll start talking about I'll start talking about the winners after that.
Very, very hurtful, Big T. All right. I do this so you can get prepared with all your numbers and all this bullshit that you need to plug into your stuff. So I do this for you and you make fun of me for it.
Yeah, bad guy.
Who said I was Mangone? Did you hear me making fun of anyone?
No,
Yes.
no, I don't think you made fun
I
of
mean,
anyone.
guys, just join hands. Why don't
I mean,
you? Just join friggin' hands.
Yeah.
I mean, hand check,
man.
please. Hand check.
This is so bad.
Seriously, this is ridiculous.
This is
right
horrible.
Now. Should I even start talking?
No.
Let's hear where you got, JC. Everyone wants your breakdown. Everyone wants to know the winners. Everyone wants to know who's gonna win. Is it the Bucks? Does Giannis bounce back? Did he look good? Everyone wants to know what JSU's thinking here.
JSU, who's in the one hole right now?
First of all, well, normally it does start with me because I'll talk for like 15 minutes and let Tony figure his stuff out, and then Tony will talk. So yes, normally I start off the conversation. I will just say one thing. Me and Tony last time out, we called it perfectly. We said Suns heavy, CP3 captain was the best play. The optimal was CP3 and the captain. So I thought we gave really good analysis on that first game. And now I'm going to talk about the game itself. And here's what I saw. When you watch that game, all the Suns did the entire game was attack the weakest link on the court, or what they saw as the weakest link on the court. So when it was Brook Lopez, they would just run screens, try and get the switch. Once they got the switch, they would attack whoever that is, CP3, Devin Booker, whoever got that Brook Lopez switch, they were attacking. All right. Bobby Portis, same exact thing. When Bobby Portis was on the floor without Brook Lopez, they would just do attack the weakest link, run screen and roll, get the switch. Once they got the switch, they were going at him. In the fourth quarter, the Bucks made an adjustment. They went smaller, all right? And what did they do? They just attacked the weakest link. Oh, there's PatCon. Well, they're just going to keep trying to – and what they wanted was they were trying to get PatCon to not switch as much as possible, but at a point, he just has no choice. After they do it 2 or 3 times, he has to switch, and they got to PatCon. So this is to say that I don't see the adjustments that Milwaukee can make in this game specifically, where they're just going to be like, oh yeah, like this is going to work. Like going small is going to work. No, it's not going to work. Didn't work in that quarter. It didn't. What saved them in that quarter, honestly, was Chris Middleton hitting a bunch of big shots to kind of keep them within somewhat striking distance and really keep the game from blowing out. Another thing that Bucks backers will say is, well, we've come out flat in every game one because, for whatever reason, we haven't performed in game one in every single series. And then what they'll do is they'll cite our 3-point shooting. Well, in every game one, we haven't shot well from the 3-point line. What about last game one? They shot 44% from the 3. That's not bad. 44%. They shot 16, I think, of 36 from 3. That's pretty good. In those other game ones, they shot awful from 3, and they got beat. Think about this. So they got handled by the Suns. All right. It wasn't a blowout, but I would say the Suns had that game for majority of the fourth quarter. Like, it wasn't like I got worried as a Suns bettor at any point in that fourth quarter for the most part. So, like, the fact that they actually shot pretty well from 3 and they still got handled by the Suns, that worries me as if I was a Bucks backer, if I was trying to figure out ways on how the Bucks can make it back in this game. So all of this leans to me to say that I think we're going to see a similar situation as we saw in game one, but I think the blowout risk is real. The Suns are a really good home team. That crowd, it definitely makes a difference. I've talked about this a lot. Obviously, the Bucks as well, they shoot a little better at home as is anyways, especially guys like Middleton. So I could see a spot where Giannis struggles a little bit. Middleton, who Middleton played awesome last game. Drew was kind of non-existent, in the other game because he got the ball taken away from Giannis, which is what I said. When Giannis comes back in, now it's going to hurt Drew the most because now Drew is not the primary ball handler making plays and stuff like that. It goes to Giannis. So it killed Drew's, upside. And so this makes me think that I really think we see game one, but I think it's an even better chance that the game blows out. Because if the Bucks shoot poorly from the 3, that game could have easily blown out. If the Bucks shot as bad in this game one as they did in prior game ones, they would have lost by 30. Because that's how bad they shot in those games where everyone was saying like, oh, they're so bad in the first game of every series. So that makes me think that I think I'm going to build my teams as more blowout scripts where I'm going to be heavier on the Phoenix side. So I'm probably most of my teams will have probably 4 Suns and 2 Bucks. You could go 3-3 still, as long as you're punting 1 Buck in the blowout script. But I think 4-2 is going to be the way I build a lot of my teams. And I think that's the reason. I think that I think all of that makes me think that the Bucks aren't going to change anything really defensively to make me worry. If they go small, it doesn't matter. They're going to switch those screen and rolls, and they're just going to attack whoever's on the floor. Bryn Forbes, Pat Kahn, Bobby Portis, Brooke Lopez, whoever it is. So that's what I like in this game. I like the Suns. I think the Suns win, possibly with a nice little blowout here.
Ooh, Travis, sweet Travis. Since you're going to hang out with us, we got to get your thoughts on this game.
Yeah, let me get a question from JSU because this is I'm Showdown. I'm trying my best to get better. I think I'm getting there, but I want to ask JSU a question because something that he just said came to mind. I'm on the Suns blowout script as well. I think that's a really good way to attack. I like the 4-2s. I like the 5-1s. If you are going to do that, right? I know you mentioned doing the 3-3s. I think that's possible, but if you do those, like, are you Xing out like the PJ Tuckers, the Pat Connaughtons? Like, what are you doing with those mid-tier Bucks? That's the question I want to ask you because I think some of those guys that are getting ownership, if you are building those Suns game scripts, I think having guys like PJ Tucker, Pat Connaughton, a lot of them in the mid-tier, I just think they're bad plays. Like Brooke Lopez, I just think you don't want them at all. So what do you think about that, JSU?
Yeah, so the mid-tier, I think, definitely takes a hit. We're going to get into what I'm going to do specifically with my lineup building, but I do agree with you that I think that the guys that would take a hit in those blowout, PJ Tucker, even Pat-Con, I think is those pieces are going to need to play decent for Milwaukee to be in this game. And if it's a blowout, I think they definitely bust. And the cheaper pieces will succeed. And maybe it's only one piece, but that's what we'll kind of get into as we get deeper into the showdown discussion. But I just want to give you and Tony a chance to talk about the game real quick before we go into specific lineup building ideas.
I'm just in the middle of Xing guys out. That's why I asked it. And that's like literally what came to my mind. And I was like, okay, this is the perfect time to ask that because I think that's good. I know Middleton.
One other thing too is I'm not sold that Brook Lopez is just going to be taken off the court. Like what they finished with last game, I'm not sold that like they're just going to go right to it, right? Where they're going to just let Brook Lopez play like 5 minutes and they're going to pull him right away. They like Brook Lopez. They want him in there for his 3-point shooting. But the problem is on defense, he gets killed, but they needed the 3-point shooting of like a Bryn Forbes they needed that spacing in the fourth quarter because they were already down. So maybe if they get back in that situation, then I can see the Brook Lopez quick hook, in the second half. But I don't know if I see it in the first half. And I think he's going to be a little lower owned, Mangone. So he's where you could get some leverage from an ownership standpoint in Showdown.
Okay, yeah. The one thing I heard you say that I sort of disagreed with, and maybe I heard you wrong or you misinterpreted, but I don't love Chris Middleton here, even though I know he played great, but he played great and got 43. And I think Drew Holiday, I'm going to go back to him because I think that he makes some sense. Is if I had to pick between Middleton and Drew, I like Drew over Middleton because Middleton saw Bridges a ton, and we know what Bridges can do to him. And I feel like Drew Holiday, a lot of his stuff was just missed shots. And if he gets going, he could be the guy that they maybe go to a little bit more. And it could kind of the usage could yo-yo back to him, right? Because he did not see a high usage rate in that past game. So I'm leaning Drew over Middleton. I think maybe I heard you wrong, Jay. So did you like Middleton a little bit?
So no, I was specifically talking about Middleton from last game. He played better than Drew last game. I was talking about last game. I think a lot of people are going to like Drew because of the price too, Mangone, right? There's a price difference between those two. I think it's 1,000 is the gap. I don't know if you just said to me straight up, who do I like? I probably still would lean Middleton. I think Drew by far takes the biggest hit when Giannis is on the floor. It seems like you and Tony are more towards the Drew side. Tony, how many times in these Milwaukee series have we just who's your favorite? And I always say Chris Middleton and Tony always says Drew
Holiday.
And I don't think there's you're going to 100% be right on this answer all the time. I think it's a kind of back and forth thing. I will say though, it's tough not to watch that game and then watch the last couple games without Giannis and say, man, there's a huge difference with Drew specifically when it comes to how much more opportunity he gets from a playmaking standpoint and with the ball in his hands, where Middleton, in my opinion, doesn't take as much of a hit, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hold it real quick. We got someone in the chat. I just want to clarify. I mean, stop posting fake news in the chat, man. I mean, there's no need to do that. He says Portis is out. I don't know if he's saying he's out. He's not actually out. He is in. So stop with the fake news in the chat. We already got the lineup out and Brook Lopez is starting. So
he says, not a good play. He just posted it too.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, try. Yeah, the out stuff. We know you don't do that on purpose. So, and he tried to clarify it too. But yeah, try not to confuse people with out because some people might take out as in he's actually not in. Right? We don't want to confuse people.
All right, no worries. Now we got
Tony. Let's get into it, dude. By the way, we're at 433 likes. Can we get to 434, Tony? Is that a good?
I think I hope so. We might, unless we get another 19 dislikes, then it might go the other way.
Yeah, then it'll go the other way. All right, come on, guys. Get us that one extra like to 434. It's going to make everybody happy here. It's going to bring you the good mojo tonight.
I mean, at 19 dislikes, you might as well just give us the 20.
That's awesome.
I mean, just give us that 2-0. Come on.
Gotta ask.
Oh, we just
Respect.
hit our goal. We just hit our goal. We just hit 434. Thanks to whoever did that. Really appreciate it. Oh, 435. This is amazing. Tony, let's get your thoughts on this, man. I asked you about Giannis earlier. I'd like for you to start with him and just thoughts on rostering him tonight.
Yeah, so I was just finishing up my numbers, but last game, Giannis played what I think was a very good game for him. 6 for 11, 1 for 2 from 3, 7 for 12 from the line. He had 17 rebounds, a block, a couple steals. I felt like he played very good and in 35 minutes and got 53. Tonight, you're going to see him projected somewhere around the same number, low to mid 50s, depending on where you look. I think he played good the first game. I'm more on JSU side where I love Phoenix tonight. I think Giannis definitely could have a stinker tonight. And I know I'm the Giannis hater already, so people might not want to listen to that, but I love Phoenix tonight. I think Giannis could have a tough one, which is a nice little edge for us.
Wow. All right. That's big news. So let me run.
We got our boy, before you go on, we got our boy, Chris Kirkwood. That was him who must've gave you the like that you were asking for. Mr. Kirkwood in the chat.
Kirkwood, I miss you. Oh, come on over. Have a good time, buddy. Come on the show sometime. All right, JSU. So your take on Giannis now.
Yeah, I'm kind of in lockstep with Tony where I thought he played really well. Like he dominated the boards. He was getting tips and he was tipping the ball to two players for buckets and blocking, running and down players and blocking shots. And it just felt like he fell into just such a solid game, and he still got like 53, or whatever it was, which was fine. But like the way I'm building, I'm probably going to end up like, he'll still be on some of my teams, but I'm probably going to be lower on him. And I lowered his projection. It was a thing where I kind of lowered it down to, because I built like 50 teams for tonight's slate. So I lowered his projection to like 45, and I just saw how much it kind of like popped it in the opto. So, that's what I'm doing with them. So I'm going to be slightly under on Giannis, because he's going to be like, what is he going to be like 85% owned on this slate? Like 90? He's got to be, right?
Got to be high. I don't know about quite that high, but he's got to be pretty high.
He was only like 35% when I had him in that game one.
Well, no, but that was game one. See, that was because everyone didn't know. Yeah, everyone didn't know, like, is he going to play what? I mean, we all said he was going to play and he should play his normal minutes, but like people were still worried about his knee and stuff like that. So now everyone watched him. And Tony, don't you agree? Like, he looked fine. Like, in my opinion, from an ability standpoint, he looked like he could do pretty much everything that he could do prior to the injury. My only issue with Giannis was it looked like he slowed down big time in that second half. We talked about this. His conditioning was definitely not there. Now, he gets one extra day in between. Is that enough for him to kind of ramp up when his knee has to be sore? I thought he was limping a little in that second half too, kind of during dead balls and stuff like that, moving around, just watching him. That's just how I saw it. But from an ability standpoint, I thought he was doing everything, normal, jumping. Like, I don't think he was affected athletically or anything like that, athleticism wise. So I'm not worried about that, but I will say the conditioning thing did worry me, that it did seem like he slowed down in the second half.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, his leg definitely looked like it was bothering him just a little bit. I mean, when he's running down the court, you usually see that just glide that he got that looks easy. Yeah. I mean, I think the short rest too, he was off for what, a week to 10 days or however long it was. I don't know at this point, but I think it's going to catch up to him. He played 35 minutes. Like I said, he was a little banged up, only one day off. Now he's back at it. And again, like the Suns just have such a good home court that I think they're going to give it to him. Ayton's a good matchup. They got bodies. I mean, Cam did good. Bridges and Crowder can both take a turn on him. I mean, they can throw a bunch of bodies at this guy. I just think it's a good fade, especially when, just like game one, I haven't talked that much about Phoenix yet, but I love all three of their main guys again, where I can just over project the three Phoenix studs, under project Giannis, under project whoever else you think as we go through here. And you're going to naturally end up with just a ton of the teams you want with the Giannis fade naturally. Even by over projecting like the three Suns more than Giannis, you're naturally just not going to get that much Giannis. So maybe you get some, maybe you don't. But I could see Giannis having like a 35-point fantasy game tonight in a blowout, and all those teams don't get there. He gets no fourth quarter run or something. I think it's a good fade. I'm not going to full fade because, like we always talk about on these shows, I'm just going to under project him to where he still hits some of my teams. But if I was playing like one team, I don't mind the fade at all. As I finish running these numbers, we'll see kind of what
I got two teams tonight. And in the Millie, I don't think I can. I think I'm going to fade them if you guys are fading. Let me just also give you guys some background for those of you that haven't been here for the premium shows. There's some really tough decisions and there's some uncomfortableness. Like, it's not comfortable going into a showdown slate, fading Giannis, given that, I mean, if things work out, he could smash for 70 and then you're totally screwed. It's all over. But the one thing that I've learned from these guys more than anything else is you got to take a stand. I mean, that's it. Come up with the guy you like or you don't like and either play him or fade him. I mean, Mangone, you've been doing this long enough too. At this point, you got to make up your mind. If you want to be wishy-washy and go 50-50 on Giannis, fine. I don't agree. I don't agree with it after listening to these guys for so long.
Well, the one thing I'll say that I wouldn't say if you wishy-washy on Giannis, but like Tony says, project Giannis for just a lot lower, because sometimes he just pops in there because you just need those raw points, right? Like, if you truly think Middleton is a better play than Giannis straight up, then project Middleton over that. But like, sometimes like you could put Giannis for 41 fantasy points, right? But you might need 41 fantasy points for your last spot based on the way the optimizer is telling you everything. And that 41 might pop in there. So put him in there, right? Like, you don't have to just fully X out Giannis. That's not what Tony's going to do, Holden, right? He's going to make sure to under project Giannis, but he's still going to get some, and then he's going to see what it does. And he might see that Giannis is on a lot of his teams, right? And he's still okay with that because he under-projected it and he over-projected the guys that he liked. And that's what's going to fit his projections. And I think that's really super important. One thing that I think Tony's been doing that's given him a lot of success.
All right, Tony, JSU, we're getting into this here. Guys, if you got any questions, we could start hitting this here. Joey work in the chat. Oh, Joey. What are you guys giving out on the golf show? What do we got coming up on the golf show? JSU, you should know this, or Tony. Open 50% off your first payment for the monthly subscription. And then what do we got as far as the tickets you guys are giving away? Hell, Mangone, you might know this even better because you work with the hoop. What are we giving away here on the golf shows?
Yeah, so this is what we're doing. Or not US. I keep saying US Open. It's not. It's Open 50. Okay, so Open 50 is the code. You get 50% off. It's going to be a little bit of a quiet week next week. But get 50% off, and it's definitely going to be worth it. We're also giving away DK Millie Maker tickets. We're going to do that on, I think, the Tuesday show because BigT and JSU will be doing that Wednesday golf show, right? But we can't give away the $100 tickets then. We'll be giving away like 3 to 4 hoops then, right? So 3 to 4 could maybe be more, right? It depends how good of a mood they're in. And I wouldn't be shocked. Let's say it's overlaying or if there's anything open. If you got BigT in a good mood and the wine is flowing, maybe he'll give something away on the Wednesday show as well.
Love it. Hit the like button. We're almost at 500. So that'll be nice too. 500. I mean, you want to talk about good mojo. 500 gets you the best mojo that there is tonight. JSU, don't want to go to BigT first on this one. Don't want to mess up, what we usually have here. We got Travis throwing me off a little bit, but you know what? We're professionals and we can handle this. And Travis has done a fine job here. So I actually want to switch this thing up totally.
I mean, it's easy to do a fine job when you just follow Big T's lead. I mean, it ain't hard to do a good job when you just hold hands with Big T and just walk right into the sunset. Like, I mean, these two guys are
JSU.
Yeah, for one, JSU, agree with Big T. Don't you worry about it. And second, I don't want to mess up the mojo. I'm here hanging out, but I'm not trying to, step on anyone's toes. I want you guys to do your process and everything. I want Big T to get all the time to get the math right. I know Big T's not a math guy, but apparently he is a math guy with all these projections he's working on over there, taking up all this time. So I just
now you're getting Mango turning on me, JSU. Don't be getting
finally nice, Mango, and you got a backbone. I like it.
I will say the one thing I have laughed at is on one of the shows, I think it was like a college show, Big T was like, Dunkel, he's like, Dunkel's the bets guy, like Steve Boynton, he's the college basketball guy. I'm the numbers guy. And I was like, Big T's a numbers guy now? Like,
I said that?
Yeah, you said it on.
I said I was a numbers guy?
Oh, it was great. I should go find it. It was so good.
I must have been talking about something else.
Yeah. He must have been drunk or something at 10 a.m. Like, yeah,
I don't even know what I might have been joking.
So, JSU, I want to look all the way down and kind of build up from there. We already talked about Giannis. Who's the guy? We had a question in chat about this too. Who's the guy? I guess Torrey Craig and down 2.4, 1.4, 1K. Who are some of the guys that we need to start talking about right now that we could find in your pool? And by the way, Joey Work, Royals up 1-0. You might have actually gotten a bet right. Congratulations. All right.
Don't make fun of my guy, Joey Work.
It doesn't matter. We kill each other and we love each other. So don't worry about it. Stop.
He picks winners. No making fun of Joey Work. He picks winners.
So low price guys, especially on DK here.
Well, here's the thing with the low price guys. So we all know the guys that are in play that will get run with this game staying close. Now, if you're looking to ship, and this is where the strategy part comes in. I always talk about when you're building showdown lineups, you're building the script of the game. So you're building the showdown lineup like how you think the game is going to go from a script standpoint. So if you're building a blowout, right, some of these guys that, in a close game, come off the bench and get 15 minutes, maybe 18 minutes. Some of those guys, they might get hurt a little bit. Obviously, the stars will lose a few minutes because what's going to happen is the scrub unit is going to come in if there's a blowout, right? And the scrub unit for Milwaukee, we know at least like 3 of them. Nawara, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Giannis's brother, and Diakati, I think is his name, from Milwaukee. Those are 3 guys that come in for like the big blowout run, like what if the game is like out of hand. And so those are guys I think you can take a shot with at 1K, especially if you're building like, 25, 50, 100, 150 lineups. You're trying to MME. I mean, get pieces of these 1K guys in your blowout script, because, it is possible for one of those guys, if they get like a full quarter run, to outscore. What did Brim Forbes score? And he was on the winner. 7.5. He scored 7.5. If my 1K guy comes off that bench, do you think he can score more than 7.5? Because if he can, he might be on. I mean, he might not even need 7.5 too. That's the other part that we don't even talk about. He might not even need 7.5 to be on the winner. He might need 4, 3. I mean, you could friggin' win with a 0. We've seen it happen before too, especially when you're talking about the 1K guys. So all of this is to say that's kind of how I think people need to look at it. Now, the Bucks side is, I think, a little easier from a player standpoint than the Suns side, because, I think that guys like Jalen Smith might get some blowout run if the game is out of hand. Maybe Etwan Moore. But, I think the Bucks side is a little easier to attack with those 3 guys I talked about. And I'm not saying to play, 2 of them, but, take a shot with, 1 in your lineup, in your blowout script lineup, and see how it goes. And that's a way to try and solo ship. That's what we want.
Okay. So who kind of fits that? What do you think?
I just talked about who fits that build.
No. Frank Kaminsky was the guy that you need to elaborate on because we got questions about them.
My guy Dean's burner account. He's got me. Diakite. So Diakite. There we go.
Cisco.
Yeah.
Who?
Cisco.
Oh yeah, you were saying this earlier. Cisco. Yeah. Whatever. So thank you, Dean's burner account
or whatever you're saying.
Well, that's his name.
He looks like Cisco though, so call him Cisco. It's easy. Makes him feel good.
Cisco. Everyone knows who we're talking about. Diakite is now Cisco. So yeah, what were you saying, Holden? What did you want me to talk about?
Kaminsky in particular.
Yeah. So Frank Kaminsky, could he catch blowout run? Maybe not though. Could he get run in the game? Yeah, all possible. But in the second half, they didn't play him. They went a different route and played that small ball. And I think it was Jay Crowder and Cam Johnson where they played, and they were pretty much helping on Giannis, both of those guys, and playing them tough. And they went real small with those two guys as the bigs on that team, even though they're like small forwards, you know what I mean? So they could just go that route where Frank Kaminsky doesn't get any run. And remember, Torrey Craig, so that lineup would have a few pretty good defenders that they feel comfortable if they got switched onto Giannis, could at least give him a little bit of a tough time, you know what I mean? So, and then they're all going to help on him anyway. So I wouldn't be shocked if Kaminsky only got run in a blowout, but he could also get, 4 minutes in the first half, 4 minutes in the second half, something like that. But I don't know. I think the small ball is probably the better route for the Suns. I thought that lineup was great, honestly.
Okay, so I'll give you the K-Phallic chart update because I happen to have it up.
Please do.
So what happened was, this is what the lineup they ran with. So when Ayton was out, right? He was out from he went out the 10:45 mark, and then he came back in at the 7:46, and they ran a Jay Crowder, Chris Paul, Cam Payne, Cameron Johnson, and Torrey Craig. So that was the end.
That was first half though. I'm talking about the second half.
No, that's the second half. I'm staring at it right now here.
What was it again?
At the end, in the fourth quarter, they ran Jay Crowder, they ran Chris Paul, Cam Payne, then Cam Johnson, and then Torrey Craig. And I think Torrey Craig switched to Booker at one point. But yeah.
Okay, so it was Cam, Jay Crowder, and Torrey Craig.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, because Chris Paul came in for Devin Booker, and they left Cam out there, which was another thing that I was right about too, was their willingness to play Cam Payne a little bit with Chris Paul. And that's actually pretty big for his minutes, because if they, at certain points in the playoffs, they weren't doing that. And then, I think they're starting to realize that he just can score. That dude can score the basketball. Like he is fast. He can beat people to the rim. He can shoot. If he's playing well, he's going to get more minutes next to Chris Paul, which just gives him a little bit more of a bump.
Okay. So while you're talking there, Travis, anybody besides that wasn't on K-Phalic's chart that you kind of like down low?
I love the campaign thing. So that's something I was thinking about, how am I going to make these small ball lines different? I didn't think the Cam Johnson, Jay Crowder thing was a good idea, but I was trying to think of, and even if the game is close and they go more small ball, you could see Cam Payne, if you played him and Chris Paul together, a lot of people won't do that. And they think it's negative correlation, but you could see them be on the court together. And you could also see Chris Paul or Booker, right, crushing a blowout. And then you could see Cam Payne crushing that fourth quarter, getting run, because they just want to make sure the game gets closed out properly and leave Cam Payne in that game in that fourth quarter run. So I kind of like Cam Payne for cheap, and maybe making sure to pair him up with even a Chris Paul, a Booker, and a Cam Payne, all three together. That just sounds super unique, and it's a round I think that could work. So I like the idea of trying to put Cam Payne on the blowout scripts with some of these other ball handlers.
Yeah, Cam Payne actually has had a couple of nice games in a row now, have helped us on Showdowns. Too shy of 500 likes. Hit it. Let's get to 500. Everybody will feel great. It's wonderful. All right, Tony, before we even get to these questions here, have you run the numbers yet? What is the update on the number running?
Yeah, we're in the process here. We're almost done. I'm actually going to try to upload my FanDuel thing before 1 minute before lock for once. And then I'm going to get everything set. And then I'm going to deep dive into what the numbers tell me shortly. But I'm well on my way here.
All right, if you're well on your way, I think you brought up Campaign the last time we talked. And he's a little bit more than the guys that I was talking about, but way down low today. Anybody standing out to you? Salary relief.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with what Mangone said. I definitely like Campaign. I got him projected higher than I normally would. I'll go through the stuff too when I'm done. I'll kind of go through the numbers and different stuff. But besides him, I mean, I like JSU's take on Nawara and Theonis for like super cheap guys that'll play in a blowout. I like I'm gonna over project guys like Nawara and Theonis and on the Phoenix side, even Kaminsky, because I think Kaminsky could play both ways. He could play in a close game. He could play in a blowout. I don't love him, but I like him more than like Jeff Teague and some of those other super cheap guys down there that I just don't want to play Jeff Teague. I don't want to play Bryn Forbes. Those are plays I'm trying to stay away from as much as I can. Doesn't mean I'm going to full fade them, but I'm going to try to project some guys that I think could win the slate for us over them. Like, I don't think Jeff Teague's ever going to be why you win the slate tonight. If you play a guy like Jordan Nwora, though, and get a quarter of run, you could ship the slate. And the good thing is, yeah, if you get a zero, he probably – obviously the Teague teams are going to beat you and the Forbes teams are going to beat you. But the thing is, when you get this blowout, say Forbes has like 7 again and Teague has 6 or 8, and then all of a sudden it's a blowout in the fourth quarter and you got 0 still with Nawara or Frank or whoever you played that's cheap and maybe not in yet. Yeah, you're 7 points back, but you know what the good part about the blowouts is? When these starters come out and the scrubs come in, you're not coming back off the floor. So you got that full run to try to beat 7 fantasy points. And once you get in front of that 7, you're just straight to the top. Straight, you beat all those teams that had chalk freaking Teague. Like, I couldn't imagine playing Jeff Teague tonight at a really high ownership. Just outrageous to me. I'd rather take a 0. Like, if Nawara doesn't play and the game stays close and I get 0 for my 1,000 guy, that's not going to be why I win or lose tonight. I'm obviously not going to win first place with a 0 more than likely in a game like this, because one of these 1K guys is going to score. They're not all going to go scoreless. But it's also not going to be the reason you lose money. Like, you're going to – whether they do good or bad isn't going to be why you cash. But it could be why you ship the whole thing if you play the right guy and get lucky. So, yeah, Rams09 in the chat says, can you do a FanDuel core? Yeah, I put both of my cores up on the site. So,
can I ask you a question, Big T? So you don't like Giannis as much today. Like, you under projected him. So if you're under projecting him, are you over projecting like a Bobby Portis or like Theonis, right? Like, how are you handling that? Because that's what I'm wondering. How, if you sound like you're more down on Giannis than others, so I'm wondering how you're kind of countering that with some of the cheap guys.
Yeah, I mean, well, I want like one of Drew or Middleton. Basically, I almost want a rule with my teams where I haven't set this rule yet. I guess I still could. I want one Milwaukee star max of the 3, and I think that's going to make me unique. Where I'm never going to have 2 of them on a team. I should have already set this rule. I probably do anyways, because I got about 100 total % of the 3 of them. So I think it kind of works this way naturally. But I only want 1, because if it's a blowout Phoenix's way, I don't see how more than 1 of them can, maybe 2 could be, but I don't see how 2 of them are going to outscore the big 3 from Phoenix in a blowout. I don't think it'll happen. So to answer your question, if it's a blowout, then I want to over project those guys. Like, I'm going to be so low on Teague, low on Tucker, because again, if they get blown out, I don't see how these guys could get there really. The guys that could get there are the good guys. I mean, Middleton, Drew, Giannis, obviously they could get there even in a blowout. But I don't see PJ Tucker ever playing good in a game they're getting crushed. Like, I don't see that. So, I mean, the guys, just talking about how much I want of people, I want Noara the most because I'm playing for a blowout. And I know for a fact that if I get 6 to 12 minutes of blowout run, like it's a 20, 30-point game in the fourth, we get 9 minutes of blowout run or something. I want Noara. I don't want to be sitting at the end when this blowout run comes and I look at my teams and I got Jeff Teague in there and he's got 6 fantasy points and I know he's going to come out at a certain point and these scrubs are going to be in. Maybe Teague plays too, but he's just not the guy that – I don't know. I'd rather have Noara in there when no one has him. And I don't know. Oh, by over projecting, it doesn't mean I'm projecting him for 15 points or something, but – like if I have to choose, I kind of used this example last show, but I just put him in that bracket with all the cheap guys. Like in my cheap player pool, let me go to the very bottom.
Listen to this. This is what I want too. The cheap player pool.
Yeah, I mean, so just starting with, so you got the mid-range, I guess I'd start with. PJ Tucker, Connaughton, Campaign, Bobby Portis, that kind of range, 4.6 to 3.2. All that matters is how you project that range. So basically, it doesn't matter what the projection is really, if it's 15, 16, wherever you put these guys. As far as me, I want Campaign for the reasons Mangone gave. I would put him over Connaughton and Tucker. And he's, in my opinion, he'll probably be lower owned too, just because Tucker and Connaughton theoretically have more secure roles on there. But I would rank it Campaign, Connaughton, Tucker, then Bobby Portis for me. And then you go in the cheaper range where you got Torrey Craig, Forbes, and Teague will be the 3 that are owned, and Kaminsky. I would rank Torrey Craig for sure number 1 of the cheap guys just because he's another guy that could play both directions, maybe a little blowout, maybe a close game he gets decent run. So I think you have to project him more than a guy like Noara, but the rest of them, I'm not putting Forbes ahead of them. I'm not putting Teague ahead of them. I'm not putting Nader or any of these guys ahead of them. Yeah, so the people that are watching that haven't listened to some of our shows we've done, do I think Noara outscores Teague and Forbes tonight? I mean, if you had to give a true projection, you would say no. Forbes and Teague will outscore him. But when you start factoring in how you should in showdowns and build a script, I don't want Teague or Forbes over Noara on my teams because they're not going to win it for me. They're just not. And if Teague and these guys end up in that build at the bottom, you could win and you could chop, and that's why I won't full fade them. But just to answer it, to summarize, I just want Noara in that blowout run and Kaminsky over those guys that other people are going to play.
So we have had a couple of questions about Portis in the chat, Big T.
I don't know. I think Portis could legitimately play 0 minutes.
What? Really?
Like, he's not built. Lopez can't guard. Portis can't guard. Everyone wants to talk about Lopez getting played off the floor. Bobby Portis is just as slow as Lopez, and he gets played off even more. So if anyone goes off the floor, it's going to be Portis, not Lopez. And if they're
I will say this too, Tony. There's only one of those players that actually didn't play in a series already. It was Portis. Remember, he didn't play in that whole damn.
Oh, if he doesn't play tonight.
I wouldn't be shocked either. I agree. If anyone's getting played off the floor, it's him.
He might never get on the floor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
And I mean, so you take it to the same point. This is where it gets tricky and why I like the optimizer, because you have to watch your numbers with Noara and Portis. Just use that combination. Like, obviously Portis is going to project higher than Noara, like I keep saying. But if you want the optimizer to work properly, at least how I use it, you need Noara to be projected over Bobby Portis, because you just get a different combination by doing that. So I'm basically projecting Noara for 7 or 8 points. It doesn't matter. Thinking in my head, he's going to get 0 unless we get blowout run. More than likely. Maybe he comes in for 2-minute burst somewhere or something. But for the most part, if it doesn't blow out, you're for sure getting 0, and you're still projecting the guy for 7 or 8 points. And I mean, maybe that's right. Like we say with all our stuff, You don't have to listen to what I'm saying, but that's just how I do it.
So your core's up too, by the way. We're still waiting for the official numbers, but do you want to give your core real quick?
The core is going to be the core no matter what for my main team.
Back to the Suns, man. The big three from the Suns. We're doing it again.
I posted all my stuff in the chat too for the people that are in the chat. I posted my player pool, captain.
Oh, I got to get to that. All right, so in the NBA chat, you put your player pool. Beautiful.
So if you're in the NBA Discord, that's where Tony posted all of his stuff. So go on the NBA Discord. I posted my cores in there too for FanDuel and DK, and they should be loaded up on the site now too.
JSU, what do you like about Bridges tonight? I see him in your FanDuel core. Talk to me about Bridges.
FanDuel is just different because of the pricing. It's just like he's just priced wrong. So, I'm going to attack it again. I attacked it last time. I just think, 9K is way too cheap. So I'm going to go back to him in the util spot, but still he's going to be in there. So.
Okay. So I'm just looking at the rest of the pool here. Mangone, anything you want to add to this before we get going?
Yeah. So someone's asking in the Discord chat, right? Like, let me try and answer this on air. Maybe I can get the answer too. I don't know how to add a random player that's not projected on the builder that we have. So he said, how do I get Jordan Noir on the builder? He's not in there. I honestly just uploaded it. And whenever I got because I know I want to mix in some of those guys, right? If you want, let's say you want Jordan Noir and you want to make his projection 12 fantasy points, just make that Frank Kaminsky and then swap him out for that, or do it as Jeff T.
I
don't know how to do it. I'll admit.
Stop it. That's not even I know how to do it
the wrong way.
How do you do it then? How do you do it?
I know how to do this. It's
guys, I don't 150 though. So I'm efficient this. So
I don't either.
You 150 more than me. You really think you have played more than 150 hours than me?
Tony, you want to explain? You explain it.
How do you do it then?
So you just click the hide unprojected button. It shows all the names. Then you go down and give them a projection, and then you're in their player pool.
There we go. I didn't even know it was there. So there we go. That's
make sure you unclick the there are people that literally it's gonna pull up everyone like Dante DiVincenzo. It's gonna pull up even guys that are hurt. So just unclick the guys you don't want, and then give the projection to the guys you do, and then run it.
JSU, can you imagine you thought that I built 150 lineups more than you? I mean, I don't look for Jordan Noir ever. I mean, this isn't my territory at all. This is you guys. I mean,
Tony knows I've literally done 150 maybe 10 times in my entire life. So
probably less.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've barely done it. Maybe 4 times, 3 times.
Maybe I've done it more than you then, but
that's it. My lineup's set. That's it. It's like I said, there's 2 of them. I know you guys, I'm talking out loud right now, but you look at Big T's core right now, and basically there's just a couple of decisions you got to make. Down at the bottom, how much salary you want to save if you're playing Noir, if you want to go Payne or somebody else. Then the other one is Middleton versus Holiday. And like JSU said earlier today, on the premium show, we've been doing this. One of them takes one and one of them takes the other. I think it's really personal preference at this point. Right, Big T? I mean, you're a Middleton guy. But you'll have some Drew Holiday, right? What's funny?
I mean, I'm the Drew guy. He's the Middleton guy. But
you're the Drew guy?
You're proving the point that it literally doesn't matter.
Holden's the guy who doesn't listen or pay attention to shit, Tony. That's who Holden is.
Hold on. You're the Middleton guy?
I mean, I've always been the Drew guy.
Tony has always been the Drew guy.
And I'm right half the time and wrong the other half.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
All right, Mangone.
Exactly, and I'm right half the time and wrong the other half. It's perfect, Tony. One of us is right for this one thing.
Holiday or Middleton?
I mean, for today, it's Holiday because I picked the matchup. Bridges is going to be on Middleton, so it's Holiday for me.
It is a 1K difference too, which makes a big difference.
1K difference is nice, and then I think it always depends on the spot too, right? And also Middleton played better last time, so I feel like people will go to him. I think you can even make the case just going to the under-owned guy because of the recent performance and just zigzagging is the move too almost every time, right? I mean, all of that is kind of calculated in when I kind of make the decision, but typically like to lean Drew because I just think he's super talented. But if I think the game is going to be close, you know who's taking the shots at the end of the game? Chris Middleton. He's their closer, not Giannis, not Drew. Chris Middleton's the closer. So if I think the game's going to be close, Chris Middleton's definitely in play.
Yeah, I just don't know what to do with it. And it always seems like it's a conversation we have down to the wire. I mean, Tony, you're a Drew guy on this side, or like tonight. What will the ownership look like for you? Like for Middleton versus Drew Holiday?
I'm going to have more Drew just because he had a bad game in the first game.
Okay.
Like I said, I mean, my exact percentages, I got like 100% total of Drew, Giannis, Middleton. That isn't exactly because I didn't set the rule, so I know it's not exactly one per team, but that's what I want. And if I had to rank them, I want the most Drew, second most Giannis, third rank most Middleton. But truly, that's probably just because of how the numbers came out too. Like just the way it worked. I'm torn on it. The only thing I'm sold on is I only want one Milwaukee stud on my builds.
That's it. One Milwaukee stud, and it doesn't sound like it's Giannis.
It doesn't. I mean, I don't think it can't. If you can make it work, it just doesn't work as good with the salaries for me. So
Okay.
you can make it work, though. I mean, play Giannis. I mean,
especially if you got that Noara Payne combo, if you wanted to go that way. All right, guys, I'm going to go to the premium chat and get some questions, is what we normally do. We take questions from you guys. We help you build your lineups. Again, if you're not a subscriber, it is Open 50, OPEN 50, Open 50, 50% off your first monthly payment. 50% off your first monthly payment plus Mangone. I know you're building right now. I mean, how about Mangone on an Up to Lock show, JSU? That is impressive. That is, you talk about gracing people with presents. Travis, this never happens. So why don't you tell them about the giveaway again? You could sell the site too, Travis. Come on, bring it, baby.
I could sell the site. So Open 50, you get the chance at the $100 Millie Maker ticket. We got 3 or 4 that we're going to be giving away. If the likes are flowing on the show, Hoop might even give out more, right? So, tune into that Tuesday show. That's when they'll be giving out. Use that code Open50. That's how you can qualify for it. And you get 50% off listen, you get everything, right? You don't get, this isn't just like the golf package, right? This is for MMA, which we have an MMA show on Saturday, which you've talked about already, Holden. That's going to be free. We get NASCAR. We get everything. You get into the Discord chat where you get to see Big T's exposures. He posts his exposure for NBA, for golf. You get JSU's core posted in there. You can ask him any questions that you want. I mean, everything and anything. If you're a sports guy, you're crazy not to be here. And also, don't forget about the bet side, right? Listen, you can look at the bet side to help you make decisions with DFS as well, even if you're not in a state that can bet. And if you are in a state that you can bet, it's $100 altogether for a month. I mean, what are you doing? You're just crazy not to sign up.
Thank you. Let's get some questions from the premium chat. Again, guys, hit the like button. We can get to 600. That'd be awesome. We love it. These guys, best players in the world, sitting here running you up to lock tonight. It's absolutely terrific. Zwickler, is a 5-1 Phoenix build crazy? And I think the answer to that question is no, correct?
Yeah, it's not crazy. I think people in the Showdown streets, I think they worry too much about that number, though. Like I've said on a bunch of these Showdown shows, I don't go in saying I want for sure 5-1. I want the numbers to dictate it. Again, I plug the numbers in I think they should get, even if in my route. If I'm projecting a blowout, that's what I'll project the guys for. And who knows? Maybe you have a team that hits with 2 scrubs in it, Theonis and our boy Noara. Maybe those 2 somehow hit, plus Drew Holiday. You could have $3 with a build like that, even in a blowout script. So, 5-1's okay. I'm going to have tons of 5-1 teams, but you don't need to go in with that mindset like I want 5-1. Just see what fits, because maybe you get to your last 2 spots and it just happens to be 2 blowout Milwaukee guys in there. Or what about a different route where you somehow fade all 3 of the good guys from Milwaukee? You play just a total Suns onslaught with the 3 studs and then like a Crowder. Maybe Crowder gets hot and goes for – this is a build that could ship tonight too, where we always have these quotes. If you played like the 3 stud Phoenix guys plus Crowder or one of these mid-range guys, I mean Crowder, Campaign – Cam Johnson, who's the one guy I'm missing? Bridges. I don't even have Bridges in my thing. I just realized.
Tony, here's another question too. Do you ever, so you obviously don't mess with like the 4-2 and stuff. Do you mess with like the min-max salaries? Like what do you do does it matter on the Showdown slate, or do you mess with that too much?
They just naturally hit too, so I don't have to set those. The only thing I set is like captains. I'll set min-maxes for captains, but I don't have any numbers in my, for some reason, Mikal Bridges, somehow he doesn't hit any of my builds, and I'm kind of shocked by it. It's
probably because you overprojected a lot of the cheaper guys.
Everyone around him hits some of the teams though, like Campaign, Crowder hits a decent amount.
Their prices are their prices fit though.
Just
I have the
crazy
same
he didn't
thing.
hit a single team though, because I got him projected for 25. It's weird that he doesn't hit anything.
He didn't hit a single team for 25.
I don't know. I don't see him.
Weird.
I mean, it's good because I don't like him ever. He's never the guy I want, so I'm kind of happy that he doesn't hit any of my teams.
It's just weird he didn't hit one.
I keep looking like I'm maybe missing it, but he's not on there.
All right.
Even Cam Johnson hits over him.
Sitting here for 2 hours. I'm going to take my shirt off just for you, Big T. I'll be back in a second. 2.5 hours. No bad.
You're actually going into test it out. Give it a test.
I'm just peeing. I'm not going to sit. I'm just
give it a test run. He says.
Tony, my question for you is going to be, I know the min max for players. That was what I was asking. I was asking for like the full lineup, right? Like, do you make it so like leaving $3,000 is like the number, or like 2,800? Like, what's the min max for that?
I don't think it matters.
Okay.
My particular numbers, which doesn't mean shit. It's just what I do to set a random number is obviously I don't, sometimes if it's a really, really chalky slate, maybe I would lower the max. But with a slate like this, where I'm going to play weird guys anyways, like Nawara, I don't need to do this. So I'm going to leave it at the 50K because I'm okay with that. And I go down to 44,400 just because I'm lucky with those fours. But like if I had to set a number, I guess I'd leave like 5,000.
Okay. Yeah,
I go slightly lower just because I like that number. But if it's a blowout, especially, like if you think it's going to be a blowout, you could have a lot less in the optimal. In the lower you go, obviously, which you already know this, the better chance you got of being unique. So I wouldn't be shocked if it was a weird build like that tonight where none of those Milwaukee guys somehow hit the build, like where the highest scoring guy gets like 30, but 4 Suns get more than that. And then I don't know.
Yeah, no, I was just curious about that because it's like, I don't know, Jason, did you put like 50 in there? Do you mess with that too much?
No, I don't mess with it that much.
Holding your back from your pee. Did you take your shirt off?
Yeah,
I did. I got stage fright. I couldn't handle it, and then I put it back on.
By yourself?
Yeah, it was just so uncomfortable. It was just a different vibe. You know what I'm going to do, Tony? I'm going to get nice and relaxed later. And, there won't be any pressure. I'll be by myself. I won't have to tell the story. It'll go well. JSU, you got a question directed right at you. Now, I will say this, 1v1 questions, there's a lot surrounding them when it comes to Showdown. So here, Sam Joshi, Booker or Giannis? Is Campaign a bad captain? First of all, Booker or Giannis, for you tonight, what's your answer?
Booker or Giannis? I like the Suns more, so I'll tell you, I have more Booker than Giannis. So, okay. Raw points though, it's like even if I underproject him, I have, I do think the game ends in a blowout, so I'm going to lean the Sun side regardless. So I guess Booker, but it's tough, like raw points wise, to say just straight up. There's a price difference too, but I like the Suns. So yeah, Booker.
Ryan's in chat. He goes, can you ask the guys if there's an adjustment where Drew actually matches up with Chris Paul for this game? JSU, that's your question.
That's what we say every show. I want to, it sounds like we're just like talking ourselves up, but we watch these games and we analyze it, and it doesn't matter who. Everyone wants to say put Drew on CP, it'll slow him down. They're setting the high screen. It doesn't matter who's on them. There's nothing. I don't care how good of a defender you are. Drew Holiday is the best defender, one of the best on-ball defenders. But they're going to set a screen. And then if the one screen doesn't work, you'll see it tonight. If they get a tough matchup, they won't be scared to run double screens up top. I don't care who you are. Chris Paul's one of the best point guards of all time. if you get him 2 screens, I don't care who's guarding him. You're not getting around and handling that. So it doesn't matter who's on him is the answer to that question.
Yeah, I mean, if you watch the end of that game, there were times where they were trying to get PatCon switched onto CP3, and CP3 would just he'd be yelling at his guy to set a screen. He'd set a screen, it wouldn't work, and he'd just go right back. He'd do it again. They would set. They'll do as many screens as they can until they get the switch they want, and then once they get the switch they want, they're gonna attack that guy. So I don't see them changing that adjustment. So even if Drew Holiday goes on CP3, they're going to have to switch that high screen and roll, and that's where they get killed. So, unless they're just going to trap the screen and roll, which I don't think they're going to do, because they'll leave a shooter wide open. But, and we're talking about the Phoenix Suns who've been one of the best 3-point shooting teams throughout most of the season. So, that's an adjustment they could make, but I don't think they're going to make it because I think that's a silly adjustment, honestly.
So JSU, we got a guy in chat here. He's like, man, I don't see the blowout tonight. I think the rotations are tight. I'm not sold on this blowout. Well, that's fine, but can you go back? You need to go back to a point to where you need a game script to win Showdown.
Yeah. Oh, well, listen, I mean, maybe your game script is not the blowout then. Maybe your builds, if you think this game stays close, you shouldn't be playing really any of these 1K guys that won't see run outside of a blowout script. Shouldn't play any of them. If that's the case, you should stick with the guys that are in the tight rotation that you think it's going to be, and that's how you should build. For sure. So I guess it makes it easier for your route to what you think is going to be success. I don't care. Like, personally, you cannot like the blowout tonight. You can like it, whatever you want. I'm going that way. But as long as you have a script that works for you, doesn't matter to me. And everyone should have their own opinions. I've said this so many times on these shows, and I think it's the best advice. I mean, you don't have to just follow what we say blindly. You should have your own opinions. You should be able to take what we say, and then maybe it affirms like, oh, okay, this makes me really love the blowout because I was already thinking blowout script is a real possibility anyways, and then the guys both loved it. But, I mean, maybe you take it the opposite way. You're like, I get what you're saying, but I just don't agree with it, like he was saying. And, I think it's a tighter rotation. Well, if you think it's a tighter rotation, then, you still got to cut some guys out of your player pool and then just build around that 6 or 7 man rotation for these teams.
Okay. I like it. All the guys' cores are up too. Just in case you didn't know, we got Rubio's core, we got AP's core, we got Big T's core, and we got JSU's core. Whew. JSU, Chris Paul, captain on DK, Ayton, MVP on FanDuel. How much does this just have to do with salary?
So what's the question? Sorry.
So how much does that have to do with salary? You got MVP for Ayton and the FanDuel core. You got Paul on DK, or is it just a mix and match on both sides?
Yeah. So I'm playing two captains on DK. It's going to be CP3 and Ayton. And, it's almost like I like them both a ton, and they're the only 2 captains I'm going to have. On FanDuel, though, I think you're going to get some leverage because I do think it's possible that Ayton is the highest scoring play on the slate. And on FanDuel, I love when I can get like a quote unquote like stud that is the lowest in the pricing tier of stud, because if the blowout happens the way I think it could happen, that's the best route, I think, to DeAndre Ayton being the highest scoring stud on the entire slate. You get the Giannis bust. You probably get the other Milwaukee guys to most likely bust. I think that's where he could have 50 or somewhere around there and be good. If this game stays close, though, like I think it's going to be tougher for him to be the highest scoring guy on the entire slate. So I think he's someone who needs that blowout script. And when you're talking about FanDuel, at MVP, you need him to be the guy, right? The guy who scores pretty much the most, or want that anyways. And, if you build the way I'm building, I think it's a possibility you get that. So, and I think you get leverage because I don't think people are going to put him in the MVP spot. So all those things are going into my decision to put him at MVP on FanDuel and to put Chris Paul at captain on DK. But that's not saying I love Chris Paul, so much more than DeAndre Ayton. It's just on my main team, I'm going to have Chris Paul and DK. On my main team on FanDuel, I'm going to have DeAndre Ayton. So, that's all it is.
Suns, Paul, Booker, Bridges, Crowder, 8. No surprises, their lineup. Paul, Booker, Bridges, Crowder, 8. And question the premium Discord for Big T. Besides for Nawara, how are we getting weird, Big T?
I mean, another guy I don't mind is Etuan Moore. He's got a little run off the bench when they've needed him. When CP was out with COVID, when I think Bridges was banged up one game, or not Bridges, our guard Campaign was injured the one game. I think Etuan Moore is even sneakier than Nawara because, I mean, again, it's a blowout. These guys are not going to play if the game stays close. You have to know that going in. Don't tilt it. Don't tilt in the first half, even if the game's close. This dude's not coming in. And on top of it, last game I said I was going to play the dude that wasn't going to play, and just because he was 6K on FanDuel, and it gets you the 4 studs you want. And it worked. It didn't full ship. I think I did win the higher stakes stuff. I think I won with a 0 last game on FanDuel. But I think you definitely should do it again tonight because the same reasoning I had last game. And I'm talking FanDuel in general. But you can play 4 studs on FanDuel if you're willing to play a 6K guy. And, yeah, the 6K guy could get a 0 if you play the risky guys, but Frank Kaminsky's got a decent chance to play. I mean, some of these 6K guys could play even if it stayed close. So I think that's the clear build on FanDuel for me, to play 1 scrub and maybe take a 0, maybe get some scrub run. DK, I would say just the sneakiest guys for me would be Nawara and Etuan, but you really should deep dive into those names because if we really get the blowout we want, try to find someone you're convinced could get an extended run at the end of the game.
You're King Mall. If you're running one line on DK, who's the 1K player you're playing if you're not playing a blowout? Ooh, there's a little twist on that. JSU, Big T, any thoughts on that?
I mean, Frank Kaminsky, I guess, has maybe the best chance at 1K to possibly play some minutes regardless of blowout or not. So it'd probably be him. But, yeah.
Okay, that's the one. Single entry approach from Ray Boys. He just wants a little bit of, guidance here.
The same thing we're saying.
That's it. Play it in single entry. If you're 150 and get crazy.
I mean, all the stuff we're saying works for no matter what you want to do it with.
Yeah. So yeah, we had a few questions about single entry, but again, you got to pick your game script. You look at these guys' cores and you mix and match from there. They can't, you can find 4 of the 6. They can't give you the last 2. It's illegal. So they're not going to give you the last 2. If you're using these guys' cores, then you're going to have to finish it up. If you're not using their cores and you just use it as an outline and you have a totally different game script, well, again, I go back to you use these guys' information, you take from it what you can apply, and you build your single entry lineup that way.
And you can go, like JSU said, you can go the other way. Like if you're playing a close game script, don't play Nawara. Definitely don't. If you think this game stays close, don't play Nawara because he's not going to play. You're going to get a 0 for sure. So, I mean, Kaminsky, I'm not crazy high on his upside, but he's got a hell of a lot better chance to score for 1K than Nawara if you're in a close game script. If you're playing these Milwaukee guys heavy, we can talk about the flip side of it. If you're not going our direction and playing say you're playing the 3 Milwaukee studs or something, you definitely shouldn't play a guy like Nawara and some of these pieces. You're better off going with some of the mid-range guys for Phoenix or Kaminsky or Teague or these guys, Forbes. I think if in a close game, like Forbes is better than the guys we're talking about. So literally, it just depends on what script you're going with when you choose. Don't choose like it doesn't make sense to play Jeff Teague when you're already different in certain areas. I just don't think he gets it there, but it is what it is. You got to pick your script and go with it.
Rusty Jones, some dude in my baseball contest is named Small T, LOL. Okay. Thanks for sharing that. Again, my fault for just reading whatever's on the screen. Sorry about that, Tony. How about 5 in your cores and the initials of the 6th one? It's illegal too, buddy. Sorry, we can't give that stuff to you, pal.
Pretty sure you should already know what teams we're playing anyways, because we've talked about our guys and we have given 3 of the 5 dudes and 6 dudes.
I mean, really at this point, everything should be set. You've had a couple of days. You just heard Tony run his numbers. You heard JSU run through his things. Travis is over there focused in. Your lineup should be set at this point. If you've got a little 1v1 or a 2v2 that you want to throw out there, sure, let's hear it. But JSU at this point, like how much more building do you have to do?
I mean, not much. I should have all our thoughts, right? Yeah. I think we've broken this game down and giving you guys exactly what we're gonna do, exactly our plan.
Why not play Nawara with the Bucks blowout script?
Sure, yeah, same reasoning. Yeah. If you think it's a blowout the other way, you should do the exact opposite of what we said. Play the 3 Milwaukee. No, I'm serious.
I know.
Guys with one of the Phoenix studs, not more than one. And do literally the same exact thing the other way, except with Nawara that way. Same exact reasoning for Nawara. He's still the same exact play. That's why I said you can't really go 5-1, 4-2, because the scrubs, it doesn't matter if it's a blowout because they're going to be in there either blowout way.
Mangone, how are you doing, buddy? I know you don't like to talk as we get closer to lock, but is everything all right? How are things moving?
No, I'm just arguing with a friend about who's better, Drew or Middleton. But
listen,
a coin.
That's the difference between a cash player and tournament player, though, Mango. And you're supposed to be elapsed. You're not supposed to waste time with that decision.
You're right. It's actually one of the things that I used to do like all the time. But I'm just in like an argument with a friend. I'm just trying to adjust everything and make sure my numbers are good. I'm trying to, I'm only playing 20 lineups, but like whenever I do play 150, I want them to be good, right? I'm trying to practice and get better. And I like what I got so far, trying to just look at all the teams and see. I mean, I had the 4-2 thing with the Suns, but then I kind of agreed with what Tony said. And I like ran some stuff and I looked and I saw like one team that had $3 that I was like, I really like this team and it's a good blowout script team. And like, it's really nicely set up. I wish I could tell you the $3 it has, but it would give everything away. But it's just, I think that I'm looking at the teams and just trying to see what I like and what I don't like, and if I want to get rid of anything. But I think this last thing I ran was pretty good.
All right. Who takes Saric's minutes? That's from Nick Forrest.
Well, we saw, Kaminsky take a few of those minutes, and then we saw them go small for some of the game as well, which took away some of the minutes when Ayton was off the floor. And I will say, if they did go small for majority of the game, I wouldn't be shocked if like even Campaign saw a couple extra minutes, because maybe they play that CP3 Campaign lineup for just a few extra minutes to keep another scorer on the floor.
All right.
I have such a tangent with this Brook Lopez thing. It's so annoying to me. And all these Milwaukee freaking fans like Titletown tweeting right now. What do you guys want Bud to do, Coach Bud? Oh, Coach Bud's an idiot, this, that. Like, what do you want him to do?
Tony, that's just their excuse. They're just making excuses
tonight, if
right
Brook
now.
Lopez doesn't play Title, you're going to ship because of it. Pat Connaughton and Bryn Forbes are going to bring you home, Title. Title, I need some Title bucks. Slide in if you think the Bucks are winning tonight.
They're going to bring you
down.
Bryn Forbes and Pat Connaughton are bringing you guys to a championship.
What's your record against Title, Tony? Is it 0-1?
I'm definitely up money on his ass. I'll tell you that much.
All right.
You're
welcome.
Idea what the total number is, but I'm definitely up on his ass. And he got off to a good start on me too. He made me fall in basketball. He freaking beat me in the first MMA. I think he was up like 4,000 or 5,000 on me. He ended up no more though.
He's not up anymore. Big loser. Big loser. You're welcome. Who was that? The J. Great coverage, live since 4:30. Awesome work, fellas. And I must say, no one's been on longer than me. There's no doubt about it. Which is why I'm going to leave right now. My freaking hip flexors.
Oh,
I got to poop. I got to poop. I got to take my shirt off.
Oh, you already did.
No, that was a pee. That was a pee.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, that's fine. Again, you're going to need to stay on another hour and 30 minutes, JSU, to get to where I was today.
No, we're leaving.
Listen.
How many more questions is there?
Oh, I'd love to stay to the end. No more questions except for Bobby Portis. One guy wants to know Bobby Portis at the beginning of the show. You said no Bobby Portis.
Still no Bobby Portis. I think Bobby Portis, I mean, no one agrees with this because people don't have actual takes when they talk about basketball. All these other shows everyone watch, they'll just read you the number about this and that.
I know.
I think Bobby Portis might not even play. This is why we've been winning in the playoffs, though, because we have actual takes when we talk about the games. I mean, sure, yeah, he probably will play, but in my opinion, I wouldn't be shocked if he doesn't play a single minute tonight. So
you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to bet under Bobby Portis points. That's what I'm going to do.
What is
Tony.
his total?
Let me go find it. Let's go see what Bobby Portis is at right now. They're not even offering him on DraftKings. You can't even bet Bobby Portis points. What would you put it at? 6.5?
I mean, I would bet under if it was 6.5.
Really?
I'd bet under if it was 5.5 and 4.5 and 3.5. I would just bet all.
Oh, come on, stop it.
I wish you'd give me a prop like Portis under 2.5 with odds.
All right, I'm trying. Nobody wants to give us Portis odds is the problem.
You could probably.
Here we go.
Bet
6.5. 6.5. Under. Huh? All right.
Someone just messaged me in the chat, in our Discord chat, and said the line moved a full point the opposite way, away from the Buck script, and he goes, RPS, first or last. I said, let's fucking go, first or last. That's what we do. We're either going to ship or we're going to be in last, and I don't give a crap.
The thing is, we're not even going to be in last, even if it happens, though, because the three Suns guys are still going to do good no matter what. Yeah. If anyone thinks the Suns are getting blown out, they're on drugs.
There's floor and upside, guys. There's no doubt about it.
Title's on. I mean, we all
Title. Come on, Title, with this Coach Bud nonsense. Coach Bud got you to the title game with your boyfriend freaking Giannis on the bench. Coach Bud got it done just fine there for you. It's not Bud's fault if you lose tonight.
Title drove down to Milwaukee. He's hanging out with all his Bucks.
See the Deer
Bucks
District
friends.
again, just jumping up and down for his Bucks in the freaking Deer District. Come on, Title.
I think he said he was driving down to Milwaukee to be with his
Imagine driving
buddies.
down and going in the Deer District when you're going to get run by 25 tonight.
Poor Title.
All right, go talk to Simon. We're done. We did so much for our people today. Throw us a like on the way out. Thumbs up on the way out.
Best part of the show is when we had 380 likes and Holden wanted 400.
What about
that was good?
403?
How about the fact that we had 19 dislikes when we jumped on the show and we're down to 11?
I know.
That is the best part.
Oh, we love you guys. Thanks. We appreciate it.
We went from 19 dislikes to 11. That's got to be a record.
Yeah. They love us.
If you guys are still watching, if you bring us from 11 down to like 5, we'll give what's a good buy-in just to test this. See if any of the dislikers are still watching. If we get down to 5 dislikes, I'll give a $1,500 ticket.
Oh, holy shit!
It's not going to happen because
what if
they're
does?
not still watching, but it'd be hilarious if they went down.
All right.
How long
11
did they get for
dislikes
this?
to 5. We'll give them.
Right. I'm going shirtless into the bathroom. Bye, boys. You're welcome.
Yeah, we'll give them like 2 or 3 minutes to just see what happens. It's not going to happen, but it'd be funny though.
The likes are going up. I want to see the dislikes keep going down.
I want to see once it hits 10, it's going to just like steamroll to 5.
Can you imagine if it went to 5? It'd be amazing.
We just added a dislike.
Yeah.
Goes the other way. We can't do it.
Nope. He took it off. It must have been by accident. He took it off. Nope, it's back on. What are you going to do?
It's back. They were messing around with us.
That's so good. Did Holden really leave? He
He's
always
dying to
leaves
get
at the
out. He
end.
couldn't make it the last 8 minutes again.
He always leaves at the end.
Man, that would have
Unreal.
been fun if we got the 5 dislikes.
That would have been so funny if we did. Tony just snapped $1,500 ticket.
I wanted to like make it spicy if they actually did it, but
Now the dislikes are going up.
oh, okay. Tell them that
love it
promo
anyways.
thing one more time, and then get us out or whatever.
Yeah, man, go and hit us with the promo.
All right, promo open 50. You get 50% off your first payment. What'll happen is you tune into the Tuesday show for golf. It'll be at 8:30 is when they typically do it. It's a free show here on the YouTube channel. So if you subscribe, it'll tell you when we go live. Be sure to do that. And
Man, go. Where's the enthusiasm? Let's go, guys. Sign open 50's the code. I'm gonna pull a Joey Work right now. Get in here, sign up,
like
use
Joey
the promo code open50, and let's go. Let's run pure, and then get on the bet side and get with my man Joey Work and JJ and Jay and Spread and all the other boys on the bet side. Sign up. Let's go.
Suns by
See you guys later.
Suns by 35 tonight. Simon, get us out of here.